site had nothing to hide.
You can see, you can enter inside and see. It's all they are destroyed. You can see, no one can do anything inside here.
Can you tell us what...
So day two, again, apparently a day where the cooperation needed for the inspectors to get on with their job seems to have been found, Marty. Good to know. Nick Robertson live in Baghdad. Thanks very much. When you're away from your television this Thanksgiving holiday, you still want to stay up to the minute on the latest news. That is, you can do that by visiting continually updated our website. That is, that address is CNN.com. The AOL keyword, of course, is CNN. Moving on now, a news alert. Nearly simultaneous attacks on Israeli tourists in Kenya tops our news alert this half hour. The attackers fired at least 2 missiles at an Israeli charter jet loaded with passengers taking off from the Kenyan coastal city of Mombasa. The pilot described feeling only a slight bump and seeing trails of smoke. The plane landed safely in Tel Aviv. And on the ground, suicide bombers carried out an attack on an Israeli-owned hotel. CNN was told that 13 people were killed at that hotel just north of Mombasa. There are also reports this hour that 2 people are in custody there in Kenya. Meantime, in Iraq, UN weapons inspectors resumed their hunt for weapons of mass destruction. Today, they stopped at an old animal vaccine factory inspectors had shut down in the 1990s for producing biological weapons. The inspectors spent about 4 hours at that plant. Still to come from the ruins of the Paradise Hotel, witnesses to the attack talk about what they saw and heard.
I've been driving all night, my hands wet on the wheel. There's a voice in my head. Here comes my favorite part! What? My favorite part!
What's more fun than a turbo? A turbo with all-wheel drive. When you get it, you get it. The rally-inspired 227 horsepower Subaru WRX.
I want a pony, a dollhouse, and a 7/4-inch, 13-inch circular Star Wars case.
The Home Depot has the gifts people really want, like this Ryobi cordless drill with bit set for just $25, the 700-watt microwave for $33, or get a Home Depot gift card and let them choose. For holiday projects and great gift ideas, come to the Home Depot.
You think he bought it?
You know, some people get heartburn so often they need a prescription every single day. What about the rest of us? For occasional heartburn, try Pepcid first. You take it only when you need it. Take Pepcid AC when you know heartburn's coming, and stop it before it starts. Or Pepcid Complete after heartburn's already hit. It stops heartburn fast and lasts all day. No prescription required. Pepcid. Just one, and heartburn's done.
Double oh my, it's Berry, Halle Berry. How she beat the odds to become one of Hollywood's leading ladies.
I love the woman to bits.
Plus, Julia Roberts, Paula Zahn hosts People in the News, CNN Today, 1 p.m. Eastern.
The crew and passengers aboard the Arkia Flight 582 say they saw smoke trails near the plane this morning over Mombasa, Kenya. At least 2 missiles were fired at the airliner. Our Matthew Chance has been to the airport in Tel Aviv where that plane landed safely. He spoke with passengers as they got off the plane.
We heard a bomb. They told us at first that they think a bird stuck in the engine, but they knew from the start what was going on, and they didn't tell us the whole flight.
The old work in the plane.
All the crew in the plane was dealing just everything as usual. And
so there was a thump that you heard when...
We heard something.
We saw something. They confused about the food and the drink in the beginning of the flight.
We thought something going on, but not really.
They gave us food. First the drink.
Let me just get this clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the plane took off, you heard something unusual, and the crew told you that a bird hit
the engine, And after it, the crew was dealing just as usual.
But everybody get in panic.
No. At first, we didn't know anything is going on. After it, like half an hour before we land, they start telling us about what happened.
The pilot, the government, tell us in the radio that what's going on in Paradise Mombasa hotel.
What did they tell you?
There
was a bomb in the hotel.
We don't know in the plane what was the bomb. We hear that was a car, a bomb.
Those are passengers that were on board the Israeli jetliner at which missiles were fired today. We want to get reaction now, U.S. reaction to the terror attacks in Kenya. For that, we turn to the State Department, where our Andrea Koppel standing by. Andrea, what are they saying?
Well, officially, Marty, officials here at the State Department are saying that they are deeply saddened by the loss of life in Mombasa earlier today. Privately, I'm told that there's going to be a meeting later this morning. This is a regular meeting here of terrorism officials. It's an interagency video teleconference that they have, really to try to figure out what all of us are trying to figure out, and that is who is behind this and how to respond. I've been told that there is the distinct possibility that the worldwide travel caution that's already out there to all Americans will be updated with the latest information. That's pretty much common sense for all Americans who are thinking about going overseas to check not only with the State Department, but if they are in Africa with various consular officials on the ground there. Now, having said that, the U.S. does not have any embassy officials in Mombasa, which is certainly complicating matters in terms of trying to figure out who was behind this. It does, however, seem to have the MO or some sort of operative qualities of Al-Qaeda. Officials pointing out that just earlier this month, Osama bin Laden issued that audio tape in which it was really a call to arms to all Al-Qaeda and Islamic fundamentalist sympathizers to attack not only Americans but also U.S. sympathizers, U.S. allies. Among them, of course, at the top of that list would be Israel. Now, having said that, we also know that the MO of Al-Qaeda has been to have an Osama bin Laden videotape or audio tape ahead of a spectacular attack like the sort we saw in August of 1998 when 2 U.S. embassies were simultaneously bombed in East Africa, then before the USS Cole in October of 2000 in Yemen, and of course ahead of the 9/11 attacks here in the United States. So, Martin, U.S. officials are trying to figure out, as much as we are, what in fact, who in fact was behind today's attacks in Mombasa, and they're trying to figure out just how they should advise Americans as to how they should proceed.
Andrea, you mentioned those embassy bombings, one, of course, that took place in Kenya, the other in Tanzania in 1998. What has been done on the part of the State Department to beef up security as a result of those attacks?
Any number of things. Among them, of course, we had previously, when I say we, U.S. officials had previously viewed American embassies and consulates as being soft targets that wouldn't be hit by terrorists. Since that time, they have tried to beef up security. All new embassies have been actually built from 100 yards away from the road so that in case there were car bombings or any kinds of attacks, they'd be protected. In addition, the State Department has sent over $3 million in particular to Africa to try to help them with counterterrorism training. And finally, I was told that just this month, there was $750,000 that was sent to various African states to try to help them with, of all things, airline and air security. Martin.
Interesting. Andrea Koppel at the State Department monitoring things for us there. Thank you. Coming up after the break, we will go back to the scene of the suicide bombing attack in Kenya. At least 11 dead in the Israeli-owned hotel. And this hour, police reportedly have 2 people in custody.
Introducing Philips' new line of flat TVs, now with 5 sizes to choose from. Extra, extra large to medium to small. there's a perfect size for any room. And now with no interest financing. I think we made our point. Come see how they stack up for you from 50 inches to 15. With no interest financing for 18 months, available now at Best Buy, Hi-Fi Buys, and Tweeter.
It's getting better, a little better all the time.
Watch us now.
Watch us now.
Now we're going to change telecommunications. It's for the better. It's for the better.
We're going to make you root for us.
One action
At a time. Now we're going to make it simpler.
and more reliable.
One action at a time. Make it simpler.
More reliable. For the better.
The right thing for our customers. The customers' needs, putting the customers first.
This is not about lip service.
Hard work.
This is the spirit of service.
I'm proud to work at Quest.
We're going to build something special here.
We're going to become a
Great American success story.
Introducing all new America Online 8.0. We listened to you and designed AOL 8.0 with hundreds of exciting new features.
Welcome.
New AOL email sort gets you to important mail faster. New AOL Call Alert lets you be online and never miss important phone calls. Choose a welcome screen tailored to your interests. There are hundreds of new features to easily connect you to the people and things you care about most. New America Online 8.0. Call 1-800-4ONLINE or get a free startup disc at these locations.
What is it?
Pixie dust.
Pixie dust.
Pixie dust? Magic self-healing server pixie dust.
How's it work?
Server goes down, sprinkle on the pixie dust, servers back up. Use it regularly and servers solve their own problems. Easy.
I like it. What's it cost?
It's cheap.
Cheap.
Soy-based.
Soy-based.
Biodegradable.
Looks like we got a winner.
Global Business Influentials is sponsored by IBM, taking business to the next level. E-business on demand. Log on to cnn.com/influentials for a closer look at these world business leaders and pick up the latest edition of Time Magazine on newsstands now.
Have internet, we'll travel. With a little help from Microsoft, his former employer, Rich Barton launched Expedia, an online travel website that's impressing travelers and Wall Street. Within the past year, Expedia not only topped rival Travelocity in gross travel bookings, but also boasted a 180% rise in its stock. And while the rest of the travel industry was slipping into a recession following September 11th, Barton's Expedia was busy doubling its sales.
Power shift in Washington. How will it affect the economy in your wallet? Plus, learn about a database that tracks your every move on Lou Dobbs Moneyline. CNN Tonight, 6.
When Mr. Moore found out that my grandpa was Dan P. Holmes, he took my hand and he said to me, "I am so very sorry I was out of town when I learned of your grandpa's death." And I was so touched. One expects their family to remember moments like that. But Mr. Moore remembered the death of my grandpa like it was yesterday, not 20 years ago.
You can expect more from Moore's. Count on Moore Funeral Homes.
Time to have fun. Come to Galaxy Distributing today. Relax in your home with a Caldera Spa from Galaxy. The calming comfort of a Caldera Spa, the world's largest manufacturer of spas, is easily within reach with spas starting at just $1,595. Galaxy is your one stop for your home game room needs with personal home tables starting at $249. Why not tan at home with your own personal tanning bed for as little as $35 a month? Serving Oklahoma for 27 years. Galaxy Distributing, 7813 East Admiral Place, located on Admiral, 1 block west of Memorial.
Celebrate the magic of the holiday season.
It's gonna
Live at the Brady Theater with Wayne Newton's spectacular Christmas extravaganza.
The tree is trimmed and the fire is aglow.
The incomparable Wayne Newton with all your holiday favorites, plus surprise guests. December 5th at the Brady Theater. Reserve seats on sale now. The Wayne Newton Christmas extravaganza. Don't miss it.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program, and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
This
An Israeli-owned hotel in Kenya's coastal city of Mombasa is in ruins, and at least 11 people are dead following today's suicide attacks. Joining us again this hour, CNN's Catherine Bond, who is live outside the Paradise Hotel with the latest. Catherine?
Government official has told me that 9 Kenyans and 3 Israelis died in this attack. It appears that men drove towards the gate of the hotel first thing this morning when a bus full of tourists was arriving to check in from Israel. The car was refused entry and backed up and then reversed and rammed the barrier, drove down into the courtyard of the hotel and exploded. So Kenyan police are saying that this appears to have been a time bomb that killed the 3 occupants of the car, who, according to security guards who saw them at the gate, were allegedly non-Africans, but they couldn't identify them further. And Kenyan police are saying that the explosives were probably plastic explosives, possibly TNT, a fairly large amount of it, maybe 500 kilograms. The explosion has sent parts of the car flying through the air about 50 yards in one direction. It's also set fire to the thatched roof of the hotel, which then burned, leaving the hotel more or less a ruin. We've watched Kenyan Red Cross workers take out of the hotel foyer a few more bodies in the past hour. They appear to be the last remaining bodies here, the last remaining that anybody has been able to find today, that is. Earlier we saw 8 body bags being removed from the site of the hotel. Martin?
Catherine, as you look at the devastation there, it is fortunate but also remarkable, it seems, that more people were not killed. Anything about missing, or do they believe now they've accounted for everyone?
We haven't heard any accounts of missing persons. No, we understand that those who have died, their remains have been collected and been removed from the site now. There's a centre of the foyer which is quite difficult for rescuers to get into, so it's possible that tomorrow they will identify another person within that sort of centre core of the foyer itself. But otherwise, we're not led to believe that people are missing. Martin?
Catherine Bond joining us live from outside the Paradise Hotel where the terrorist attack occurred this morning. Thank you very much. We will continue, of course, to follow this story. We're going to take a break now. When we come back, we'll remember the day it really is, Thanksgiving. Check in on the festivities. We'll also check in on your weather. Stay here.
Now you can raise your family's comfort level in Resort Quest Vacation Rentals' premier ski resorts throughout the U.S. and Canada with our Family and Friends Fly Free promotion. Stay 4 nights and get 2 free companion tickets to enjoy on your next vacation. Resort Quest Vacation Rentals manages over 20,000 condos, homes, and villas in ski, golf, and beach destinations, including Hawaii. See for yourself at resortquest.com or call 800-GO-RELAX. Resort Quest. Relax.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2-CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. "36 of the most memorable songs of all time.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me
When you receive this enhanced CD, you can put it into your computer and watch exclusive documentary footage of Fleetwood Mac, recording their brand new 2003 studio album. The very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection.
covered hills till the landslide brought me down. You see,
To order the very best of Fleetwood Mac, call the number on your screen or send check or money order for $24.98 CD plus shipping and handling to the address shown. Call now and receive your free lithograph with your order. Rush delivery available.
Amid the terror strikes overseas, a pause for perspective and thanks here in the United States. Americans gathering around the family tables, gathering together, is sitting down to feast this Thanksgiving holiday. And another Thanksgiving tradition, of course, is enjoyed by millions, but experienced only by the most hearty. Crowds in New York braving a wintry chill as they line the 2.5-mile route of Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. CNN's Maria Hinojosa joins us live with the street-level view. Hello to you, Maria.
Hey, Marty. Well, you know what? Our end of the parade, which is we're up at 72nd Street, has already actually ended. They're doing a little bit of cleanup actually now, but the rest of the parade continues 2.5 miles down Manhattan, down Broadway, and ends up at 34th Street. And we have a real tiny, special little visitor, Michael Ray. Which ones? Now, how old are you, Michael Ray? 3. And which ones were your favorite floats this time?
Little Bill and Blue's Clues.
Little Bill and Blue's Clues. Were they really big?
Little Bill was not that big.
Oh, almost like your size?
Little Bill was not that big, a little bit big.
You gotta love that. Now, interestingly, Marty, Little Bill, which was Michael Ray's favorite, was the first African-American balloon to be included in the 76-year-old parade. There were lots others, including Big Bird was there. I guess that's not Big Bird, that's Cheezosaurus was here. Interestingly, the parade used to actually have horses that used to bring out the balloons. Of course, that doesn't happen anymore. Now they're led by people. But there's Little Bill. Little Bill making his debut here, got a lot of rounds of applause, and Green Dog as well. People started lining up, Marty, believe this or not, starting at 6 o'clock in the morning. The wind chill was in the single digits. And but you know, this is part of the tradition for a lot of New York families, and a lot of in the area, and people who come from all over the country come out here, stake their spot, bring those blankets, get the hot chocolate going, and then they get the best view. 2.5 million people come out to see the parade. Another 30 to 40 million catch it on television. It's really also for New Yorkers a way of taking back their streets and saying, we feel safe, we want everybody to know it, we feel good about coming out and being together as a community. So a real nice day and beautiful, just freezing, that's all.
Just freezing. Maria, I got a question for you. Security must be extremely tight, I would believe.
I'm sorry, Marty?
Security. It must be extremely tight, I would think, for this event, despite the fact it's a festive holiday.
It was. There was a lot of extra security. You could see them. I felt it much more even than last year. They were here early. They lined the parades. A lot of bags were being checked. A lot of backpacks were being checked. But as far as we have heard, no incident at all. So, so at least in that sense, everybody can feel pretty good about the fact that the presence of the police, we had been hearing about that bags were going to be checked, that people should know about that. So that probably made it a lot easier, because I didn't actually see a lot of people bringing coolers and things like that I have seen in the past. Marty.
Good to hear things went smoothly, and I love the hat, Maria. It's you, really. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's warm, very warm.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Have a good
you.
one.
Thank you.
As well.
Orland, Sydney, let's check the weather for all the people gathering together. How's it looking? Very cold, obviously, in New York City there.
It is 28 degrees, wind chill 17 degrees. That was the kind of hat, when I had it on as a little kid, I used to take it off because I didn't want anybody to see me in it when I got to school. Take a look at what's going on across the nation. A gorgeous Thanksgiving. It's hard to find anything to talk about. This looks kind of menacing here, but this is actually just some of the higher and colder cloud tops coming in on the subtropical jet across Texas. Some rain showers kind of off and on today around Brownsville. The big story, if you can can call it that, is lake effect snow possibilities today. Chicago temperature 22 degrees right now, 30s and 20s all across the map. Look at it. It is chilly all the way down into South Texas. The only really warm air is in southern and central Florida. That's where the cold front hadn't quite made its way through. We do see lake effect snows for today, though, from Toronto, of course, south of Toronto, around Buffalo, out to Cleveland. Some of this area could continue to receive 2 to 5 inches, but we think the heaviest activity could be across the upper peninsula of Michigan. You actually have a winter storm warning in effect. It doesn't even get going until tomorrow night and then continues into Saturday, up to 12 inches of snow possible. The winds will be north 20 to 30 miles an hour. That's going to be kind of mean there as we go on through the weekend, so keep an eye out for that if you have to travel. Down into South Texas we go, south of San Antonio and Houston, some shower activity. Not much to talk about. The rain's kind of been off and on places like Corpus Christi and Brownsville. In general, though, just a fantastic day. Really hard to get any better than this. It is going to be cool. It is going to be windy. Cold front system pulls down across the north. Not too significant for the U.S. today, but it will be tomorrow. You'll still see the lake effect snows, of course, and the Santa Ana winds are still on in the west. Could see some very gusty winds there. Wind advisories are in effect for southern parts of California. Low pressure system sneaks on shore tomorrow in Southern California. You'll see some showers. Mild temperatures. Wait till you see the temperature trend coming into the plains on Friday. Big warm up expected. You'll also continue to see this area of low pressure head toward the Great Lakes. Snowfall back in your forecast for Pittsburgh, parts of New York. Windy and cold behind the front. Today's temperature forecast, no surprise to anybody, still going to be chilly just about all day except for Phoenix and Los Angeles up to San Francisco. 71 degrees, set a record high yesterday in San Fran, 72, going to be close today. Look at how it warms up tomorrow in the plains. Shopping day, Dallas. Hit Redbird Mall, 70 degrees, 68 degrees in Houston. Temperatures will still be fairly cool either side of that, but a pretty good Friday going into a pretty good Saturday. Marty?
Orland, Sydney, looks pretty good. Thank you very much. We
You're welcome.
appreciate it. And that does it for this hour right now of CNN Live Today. The next hour begins at the top of the hour, which is right now. We'll begin with a news alert. Suicide bomber struck an Indian Ocean resort hotel in Kenya today. It is popular with Israeli tourists. CNN is told 13 people were killed in the explosions. 3 were Israelis. Israel called the attacks a dangerous escalation. At the same time, terrorists fired missiles at an Israeli jetliner as it was taking off from a Kenyan airport. The weapons missed and the plane landed safely in Tel Aviv. Police say at least 4 Israelis were killed today when a gunman opened fire at a bus depot in northern Israel. Israeli soldiers returned fire, killing the 2 attackers. And in Afghanistan, a sniper shot a U.S. Special Forces soldier while he rode in a convoy today. The GI's in stable condition. Soldiers are looking for the gunman, but so far they have not found him. It is 11 a.m. in the east. That's 8 a.m. in the west. Good morning from CNN Center in Atlanta. I am Martin Savage. Good to be with you. Happy Thanksgiving. Up first on CNN, terrorists pulled off a daring series of strikes against Israeli targets in Kenya today. CNN is told that a hotel bombing killed 11 people in a coastal resort, and terrorists fired 2 missiles at an Israeli chartered plane as it took off from Mombasa Airport today. The crew said the missiles came very close but whizzed past the plane, a Boeing 757. The flight had 261 passengers aboard, and it landed safely in Tel Aviv. CNN's Matthew Chance is at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv and filed a late report.
Well, a lot of anxiety, but also a lot of relief among the passengers that we've been speaking to here in Tel Aviv. They disembarked from the aircraft, having only just been told within the last half an hour before they landed here in Tel Aviv that the plane had come under missile attack. Many of them had been very disturbed by hearing unusual noises as the plane took off. What we now know, of course, is that that plane came under missile attack just 2 kilometers or so after it left the runway in Mombasa. Some of the passengers we spoke to said how relieved they were to have escaped with their lives.
We didn't know anything. Just when the airplane started to leave, we heard a boom. We didn't know anything. The staff didn't tell us anything till about 10 or 15 minutes before we came to Israel. Then he told us what happened. And about a few minutes after that, we saw the airplane, military airplane, us, checking that everything is okay with the plane, and they told us we were safe.
Well, the pilot of the aircraft said that he saw two flashes just in the seconds after lifting off from the airport in Mombasa. He said he checked the aircraft systems but found that there was nothing wrong with the plane, and so at that point made the decision to continue his journey onto the destination of Tel Aviv. Captain Rafi Marek piloted that aircraft as it came under missile attack.
We were just taking off and retracting the landing gear as we felt a kind of bump, not something very serious. And right after that, we saw two white stripes passing us by on the left side, coming up from the back of the airplane towards the front of it and disappearing just after a few seconds. Just after takeoff, after everything settled, we talked to the passengers, which also some of them saw what we saw.
What did you tell them?
And we just told them that according to all our indication, everything is normal, and we continued the flight to Tel Aviv. There was no panic whatsoever. Everything was calm and normal.
Well, Israel, of course, in some shock and feeling some anxiety as a result of these joint attacks. Already we've heard from Israeli officials that they have ordered or advised Israeli citizens in Kenya to leave the country. We're also hearing that they've shut down the Israeli embassy in Pretoria, South Africa, because of what they say are threats to the safety of its staff there. Matthew Chance, CNN, in Tel Aviv.
And we're being told that the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon is expected to make a statement in the hour. We, of course, will be bringing that to you as soon as we get it. Ariel Sharon, the Israeli Prime Minister, speaking on the terrorist attacks. Let's turn now to J. Kelly McCann. He is a terrorism analyst, and he frequently helps us out with his insight. He joins us now by telephone from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Thanks for interrupting your Thanksgiving holiday to talk to us. Let's start with the missile. What do we know about this missile reportedly used in these attacks?
Hi, Marty. There's a couple of things. Number one, of course, the SA-7 is known to be more effective against the civilian signature, the civilian aircraft signature at lower altitudes. And there is a proliferation of those kinds of weapons, the man-pads, man-packable air defense missiles in countries where borders are porous, where war has been rife. So that is going to be a continuing problem, I fear, in the future. But certainly, this time we got away well.
It looks somewhat like a U.S. Stinger missile. Is that about the end of the similarities, just looks?
They are similar in function. They have some different characteristics as far as how they track, what they recognize when they get up in the air. But the concept is the same.
And is this a heat-seeking warhead on the end of it?
It depends on the configuration. There are mutations of these kinds of missiles out there that have been altered. So the best we can do is try to, figure out what the signature looked like by the what the pilots actually saw and the passengers saw, and then determine from there whether it was an SA-7 at all or something else.
And you look at this and you realize it's obviously easy to hide, easy to transport.
Absolutely, and it is low signature. In other words, before you actually arm the missile and press the trigger, there is no signature to pick up except for when it locks on. Then when you release the missile, that's it. The tube can actually, it's a fire and forget, so you don't have to track the aircraft, which means that the shooter then can be mobile.
They fired two, and fortunately they missed, but that seems remarkable.
Well, it goes to redundancy. In fact, in a lot of cases, that would be a good tactic to make sure that, or to try to make sure at least, that one missile actually did succeed. So it's interesting.
And what's the range on this? I mean, could the aircraft have been much higher and still be successful?
A civilian aircraft will always be within range of a SA-7 until the very, very high parameters of what it could fly at.
And what sort of training do you need to operate one of these?
Minimal. Remember that it's a battlefield weapon that men of all descriptions, are, easily trained to fire. Now, we do know, in fact, that, of course, CNN had tapes that showed, Al-Qaeda, and we can't make that leap yet that it was, in fact, Al-Qaeda, obviously a terrorist group, but maybe not Al-Qaeda, where they were training in the use of that kind of missile. So it is a battlefield type of thing that's kind of common.
Relatively inexpensive and prevalent out there?
It is. You get a big bang for the buck. And, of course, as the Russians started to, make available their weapons in normal legal weapons trade, that filtered down into people who we'd prefer did not have that kind of capability.
All right, we appreciate it. J. Kelly McCann, as always, especially interrupting your holiday to talk to us about this missile, the two missiles believed that were used in the attack, fortunately that missed, of an Israeli jetliner in Kenya. Suicide bombers, though, did detonate a powerful explosive at an Israeli-owned hotel in a Kenyan resort city. CNN was told that 13 people were killed when 3 people crashed their way into the hotel reception area. CNN's Catherine Bond is at that hotel near Mombasa and joins us now live on the video phone with the latest. Catherine?
Well, the Red Cross has recovered at least 13 bodies from the site of this attack, which happened when the occupants of a car came to the gate of the hotel shortly after a tourist bus full of Israeli tourists arrived at the hotel to check in. The occupants were told to go back. They were refused entry to the hotel initially. They reversed their vehicle, crashed through the barrier, and moments later their car exploded just outside the hotel lobby area. So it looks as if it was a time bomb. At least that's what Kenyan police are saying it is now. They think that they found the explosive device which set the bomb off inside the car. They were exhibiting a sort of wire earlier on, and what appeared to be a detonator. It completely destroyed the vehicle. Parts of the vehicle were sent as many as sort of 50 yards away from the site where the car exploded, leaving a small crater in the ground. It also burnt out the area around it and caused the thatch roof of the hotel to catch fire, which then burnt the hotel, and the hotel now looks as if it is in ruins. Martin?
Catherine, there have been reports supposedly circulating on the internet that there would be an attack of this sort in Kenya. Had there been any sort of government warning about it?
A local government official we spoke to here said the hotel was routinely guarded by Kenyan police at night, but they just left. It wasn't guarded during the day, and they just left their duty, overnight duty here. No, I don't think that anybody here expected an attack on an Israeli target in Kenya. This hotel is Israeli-owned, and about 100% of its occupants are regularly Israeli tourists. So local government officials saying that it must have been somebody who'd watched this for some time, who'd planned this attack. They knew that the air charter came in on a particular day each week, delivering Israeli tourists and taking others home again. So they do think that some preparation went into it. They say they spoke to the security guards who saw the attackers. The security guards have described them as non-Africans, but haven't given a much clearer identity, other than that they were 3 men inside the vehicle which blew up. Martin?
Catherine, are there other Israeli tourists still in Kenya now, and what is being done to either protect them, or what are they being told?
There were a number leaving here when we arrived here this morning. They were being taken away in coaches to other hotels. There is another Israeli hotel not far from here. I don't know the numbers in total, but some are still clearly in the country. It's the second time that Israelis have been targeted in Kenya, although the last time was a very long time ago. It was about 30 years, and an Israeli-owned hotel in Nairobi was targeted by Palestinians. So we know that there are some Israeli business interests here. Israel has an embassy in Nairobi. They said they'd taken extra security precautions this morning. Many of the people from that embassy came down here to find out what has gone on. They've had their own people here through the day. So has the American embassy, have an investigator here working with Kenyan investigators. Martin?
Thank you, Catherine. Catherine Bond is live on the video phone near Mombasa, outside the Paradise Hotel where the terrorist attack took place. We also want to remind you we are monitoring Israeli television. The Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon is expected to address the nation with some sort of statement. We understand it will be simultaneously translated into English. Of course, we will bring that to you as soon as it happens. Moving on, aides are keeping President Bush up to speed on the Kenyan attacks. He is at his ranch in Texas, spending the Thanksgiving holiday with family. And senior White House correspondent John King is also there, and he joins us live from Crawford. John?
Hello to you, Marty. We are told President Bush was informed by his traveling National Security Council aide earlier this morning about the attacks in Kenya and the shooting in Israel as well. Mr. Bush then called his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. She is back in Washington. Mr. Bush called her for an update and some additional information. White House spokesman Gordon Jandreau telling us on the phone a few moments ago, quote, "The United States government deplores this violence, and we stand ready to assist the governments of Kenya and Israel as they investigate these attacks." Mr. Jandreau also saying it is premature to speculate whether there is any al-Qaeda role in these strikes. Obviously, the government in Kenya and government officials in Israel have suggested a possible al-Qaeda role in the Kenya strikes because of the use of surface-to-air missiles. U.S. officials say it is premature. Mr. Jandreau saying the White House is not ruling anything in, anything out, and he says any assets of the United States government that might be helpful in the investigations will be made available to the governments of Kenya and Israel. Again, President Bush here in Crawford, Texas. He had hoped for a very quiet Thanksgiving with family and friends, including his father, the former president, here at the Crawford Ranch, but the president is being kept informed of these developments. And we should note, Marty, this comes at an already very sensitive time in U.S.-Israeli relations. An Israeli delegation was in Washington just this past week urging the administration to support a multi-billion-dollar additional aid package to Israel because of its own security concerns and because of additional security concerns should there be a military confrontation with Iraq, continuing violence only to underscore the Israelis' request to the United States for more economic assistance and billions more in military assistance. Marty.
John, how long will the president be away?
He is here through Sunday, due back in Washington on Sunday, and as always when he comes to the Crawford Ranch, the president trying to get some downtime, some private time, but he travels with a senior staff, including a representative from the National Security Council, so when there are developments like this around the world, obviously there are U.S. troops deployed overseas in Afghanistan and elsewhere, the president has secure communications. He does keep track of all these developments around the world when he's here in Texas.
John King, live with the president in Crawford, Texas. Thanks very much. We also want to keep you posted that Ariel Sharon, the Israeli Prime Minister, is going to make a statement to the Israeli people on the terrorism attacks of the day. We will, of course, bring that to you when it happens. And stay with us throughout the day for this developing story. You can tune in later for a comprehensive 2-hour special on today's terrorist attacks. Wolf Blitzer reports. That's at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, right here on CNN. The inspectors go to work again in Iraq. Coming up, we'll have a report on where they went today, what's being said about what they found.
I do all her copying, faxing, and printing, and she barely says hi. Jim takes my copies to her desk, and now they're sushi buddies. Oh, super.
Toshiba copiers make you look good.
Today on People in the News, a side of Robert Redford you've never seen. Plus, he's rough, tough, and taking Hollywood by storm. Russell Crowe. Join Paula Zahn for People in the News. CNN Today, 2 p.m. Eastern.
CNN Monday. Don Hewitt of 60 Minutes kicks off a king-size week on Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, CNN Monday.
This is a Sealy Posturepedic Queen Pillow Top. At Evans, it's specially priced only $6.99. Okay, I know you can find cheaper sets of bedding, so what makes this Sealy so much better than those? First, it has 660 14-gauge coils, more than standard. Second, the exclusive EverEdge for long edge life. And the damask cover is over a blend of silk and wool for warmth in the winter and cool in the summer. All this, $6.99. Plus, Evans will deliver it the next day for free. We have the best value at the best price, only at Evans.
The cost of having fun just went down. Thanks to Galaxy, you'll never find a better time to save on pool tables, foosball tables, pinball machines, video games, jukeboxes, game tables, slot machines, bar stools, spas, and tanning beds. Galaxy is making deals, and that means you save on everything in the store at your game room designer. Everything it takes to turn your very own home into a party palace is on sale during Galaxy's massive clearance event. Easy financing, 90 days, same as cash. Galaxy Distributing, I-244 at Memorial and Admiral.
This is CNN.
Israel is certainly no stranger to terror. It is ordering its Mossad spy agency to track down those behind the Kenyan attacks. And there was a terror attack inside of Israel proper today. CNN Jerusalem Bureau Chief Mike Hanna watching events as they unfold. Mike?
Well, March, as you say, attacks on Israeli interests both outside the country and within. First set of attacks taking place in Kenya, in the port city of Mombasa, in the early hours of the morning. There at an Israeli-owned hotel filled with Israeli tourists, a group of suicide bombers drove a vehicle into the reception area of the hotel, detonating explosives. A number of people killed in that attack, among them at least 8 Kenyans, according to Kenyan police. And Israeli Foreign Ministry saying 3 Israelis were killed in that attack, including 2 young children. A large number of people were also wounded in that. At about the same time, in what appears to be a coordinated attack, a missile or 2 missiles were fired at an Israeli charter aircraft as it flew above Mombasa. The pilot of the aircraft said he became aware of a buffeting feeling as the missiles passed the plane. However, the pilot managed to take the plane safely back to Tel Aviv. All some 250 passengers aboard landing safely at Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport. And then in the afternoon, a serious terror attack in the north of Israel, in the northern Jordan Valley in the town of Beit Shean. There, Palestinian gunmen opened fire on Israelis at the town's central bus station. At least 4 Israelis were killed, according to Israeli police. A large number were wounded, more than 20 at the latest count. And of these, more than 10 are said to be in a very serious condition. Israeli police say that 2 Palestinian gunmen were shot and killed on the scene. They were shot by soldiers who were in the vicinity of that attack. Within the course of the afternoon, too, Ariel Sharon meeting with the security advisors to discuss the attacks in Kenya and in Kenya's air. The decision out of that at this stage to gather as much information as possible. Mossad has been tasked with gathering this information to find out exactly who was behind the attacks, who carried them out, and then to determine what to do in the wake of that. Marty?
Mike, we understand that the Prime Minister is going to hold a news conference or be speaking shortly. Any idea what it is he may say or talk about besides, obviously, the terror attacks?
Well, indeed, yes. It's been a very serious and tragic day for Israelis. The Israeli Prime Minister, as you say, is scheduled to hold a news conference within the next hour, within the next few minutes. It was originally scheduled for. One must remember today as well is that the Prime Minister is one of the contenders in a democratic process that has been going on. Today is the primaries for the Likud party. Ariel Sharon, the one contender for the leadership of that party. The other contender, his foreign minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who's also been obviously deeply involved in the events as they have gone through the day. The Israeli government saying that these primaries are going ahead. The vote will be counted. It will be decided in the course of the evening whether Sharon or Benjamin Netanyahu will lead the Likud party into the elections that are due to take place in Israel in the end of January. The Israeli government saying that to think about postponing or cancelling this Likud primary would in effect be giving way to the acts of those intent on waging a terror campaign against Israelis. Marty?
Mike Hanna in Jerusalem, our Jerusalem Bureau Chief, will be staying in close communication with you. Thanks very much. Again, a reminder, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon expected to hold a news conference shortly. Of course, we will bring that to you. We want to show you some video now that we have just got in here to CNN. It is from outside Mombasa. These are believed to be the rocket launchers that were used to carry out the attempted shoot-down of an Israeli passenger jetliner. 2 missiles fired. Both missiles missed, fortunately. But we understand it was a very near miss. Those are believed to be Strela rocket launchers or SAM-7s. They're a shoulder-launched missile that's used against aircraft. Again, these are the missile launchers apparently abandoned by whoever fired them in a field near the airport where that Israeli jetliner was taking off. Again, those missiles missed. Now the latest from Iraq. United Weapons inspectors once again found out for a second day of searches, one stop, an old animal vaccine factory that was once shut down for churning out biological weapons. CNN's Nick Robertson is in Baghdad. He has the latest on today's search. Nick?
Marty, some interesting details from the inspectors who went to that animal vaccine facility. Now, they say in 1996, some of the equipment there was destroyed. This was equipment that the Iraqis had declared to be part of their biological weapons program. Botulinum toxin production fermenters were destroyed. Now, the inspector said that what had happened then in 1996, everything the Iraqis had declared at that site to be part of their program had been destroyed. However, there were other fermenters, other pieces of equipment that they said could be dual-use equipment that Iraqi authorities didn't declare. The UN didn't destroy them, but they put tags on them. When this team went back today, they found that some of that equipment was missing. Now, this is what they say has been important about this mission of going back to previously visited sites to see what has been happening there. They demanded of the director of the site, what has happened to this equipment? It's on our inventory. Where is it? The director told them that it was at a facility on the north side of Baghdad, and the inspectors say they were immediately allowed to go to that other facility. At that facility, they found the equipment they were looking for. So this is the cooperation the inspectors have been looking for, but this is exactly, they say, the type of job that they're involved in right now is tracking down all those pieces of inventory, all those things that the UN weapons inspectors in the 1990s have been observing, finding out where they are and what they're being used for, Marty.
Nick, as I watched your reports from yesterday and that initial mission, talking about the weapons inspectors possibly getting lost, and I'm wondering about the awkwardness for them in asking for directions because they don't want to give away where they're going.
That is a problem. Now, one would expect, as with any stranger to a city, to run into problems on the first day or so getting out and about. But unlike you and I, when we're lost in a city, we're not going to, we can stop and ask for directions. They can't. They are making surprise, unannounced visits. And if they stop and say, hey, where's so-and-so, pretty quickly everyone's going to know where they're headed. That's not an option, and that was one of the problems they faced yesterday. Today, they didn't seem to have that same type of problem, but potentially could happen again.
Well, not to make light of it, but it is a wonderful sort of human insight into the very serious job they have at hand. Nick Robertson, live in Baghdad, we thank you. When you're away from your television this Thanksgiving holiday but want to stay up to the minute on all the latest news, well, visit our continually updated website. The address is CNN.com. The AOL keyword is CNN. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a minute. Keep in mind, we are waiting for that news conference out of Israel from Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. Don't go far away.
Introducing Philips' new line of flat TVs, now with 5 sizes to choose from. Extra, extra large to medium to small. There's a perfect size for any room. And now with no interest financing. I think we made our point. Come see how they stack up for you from 50 inches to 15. With no interest financing for 18 months, available now at Best Buy, Hi-Fi Buys, and Tweeter.
It's getting better, a little better, all the time.
Jesse and I have built a lifetime together. We're each other's whole world. You just never know what high cholesterol and heart disease really mean until someone you love has a heart attack. You see, diet and exercise didn't lower his cholesterol enough. So as he was recovering, we asked the doctor about adding Zocor.
Zocor is a prescription medicine and is not for everyone, including women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant, or people with liver problems. Your doctor may do blood tests to check for liver problems.
Our doctor told us Zocor, along with diet, could significantly lower his cholesterol.
And it's working.
And Zocor is proven to reduce the risk of a heart attack in people with high cholesterol and heart disease.
Because serious side effects can result, tell your doctor about any muscle pain or weakness you experience and about any medicines you are taking.
Oh, Jesse.
I know. I love you too.
Ask your doctor about Zocor. It's your future. Be there.
Let's stay together.
You finally on your own. Hey, hello, you're on my mind, don't you know?
When you can
can stay connected, yet be free, that's M Life from AT&T Wireless. Plans to keep you connected start at $19.99 a month.
The morning is cold, but the meals are hot. At Atlanta's Turner Field, more than 30,000 people are expected to file through the baseball stadium for the annual Hosea Williams Feed the Hungry program. The tradition has lived on despite the death 2 years ago. The civil rights activist who founded the annual meal for the hungry and homeless. The feast today includes 700 turkeys and all the trimmings, including nearly 100 gallons of gravy. Speaking of gravy, Orlin Sidney joins us now. Let's check the weather to see if it is a good bowl of gravy out there for everyone and Thanksgiving, Orlin.
I think so. I think it's going to be a great day. There are only a couple of trouble spots to talk about. One of them's in the Great Lakes, the other across South Texas. Otherwise, going to be cool to cold and windy across the nation. Still looking at Santa Ana winds across Southern California. Temperatures will be in the 70s and 80s today. Cold front system pulling down through the plains. That will be an influence in the Great Lakes tomorrow. For today, you've got plenty of snowfall, especially around Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Still some snow advisories in effect here and also across the upper peninsula of Michigan. Going to go downhill tomorrow, though, believe it or not. You could see up to a foot of snow across the upper peninsula as we go on into Saturday. I'll show you that in a moment. Right now, I'll show you some temperatures from Toronto at 30 degrees. Montreal right now 21 degrees. It is chilly across all of the Northeast. This is really the coldest air across the nation. Still some chilly air in the plains, but you're going to warm up to 59 degrees at Billings. Denver gets to 50 today, and it's going to stay cold right around the lakes. Look at the south, though. Dallas, 74 degrees by tomorrow, so look for about a 20-degree temperature warm up in the plain states going on into Friday. And here's your Friday forecast map. There's that low pressure system I was talking about moving into the Great Lakes. Air's going to be cold behind it, very windy. Wind chill advisories I expect tomorrow for places like Minneapolis, Chicago, maybe even Indianapolis. Ahead of this, though, that's where it gets to be windy with snowfall. That's going to be lake snow. Some of it may work its way on into central New York, Binghamton, maybe even down to Pittsburgh. Look at the rest of the country. Gorgeous weather. High pressure dominating much of the west. The high pressure that caused the Santa Anas moves off to the southeast. You'll see the winds relax across the west, but then the rain kicks in. You'll see some showers as a low pressure system pulls in off the coast into California. High temperatures, there's Dallas, 70 degrees, 68 at Houston, New Orleans. Can't beat this, 63 degrees and sunny. Going to be warming up just about everywhere. Going to be still chilly, though, across much of the Great Lakes. Marty?
Orlin, it looks like a good day. Thanks very much. We appreciate that. Still to come from this side, or actually from the story we've been following all day, and that is from outside the ruins of the Paradise Hotel. Witnesses talk about the attack, what they saw, what they heard. Stay here.
This Friday, Zales is opening early with an extra $100 to $300 savings from 8 to 10 a.m. Like these $4.99 half-carat diamond earrings, now just $2.49. At Zales, the diamond store.
Hey, hello. Now that you're finally on your own. Hey, hello. You're on my mind, don't you know?
When you can stay connected, yet be free, that's M Life from AT&T Wireless. Plans to keep you connected start at $19.99 a month.
Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. Well, I'm the one that makes computer learning quick and easy with these CD-ROM lessons from Video Professor. You know, I've always said that if I could just get a room full of people to sit down and try my product, they'd be so impressed. They'd never bother with expensive classes again or these big, thick, confusing manuals. You know, when I developed our first learning lesson 14 years ago, the goal was very simple. It was to make the lessons quick, easy, and most of all, simple for anyone to learn with. The CD plays like a video on your computer screen. Just follow the on-screen instruction. If you need to see something again, rewind it. If you need to take a break, pause it. It's so simple. Here, look at all these options you can choose in any computer program. Now, you could try to find out what those commands do with this book, or you can just follow along with our CD as we show you step by step what they do. For instance, I'll get you started on computers with my Learning Windows CD. My Internet CD will show you how to surf the web and send and receive email. Use my Word CD to create great-looking documents, or try my Quicken tutorial to put your finances in order. I'm so sure my product will work for you. I want you to try one of my lessons for free, because I know that once you do, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs. You just pay a small shipping and handling. You will positively learn to operate your computer using my foolproof learning.
As promised, we want to take you now to a news conference that's taking place in Israel following the terror attacks. A government official speaking right now. Let's listen.
I wish to express my condolences to the families who have lost their dear ones, and I wish to express my wishes for a speedy recovery to those who've been injured, and I wish to say to the State of Israel that as soon as I found out about the murderous attack in Kenya, I made an offer to send any help that was required, and the citizens of Israel should know that anywhere where Israeli citizens' lives are in danger, the Israel Defense Forces and the security forces will come to help, to rescue and to assist. At the moment, there are IDF planes prepared to take off in order to bring back those who've been injured and also those who've been killed, and to help family members, providing medical and any other assistance required. In the last 2 weeks, we have seen an upsurge in attempts to carry out acts of terrorism and waves of terrorism directed at the State of Israel. Our evaluations are that these waves of terrorism are designed to impede the expression of democracy here in Israel. The Israel Defense Forces, the General Security Service, and the Israel Police made major efforts, and just in the last week we have prevented and foiled 15 attacks which were to be directed at Israeli citizens. Over 400 terrorist activists have been arrested in just the last few days. From this podium, I wish to express my full support to the members of the Israel Defense Forces, of the General Security Services, and the Israel Police, and thank them for all their valiant and unflagging efforts. And I wish to say to them and to our enemies that terrorism will not win in any shape or form. It will not prevail, and it will not manage to overcome Israeli citizens. The ability of Israeli citizens to stand fast for more than 2 years now in the face of this murderous form of terrorism shows our national strength and our ability to resist a very high level of steadfastness. If anyone had any doubt that the State of Israel mightn't manage to face up to and face off those who kill children, there is no such doubt at all. We mustn't under any circumstances ever allow our spirits to flag. We must be strong and unflagging even in this difficult time. We must continue with our lives, and we must use everything at our disposal to combat terrorism. I very much hope that as a result of the great spirit of Israel's citizens and the excellent abilities of the Israel Defense Forces, we will manage to stand fast, and we will not allow terrorism to prevail. And again, I wish to send my condolences to the bereaved families who've lost family members today, and I wish to say to those who've been injured that I hope they will make a speedy recovery. We must remember that we will prevail. Now the Prime Minister. First of all, I wish to express my condolences to the families of those killed this morning in the terrorist attack in Kenya. and the attack this evening in Bet She'an here in Israel. And also send my best wishes for a speedy recovery to those who are in the various hospitals in Israel and overseas. I do know some of those who've been injured myself personally. The state of Israel today is facing a wave of murderous terrorism. Terror doesn't look for reasons to attack Jews. The terrorists have chosen as their goal to kill women, babies, children, old people, and young people alike, simply because they are Jews. But today, terrorism has a further goal. The goal of Arab terror today is to influence the Israeli electoral campaign and our very democratic system. Citizens of Israel, terror will not dictate the agenda of the state of Israel. We are combating terror, terrorists, those who help them, those who dispatch them. We do this everywhere, all the time. We will not stop combating terrorism, and we will hit hard those who try to, and sometimes unfortunately manage to hurt us. Hundreds and thousands of citizens today are exercising their democratic rights. Terror is trying to frighten them and keep them at home, to ruin our lives. I call to hundreds of thousands as follows. It doesn't matter who you support. Don't allow terror to frighten you. Don't allow terror to impact. Go and vote. Go and vote. Thank you.
אפשר בבקשה? אדוני ראש הממשלה, ברשותך, כשאתה אומר שהטרור מנסה להשפיע על מערכת הבחירות הדמוקרטית בישראל, אתה יכול לבאר בדיוק או לפרט לנו בדיוק למה אתה מתכוון, וגם כן אתה קורא למאות אלפי המתפקדים של הליכוד ללכת להצביע, איך אתה יכול להרגיע אותם, שלא יפקוד אותם אירוע קשה בדרכם לקלפי.
How can you reassure them that they won't be attacked on the way to polling stations? Well, we have clear proof that the Palestinians and the terrorist organizations and also the Palestinian Authority, as well as Arab states, want to interfere in the democratic process, in the election process here. Terrorism is one of the instruments of doing so. I call upon every single Israeli citizen who should be voting today, the registered Likud voters, to go and vote. And I want to say that in addition to the promise already made, this evening, additional security arrangements have been made by the Israel police, and again I call upon Israeli citizens, go and vote. Prime Minister, why today, after these two attacks, have you chosen to call a press conference? In the past, after major terrorist attacks with far more casualties, you said facts would speak for themselves, but today you've chosen to have a press conference. And if you're talking to the voters now, why didn't you agree to sit with your rival Benjamin Netanyahu and have a debate? An hour ago, I instructed the foreign minister to take action in respect of the ambassadors. I instructed him to convene the ambassadors, and I asked him to immediately put into action all our diplomatic authorities, all of our representations throughout the world, to explain and again outline and present the loathsome activities of these Arab terrorist organizations. Now, as for This other point, I've already referred to this. We must not allow the murderers to ruin our lives. This is the reason why I called the press corps and asked you to come here to make it quite clear that one must not allow these murderers to ruin our lives. I would also like to point out how many attacks have been foiled in the last 2 weeks. And in this connection, I'd like to thank all of the security forces who are waging this incessant war on terror. Another question? Will Israel's policy change vis-a-vis or in the light of these attacks, and will Arafat be expelled? The state of Israel is combating terror indefatigably. It's finding all sorts of ways of dealing with it, and the entire security system is having great success. Unfortunately, we are not 100% successful. We will continue to act in whatever way seems to us to be suitable and appropriate in order to eradicate terror. Prime Minister, do you intend to invite the Labour Party ministers or members and report to them as to what the minister intends to do? Well, you know, Mr. Schäfer, it is my custom to update the head of the opposition on a routine, permanent basis, and in particular when major events have taken place, and this will be done. Not saying it will be done today, but it will be done very quickly, and perhaps even as soon as tomorrow. A question to the Air Force commander and the Defense Minister. Does the Air Force have capacity, does it have civilian planes or do civilian planes have the ability to deal with such anti-aircraft missiles? Technically speaking, there is such a capacity. It's not installed in most passenger planes, but if the owners of the plane takes us a decision, then there can be such anti-missile facilities installed. As far as I know, most passenger aircraft do not have anti-missile facilities. As far as you're concerned, firing at a civilian airline, is that cranking the level of activity up a bit further? Because the security services tended to think, I believe, that everything that was going to be tried had already been tried. I think that having terrorist organizations shooting at and using missiles against planes is a new stage. Instructions were given today to check out the measures needed in order to reduce this threat. We have to think about this, but also so does every single country in the world. They have to think about the possibility of having terrorist organizations using missiles and weapons against civil aircraft, and this is a new tactic, and that crosses both ethical and territorial borders. Question in English. What proof do you have as to Palestinian intervention, involvement?
We don't have any thought whatsoever to cancel the elections. The elections are a democratic process here. The only thing I called this evening that all the members of the Likud party, disregarding what did happen, will go out now, come and vote. That's what I asked them to do. I mean, I don't think that you need any more indications. First of all, they talk about that.
מבקשת פירוט נוסף לגבי המעורבות, ואין צורך יותר
that they have an intention to interfere in our democratic life and to influence the elections.
ובכן, ראש הממשלה חוזר למעשה על הדברים שהוא אמר בשפה העברית, הוא אומר זאת לכתבים זרים, יש להם כוונה להתערב בהליכים הדמוקרטיים ולהשפיע עליהם.
קיימנו היום
Today,
דיון.
we had a discussion. There have been situation meetings held by the defense minister. We've had meetings with the foreign minister and the defense minister this afternoon. Evaluations have been held with regard to the situation. As far as steps which must be taken are concerned, and these steps are being taken, the security system underneath the defense minister is coordinating every single step, which obviously involves all sorts of bodies and circles. Another question. What is the Air Force doing? Planes left? Can you give me specifics? I can't give you specific information as to the number of planes. I have to remind you these planes have to take off and get to where the terrorist attack took place, but we certainly are making sure that these planes will reach there in safety. As I've said, it's the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister who are responsible for giving information of a specific nature with regard to the number of such planes and so on. What do you mean when you say that the Palestinians are trying to influence our elections? I'm trying to get a more specific, more detailed answer about this. I don't want, said the Prime Minister, to go into interpretations. I think this is an area where you're far better at it than we are. But these events, the publications that are given and so on, well, I can add that there is additional information available to the effect that they are interested in, or they want to affect our democratic process, our elections, relative to which government would be better for them, as it were. Another question. You said several times that you look with concern. I'm sorry, transmission has been interrupted.
As you've seen, the transmission interrupted there. We were listening to a news conference by Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. Prior to him, there was the Israeli Defense Minister, Shaul Mofaz. And he was saying that planes on the part of Israel are being sent down to Kenya there to help evacuate the wounded and also those that have been killed in the attack. He said that in the last 2 weeks there have been an upsurge of attempted terror attacks designed to impede the election process. And that is a statement that was also repeated by the Prime Minister Ariel Sharon. He said that Israel is facing a wave of murderous terrorism designed to influence the democratic election process going on. Andrea Koppel joining us from the State Department right now. Let's bring you in, having listened to this, but also we're intrigued by what the State Department is saying regarding these attacks.
Well, the primary question here, Marty, at the State Department at this hour is who, in fact, was behind today's attacks in Mombasa. There are a number of theories that are circulating here. Among them, could this be Hezbollah, a Palestinian rejectionist group, or could this be Al-Qaeda, or perhaps even Al-Qaeda working in conjunction with these rejectionist group? This, according to one senior source I spoke to, has some potentially serious and alarming consequences if, in fact, you have Al-Qaeda expanding its operations, its attacks to include and basically try to bring in the Arab-Israeli conflict into its terrorist war with the United States. Secondly, what is also troubling is the fact that if this is a Palestinian rejectionist group or Hezbollah, they are now expanding their operation, their intifada against the state of Israel beyond Israel's borders, beyond the Palestinian territories. So they're trying to figure out, as is Israel, as is the government of Kenya, who was behind this attack so that they can then tweak and adjust their strategy. Now, having said that, here at the State Department, I just spoke with a senior source a few moments ago who told me that there has been a decision taken not to adjust the worldwide travel warning that's been in effect now really for the last 2 years and has been adjusted depending upon various attacks. They've decided they will not update the travel warning. They feel that it's strong enough as it stands. But what they are doing, Marty, is they're planning to send a couple of their foreign nationals who are involved in investigative work to the scene of this morning's attack in Mombasa, and hopefully they will then work in conjunction with the Israeli government and with the Kenyan government. They've also offered, as John King has reported, to send FBI officials, FBI investigators, but so far Israel and Kenya have not asked for that.
And Andrea, with all of this stepped-up violence in the Middle East, especially there in Israel, with the elections upcoming, what does it mean for the U.S. efforts on the peace process there?
Well, as everyone knows, the peace process is basically on ice right now. There are plans to hold what's known as a quartet meeting. This is the United States, the European Union, the UN, and Russia here in Washington on December 20th. The State Department plans to roll out its roadmap for peace to try to eventually bring about a Palestinian state in 3 years' time and try to end the violence and the terrorist attacks against the Israeli people. But having said that, we've just heard Prime Minister Sharon talking about today's Likud party primaries. There's going to be a new election in Israel sometime at the end, I believe January 28th. So between now and then, the general consensus among State Department officials I've spoken to, among diplomats I've spoken to, is that there isn't really going to be and can't be any significant progress on the peace process, irrespective of today's attack, until there have been those elections in Israel. And by the way, there are also supposed to be elections that were held among the Palestinian Authority for new leadership, or at least for the Palestinian people to choose who they want to be their leader.
Andrea Koppel of the State Department, thank you very much. We'll take a break now. We want to remind you, though, you can always stay in close communication by way of the CNN website. That is CNN.com, updated continuously.
A 21st century man living an 18th century lifestyle, yet he has plenty to be thankful for. Connie introduces you to the ultimate survivor. CNN Tonight, 8 Eastern.
Looking for that one outfit that inspires you? One perfect home accessory? Or just looking to have one of those days? It's all in one place, Woodland Hills Mall, where you can always find more than one reason to shop. The unique collection of stores at Woodland Hills Mall. Together, they're one of a kind, just like you.
Time to have fun. Come to Galaxy Distributing today. Relax in your home with a Caldera Spa from Galaxy. The calming comfort of a Caldera Spa, the world's largest manufacturer of spas, is easily within reach, with spas starting at just $1,595. Galaxy is your one stop for your home game room needs, with personal home tables starting at $249. Why not tan at home with your own personal tanning bed for as little as $35 a month? Serving Oklahoma for 27 years. Galaxy Distributing, 7813 East Admiral Place, located on Admiral, 1 block west of Memorial.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Back now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program, and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
Did I get any mail today?
Yes, your cell phone bill came today.
Uh-oh.
Oh! Honey?
Dad? Experiencing cell phone bill shock? Come to CallNet and switch to Cricket. Get 500 minutes of anytime U.S. long distance and unlimited local calling with any handset you buy. Pay only $39.99 per month plus tax and get the comfort of knowing what your next cell phone bill will be. CallNet has the tightest selection of wireless accessories. CallNet, 802 East Pine, call 858-0263. CallNet is a Cricket authorized dealer.
This is CNN.
My new baby's name is Max. He's waking up about now. My business partner's name is Joe.
This has everything you're looking for. It has
I see him more than I see Max. It's also my birthday. And I wouldn't mind working from home today.
I'ma be alright. I'ma keep on dancing. I'ma keep the champagne all to myself. I'ma be alright. I'ma keep on moving.
Gateway, a better way.
Let's get a pleasant diversion from what has been difficult news of the day. For that, we turn to Orland, Sydney, and the weather.
Thanks a lot. Isn't it nice for the weather to be really pleasant for once? Hard to find any advisories across the nation. In fact, the only advisories I've seen, high wind warnings for California and some lake effect snow warnings and winter storm warnings for parts of the Great Lakes, of course. Otherwise, high pressure, big cold front moved off the coast yesterday. The only place the front really not making an influence besides the west is in central and southern Florida. Your temperatures there today should be in the 70s. You'll probably be close to 80 degrees out to the west. Here's the only snow on the map right around the Great Lakes. We've got winds coming in from the northwest across Lake Superior, northern portions of Michigan, the Upper Peninsula, and continuing through Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Both of those locations have snow. Some of this area, though, tomorrow could see pretty good influence from another cold front coming through, and over the weekend you do have winter storm warnings in effect. You could see up to a foot of snow across the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Take a look at the temperatures. Here's a cold spot and here's another one right in between. Temperatures fairly mild, 40s and 30s, but either side of that it is bone-chilling cold. 24 degrees in Chicago, Minneapolis at 23. Temperatures are in the 30s all the way out to Salt Lake City. Look at Phoenix starting out at 63 degrees, looking for a high today somewhere in the upper 70s. It's still going to be a fantastic day, except maybe for southern Texas. Showers might work into the Houston area, out eastward towards Lake Charles. Maybe also looking at some showers around San Antonio. Otherwise, try to find a bad spot. You're going to see a cold front now. It's going to start pulling down from Canada and move its way into the upper Mississippi Valley for Friday. Big shopping day tomorrow. Going to be a big mess in places like maybe Pittsburgh. Buffalo will probably see some more snow. Cold and windy behind that, but mild for the rest of the nation. Showers move into Southern California and maybe even up towards Las Vegas. High temperature today in Los Angeles, 80 degrees, 44 in Salt Lake City, warming in the plains to the 70s on Friday. Marty?
Orland, thanks very much for the beautiful weather. You have a great Thanksgiving.
You too.
Thank you. We want to remind you, give you a heads up. Don't forget, from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock Eastern Time, Wolf Blitzer will have his special report focusing on the terror attacks of today. Again, 5 to 7 Eastern Time, Wolf Blitzer's special report. Also, we will continue to have a lot more live coverage and update you on these terror attacks, beginning right after these breaks.
Surrender your heart to the legendary Barbra Streisand with Barbra Streisand Duets. The first ever collection of 19 of her best-loved musical collaborations, now on one incredible CD. Celine Dion, Frank Sinatra,
The least notion.
Judy Garland, Neil Diamond, and many more. Call now and receive this special limited edition lithograph free with your order. Experience the passion of Barbra Streisand Duets.
To order Barbra Streisand Duets and receive your free lithograph, call the number on your screen. Rush delivery available. Call now.
There is no doubt in my mind that Al-Qaeda are behind this attack, because we have no problem in our country. We have no domestic problem. We have no terrorists in our country.
Today they fire missiles at Israeli planes. Tomorrow they'll fire missiles at US planes, British planes, planes from every state and state.
Terror attacks against Israelis, bombs exploding Kenya, and at an Israeli-owned hotel. 13 are dead, scores wounded. At about the same time and in the same city, missiles buzz an Israeli chartered plane just seconds after takeoff. The plane flies on safely to Tel Aviv. Hours later, northern Israel. Palestinian gunmen open fire on civilians. At least 4 Israelis are killed. 2 gunmen shot dead by security forces. I'm Martin Savage at CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. Wolf Blitzer is off today. It's good to be with you. We have extensive coverage this hour of today's breaking news, the terrorist attacks on Israelis, and then the latest on the showdown with Iraq. The Israelis are saying that the terror attacks today are part of a global war, the same war faced by America as it enters a season that is meant as a time of peace and for giving of thanks. We'll begin our coverage in Mombasa, Kenya, with CNN's Catherine Bond. She's joining us by video phone from outside where the terror attack began. Catherine?
Senior Red Cross officials here confirming that 13 people died in this attack, which occurred this morning at about 8:30 local time, when a car containing 3 occupants drove to the gate of the hotel, was turned back by hotel security, and then rammed the barrier, driving right to the front of the reception and exploding. That explosion killing the 3 occupants of the car and at least 13 people at this hotel. They have wounded as many as 26 others. At least 9 of the wounded, at least 9 of the dead are said to be Kenyan, and at least 3 of them Israeli, including 2 boys from the same family. We're told by Kenyan police that this appears to have been a time bomb. The car was perhaps packed with plastic explosives. They say that they feel that was the nature of the bomb by the evidence of shattering caused by the blast. The bomb caused a crater in front of their hotel and sent parts of the vehicle as far as 50 yards away. It also scattered the bodies of the suicide attackers, and police say they have found some body parts whilst they've been looking for forensic evidence. Martin?
Catherine, what's the word on arrests? Are there people in custody over this?
We've talked to a number of Kenyan government officials here and Kenyan police, and they have not confirmed arrests. What they've said is that 2 people are being held in connection or on suspicion of having some information about these attacks, but they've sort of characterized that rather differently than arresting 2 suspects who they know to be linked to the attacks. They tend to say that 2 people are being held for questioning, and that's a different thing in their eyes. Martin?
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Catherine Bond outside the Paradise Hotel, the scene of that terror attack against Israelis and others today. As we said, the attack on the Israeli charter occurred seconds after takeoff. Now, this is a second attempt that was made on the aircraft besides the hotel bombing. And the plane flew on without further incident to its destination in Tel Aviv. There, the pilot described what had happened back in Kenya to CNN's Matthew Chance.
Right after takeoff from Mombasa, as we were retracting the landing gear, we felt some bump which we had no idea at the time. It was a very small bump. We had no idea at the time what it was. And right after that, we saw 2 white stripes passing us by on the left side, from the back of the airplane towards the front, which disappeared after a few seconds. That's all there was.
And we recently received this video of what is said to be the rocket launchers that were used in today's attack. The Israelis have said the missiles were probably Soviet-made SA-7s. That type of weapon is known to have been used in the past by Al-Qaeda. But as one source puts it, the weapon is so widely available in certain parts of the world that you could almost find it at a supermarket. It is a shoulder-launched weaponry system. Now, the attack, northern Israel. Whether coincidence or not, it happened on a very important election day. As we said, 4 Israelis were killed and 24 were wounded. CNN's Mike Hanna standing by in Jerusalem to give us the very latest on this. Mike.
Well, Marty, confirmation from the Israeli police now that 5 Israelis were killed on that Palestinian gun attack in northern Israel in the town of Beit Shean. According to police, a Palestinian gunman opened fire on a group of Israelis near the town's central bus station. 5 Israelis killed, as I said, well over 20 wounded. Hospital spokesmen in the area say that a number of these, more than 10, are in a serious condition. 2 Palestinian gunmen were shot and killed on the scene by soldiers who were in the vicinity. A 3rd Palestinian gunman, initially there were reports that he had managed to escape, but a search is continuing in that particular area. Now, this attack came along with those attacks in Kenya and in the skies above Kenya, came as Israel's Likud party was holding its primaries. In this, the members of the Likud party, the hundreds of thousands of them, go to the polls to choose who will be their leader when the party goes in and contests elections due to take place in Israel in January. The contenders in this primary race the Prime Minister Ariel Sharon and his Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, two men who've been deeply involved in dealing with the events in the course of the day. And the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has, within the last hour, held a news conference at which, flanked by his Minister of Defense and the head of his Air Force, he made clear his belief that these terror attacks are aimed at disrupting the democratic process in Israel. Ariel Sharon's message to the members of Likud: go and vote. He repeated this incantation a number of times, saying, go and vote, go and vote. His belief and his expression at the news conference that the attempt was to undermine the democratic process. This is what the Israeli Prime Minister had to say.
Attack Jews. The terrorists have chosen as their goal to kill women, babies, children, old people, and young people alike, simply because they are Jews. But today, terrorism has a further goal. The goal of Arab terror today is to influence the Israeli electoral campaign and our very democratic system.
Well, that's our Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon addressing a news conference in the past hour. From this news conference, Ariel Sharon will be going to the Likud party gathering, where the members of the Likud party will be deciding who is the leader, voting being taking place in the course of the day. In fact, that attack in northern Israel happened very close to a Likud polling booth, of which there are more than 600 scattered throughout Israel. So on a day of violence, a day on which a number of Israeli civilians were killed in terror attacks, at the end of the day still, the democratic process continuing, insists the Israeli government. The Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon facing off against his Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to decide who will lead Likud's party's efforts in the Israeli election due to take place in January. Marty?
Mike Hanna, our Jerusalem bureau chief, thank you very much. Moving on now, President Bush had hoped that he would get a quiet Thanksgiving at his ranch in Crawford, Texas. But these attacks in Africa and Israel have intruded somewhat. CNN's John King joining us from there to tell us what's happening. John?
Marty, good afternoon to you from Crawford. The Bush White House saying that it is premature to speculate as to whether there is any al-Qaeda role in these attacks, but the United States government also saying it will assist in the investigations and would very much like to know if indeed there is an al-Qaeda link. Mr. Bush, as you noted on the ranch here in Crawford, Texas, he was briefed this morning by a traveling National Security Council aide on the attacks in Kenya and the later shooting in Israel. Mr. Bush, we are told, then picked up the phone to call Condoleezza Rice, his national security advisor, back in Washington to get even more information. Aides say the president will be updated throughout the day as necessary. A White House spokesman, Gordon Jandro, telling CNN, quote, obviously the United States government deplores this violence and we stand ready to assist the governments of Kenya and Israel as they investigate these attacks. Mr. Jandro saying the United States not ruling anything in or out when it comes to a possible al-Qaeda link. And Marty, this comes at a time U.S. officials had been voicing concerns about the threat, the prospect of escalating violence in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Obviously, the administration would like détente in that violence, if you will, would prefer peace talks, although none are in sight at a time when there is the possibility of a military confrontation with Iraq. U.S. officials say they had feared that extremist groups would try to incite more violence to foment anti-Israeli and anti-American sentiment in the region. Mr. Bush again at the ranch for Thanksgiving. If we hear anything more from him, we will certainly bring it to you. Marty?
We'll stay in touch. John King live in Crawford, Texas. Thanks. More reaction now from the U.S. government, and for that we turn to CNN's Andrea Koppel. She's at the State Department. Andrea?
Martin, State Department officials echoing what we're hearing from the White House, and that is that they are saddened by the loss of life today in Kenya. I can tell you that the State Department has decided that it will not update the worldwide travel warning that is out there, alerting Americans to various potentials for attacks. They're saying that the existing worldwide caution is strong enough. Americans just need to be on alert, obviously, and aware of what's going on if they decide that they're going to travel overseas. Now, having said that, the State Department has decided to have its embassy in Nairobi, Kenya, dispatch a couple of investigators. These, I'm told, are Kenyans who work for the U.S. government, to go to Mombasa to help the Israeli government and the Kenyan government in their investigation as to what happened. There is no clue really here at the State Department as to who was responsible. That is the big question. A number of concerns, among them being if this was an Al-Qaeda related attack, Al-Qaeda working with some other Palestinian rejectionist groups, for instance. This could be potentially damaging and worrisome because it would mean that the Arab-Israeli conflict is now brought into the Al-Qaeda war against the U.S. and its allies. Another concern that's out there is if this was a Palestinian rejectionist group or Hezbollah, for instance, that would mean that they've taken their attacks, the intifada, if you will, against Israel abroad, and that they are now including Israelis overseas. So there's a lot of speculation out there. I'm told by senior officials here that they're poring over existing intelligence to see perhaps if there was some clue in there that today's attacks were in the works. They're also, of course, working with other governments to try to discern who was behind the attack, Marty.
There is probably no shortage, Andrea, of potential suspect groups in this matter. Thank you very much for joining us from the State Department. We want to bring in now on the phone with us from Tel Aviv is Sharon Health. She was one of the passengers aboard Flight 582 from Kenya to Israel. That is the flight that was fired upon, fortunately missed by the missiles. We want to say welcome to you, Ms. Health. We are glad that you are safe. Can you tell us about what happened on board that flight?
Well, when we took off, we all heard a strange noise. No one knew what it was. The plane shaked a little bit, and the plane took off. The pilot told us that perhaps it was a mechanical problem, but there was nothing to worry about, and that we would continue as usual. So, I mean, everyone thought it was a bit strange, the noises at the beginning, but the flight continued as usual. And then
what was the first sign of trouble then? When did you know something was really serious?
40 minutes before we were supposed to land, just as we were about to enter Israel, about 10 minutes before we entered Israel, they told us that there had been this terrorist attack in the hotel that we had left in Mombasa, and an attempted attack on the plane.
And what did you think at that moment? I mean, that's a tremendous amount of tragedy to take in all at once.
Yes. Well, the first thing I thought of my family and how worried they'd be about us, and then I don't know. It was very unreal. I couldn't actually believe that it was happening.
We see some pictures.
Very scary.
We see some pictures of Israeli fighter planes. This is a video that was taken from passengers on board your same flight. When did they come up and escort you, and what was that about?
Yeah, well, they came up when we reached Eilat. They came to to have a look and see if our plane had been damaged in any way, to make sure they would be safe for us to land. So they checked the wheels and the wings to make sure the plane hadn't been harmed, and then they escorted us to the airport.
What time did that flight leave from Mombasa, by the way?
7:40 a.m.
And the feeling on board the aircraft when you get back into Israeli airspace after being told, what was that like? We hear celebration from inside.
Yes, everyone. Everyone was singing. A lot of relief. It was a very good feeling to finally hit the ground and know that we were safe.
So there was no panic, there was no one crying or upset over this?
There wasn't any real panic, no, because I think people had a lot of faith in the Israeli army when they said that there was nothing wrong with the plane and that we shouldn't have any problems landing after they investigated it. I didn't really think anything terrible was going to happen. I knew that if they said that the plane hadn't been harmed, then it hadn't.
Would you be afraid to fly again in the future?
No.
All right. Well, we thank you very much. Sharon Health,
thank you.
Joining us from Tel Aviv. Again, glad you made it safe and sound. She was on board that Israeli airliner that was shot at by two air-to-ground or ground-to-air missiles. Fortunately, both those missiles missed. Moving on now, the pair of terror attacks against Israelis is a dangerous escalation, and it's raising questions and concerns about what may be Israel's next move. Joining us now from Jerusalem, Israeli Foreign Ministry spokesman Ron Prosor. Am I saying it correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct. Good evening.
Good evening to you, sir. what are the feelings now? Do you believe this is an orchestrated effort, as the Prime Minister has said, to derail or interfere with the election process?
Look, it's very obvious that what we saw in Mombasa this morning, and at a later stage, an hour ago in Beit Shean, a direct attack against our democratic values and system in an electorate campaign, shows that international terrorism does not stop neither in Tel Aviv nor Mombasa, New York, Paris or London. And we have to stand up and fight terrorism together, because if we don't do that, it will not allow us to basically use our human rights, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. It would try and eradicate every value that we hold dear.
How do you think these terror attacks are going to be perceived and, let's say, voted on by Israelis in the upcoming elections?
Look, I'm sorry to say, but those terror attacks have been part and parcel of Israel's reality day in and day out. We have mothers sending their children on buses in the morning, not knowing if they will see them in the evening. We have an Israeli society, a democracy, under challenge, under fire on a daily basis. This is not new to the Israeli public. It's important for, I think, the world to see that this does not stop in Israel. It's in Bali, it's in Mombasa. By the way, there are more Kenyans civilian killed than Israeli citizens in Mombasa. This is an international problem that if we don't stand up to it and fight it seriously together, we won't have a free minute as civilians in a free world.
Let me ask you this. Has the Israeli government been able to confirm or positively identify the type of weapon used against that airliner, the missiles?
This is under investigation at this stage, and what I heard in the media that this is SA-7 missiles are not confirmed by the Israeli government. But look what has happened. It doesn't make a difference what missile we're talking about. This is a first for a civilian aircraft to be shot at with 140 innocent passengers on a civilian aircraft on the way to Israel. This can happen to Arkia today, and tomorrow it's British Airways, it's TWA, it's Lufthansa, and any other civilian aviation. We started with hijacking planes here in the 70s, and look, we have reached missiles on civilian airplanes. This is a real escalation, and we know terror is not an invisible enemy. We know where they are, and we should stand up together, use the resources in order to really hit the terrorists and the organizations that finance them and the countries that harbor them. Without doing that, we won't be able to live peacefully together.
Is there a warning going out from the Israeli government to Israeli citizens now in Kenya to leave?
Look, at this stage, before coming here, I was on the line with our operations center to our representative in Mombasa, who told me that, who passed from one hospital to the other, and told me that the 15 Israeli civilians who were injured are capable to fly back home. There's another Kenyan civilian who would be flown directly to Israel, because only in Israeli hospitals would be able to save his life. This is a serious situation out there, and I think many Israelis feel that they would like to be with their dear ones, with their relatives back home. I'm sorry, but this was a ski resort. This was a place where people go on holiday and vacation. And it's in Mombasa, it's in the heart of Africa today, and we know that terror could be found in every other part and every continent in the world. And it's a wake-up call for all of us to stand up seriously, like President Bush said, and fight terrorism and the countries that harbor it. We just don't have any choice.
Mr. Prosser, thank you very much for joining us today. That is Foreign Ministry spokesman Ron Prosser. Thank you, joining us from Israel. We appreciate it. When we come back, it was day 2 of weapons inspections in Iraq. How's it going on the ground? From our Nick Robertson, we'll get the latest on that. And then questions surrounding the qualifications of UN inspectors. We'll discuss that and more with our guest, the former chief weapons inspector for the UN. Stay here.
Every Sunday, without fail, the family gets together for dinner and a little wine. We have been doing it forever, and no one seems to tire of it. How could we, my Mario says to me. Sunday dinner and a little wine is how the family began.
Bolla Wines of Italy. Open up.
I printed and collated the color report that won the big account and got us into a larger office. And this is the respect I get? I need a hug.
Toshiba copiers make you look good.
CNN Tonight, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson. Intimate secrets of the President and former First Lady. Only on Larry Q Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
It's 25 days of animated classics, holiday movies, and much more. The 25 Days of Christmas, December 1st through the 25th on ABC Family Channel.
One horse open
The cost of having fun just went down. Thanks to Galaxy, you'll never find a better time to save on pool tables, foosball tables, pinball machines, video games, jukeboxes, game tables, slot machines, bar stools, spas, and tanning beds. Galaxy is making deals, and that means you save on everything in the store at your game room designer. Everything it takes to turn your very own home into a party palace is on sale during Galaxy's massive clearance event. Easy financing, 90 days, same as cash. Galaxy Distributing, I-244 at Memorial and Admiral.
This is CNN.
A factory on the outskirts of Baghdad targeted by weapons inspectors 6 years ago was the focus of the new team in town today. And again today, senior international correspondent for CNN, Nick Robertson, is following every move they make. He brings us an update now from Baghdad. Nick.
Marty, an interesting development on that former animal vaccine site that the inspectors went to today in the south of Baghdad. Now, one of the inspectors telling us in a briefing this evening that what they went there to see was some of the equipment. Now, in 1996, UN inspectors had been there and destroyed some fermentation equipment that Iraqi officials had said was part of their biological weapons program. UN inspectors believed it produced botulinum toxin, that is the most deadly of the biological warfare agents. Now, when they destroyed the equipment that the Iraqis had declared to be part of their weapons program, they left some other equipment that wasn't declared. The UN inspectors put tags on that equipment. When these inspectors went to that site today, that equipment that had been tagged back in 1996, that they declared dual-use equipment that they wanted to keep an eye on, it wasn't there. So the inspectors today asked the Iraqi officials at the site, where is it? We want to see it. The Iraqi officials told them that it was now at a facility on the north side of Baghdad. Those same UN inspectors went to that other facility, saw the equipment that they wanted to see. It cross-referenced with the data records that they had from the inspectors in 1996. They checked it off their list. That's an example of what the inspectors are doing, which is going back to those sites that had a lot of attention, a lot of focus from the previous teams to see what is happening to that dual-use equipment. Marty?
Nick Robertson live in Baghdad. Thanks very much. Of course, all eyes are on the inspections and those who are carrying them out, which poses some potential pitfalls and problems for that team. We want to know, do we have the best of the best? Did the UN send its finest inspectors? For that, we're going to get the expertise of Rolf Ekéus. I hope I'm saying that right, sir. He is a former leader of UN teams there. Thank you for joining us. Let me ask you, first of all, we're only 2 days into the process. It's early. But is it going well? Is it going the way you thought?
I think they have, the team has started in a very professional way, at least. So, but we are very early on the day, and we have probably to reserve our judgment still some weeks.
There has been something made of the qualifications of these team members, and did we really put on this team the best available? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, the resolution 1441 made very clear it should be qualified and experienced, and I think that's the key. It is the brain power, the science, and the weapons experience which should be telling. It is, however, weapons like chemical weapons are now rare weapons. There are, I would say, few countries having such weapons. Biological weapons are fortunately also quite exotic weapons. So the roster of people with weapons knowledge is very limited indeed, and I'm afraid that the UN has to recruit people with more marginal knowledge and try to now over a couple of years train them into the skills of weapons inspection.
But from what you know of the team we have now in place there or going in, do you think they are the best available?
There was a team Unscom had which was very experienced obviously, but I think that Hans Blix, the leader of UNMOVIC, has now tried to train a new team, which will go in with open eyes and using their best skills. So I think there is good hope they will do well.
How much does politics, where a person, an inspector is from, plays into this? And what I mean by that, obviously, is you want to have Arab members that are part of this team. You want to have members from, say, Europe and other places. There are no members, as far as I know, from the United States. Where is qualification and where is citizenry regard the decision process?
Well, when I was running these inspections for 6 years, I didn't bother about the nationality or geographic location. I went only for the capability and skills and only picked the best tops in the world, I would say. But that is almost by definition limited to major powers. I understand, however, the problem of UNMOVIC, Dr. Blix and Mr. El Baradei. They are under tremendous pressure to make the teams more UN conform by broadening the appeal of the team through having many nationalities on board. So that demands a lot of, and that's why also such emphasis has been put on training, preparation and education. But the resolution, as I said, that request doesn't talk about geographical distribution. It talks about qualification and experience. So that is obviously the most important. But can one then broaden it to a good, nice national mix? I think that's okay.
Well, we'll see how the team does and continue to monitor them. Thank you, Rolf Ekéus, former chairman of UNSCOM. Thank you for being with us today. Now we want to move on to spend more time at the story that was at the top of our show, the terrorist attacks in Kenya. We are now joined by Nancy Kirui in London, and she is Kenya's High Commissioner to Great Britain. We appreciate your time on this difficult day, Your Excellency. What is Kenya saying about who may be behind these attacks?
We are shocked and saddened today by what has happened. Unfortunately, it's still a bit early in the day for us to be able to point a finger at anybody, really. We do know that the bombers were of Arabic origin, but so far nothing has come up to indicate what group they come from.
There have been conflicting reports that there are arrests in Kenya or people who are being held for questioning. Can you clarify?
Yes, initially, earlier on in the day, we had heard that 2 people had been arrested. But as the day progressed, we are informed that there have been no arrests so far. And that is the latest information we have.
And is Kenya being used, as far as you know, your government knows, by Al-Qaeda as a staging area or a place to carry out attacks?
Well, the thing is, we don't know as yet whether it's Al-Qaeda. And one would not like to speculate at this early moment. Like I said before, they were of Arab origin. It could be anybody, really. You know, we had a similar incident in 1998 where we were bombed. 200 Kenyans lost their lives, 5,000 injured. And at that time, it was proven that it was Al-Qaeda. But I think it would be premature to assume that it's them who are involved in this now.
And would you accept outside help to help you with your investigation?
Yes, indeed. We have information that Israelis are already in the country to help with the investigation. And we have been working closely with the U.S. government over the last few months, you know, to step up security in the region. So yes, indeed, we welcome all assistance. And you know, the times we live in now, I think it's important that the international community collaborates and act together to try and stem this tide.
There is no doubt about that. Thank you, Your Excellency. Nancy Kirui in London.
Thank you very much.
She is Kenya's High Commissioner to Great Britain. Well, is war with Iraq inevitable? We'll debate that question coming up, and we'll take some of your email. Stay here.
I loaded our new MP3 player last night with all of her favorite songs.
Gateway PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Double oh my, it's Berry, Halle Berry. How she beat the odds to become one of Hollywood's leading ladies.
I love the woman to bits.
Plus, Julia Roberts, Paula Zahn hosts People in the News, CNN Today, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Clap on, clap off.
Presenting The Clapper. Just plug it in. Turns things on, turns things off, just by clapping. Perfect for hard-to-reach places. Switch to the away function for convenience and security. Your lights will turn on as you enter the room. Or if someone else tries to.
Clap on, clap off.
The Clapper.
The Clapper's available at Kmart, Walgreens, CVS, and participating Ace Hardware.
CNN Today, it's been the stuff of science fiction, but could you soon be able to get someone else's face to replace your own? The amazing technology and controversy over face transplants. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNN. CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, meet a man who lives off the earth, literally, on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, profiling fascinating people on Newsnight. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
This just in, actress Jasha Gabor is said to be in a coma following an auto accident yesterday. It happened in West Hollywood. Police tell CNN the vehicle in which Gabor was a passenger struck a light pole. The Hungarian-born actress came to fame as one of the 3 celebrated Gabor sisters. She is the only surviving sister and is perhaps best known for her 8 marriages. We will continue to follow that story. We'll take a break, be back with more in a moment.
Every year, there are thousands of reported chimney fires. Help protect your home and family with CSL, the chimney sweeping log. While it burns like a regular log, its active minerals are released and will start to dry out and reduce those dangerous deposits. Make your next fires safer. CSL, the chimney sweeping log. Available at these stores.
Introducing all new America Online 8.0. We listened to you and designed AOL 8.0 with hundreds of exciting new features.
Welcome.
New AOL email sort gets you to important mail faster. New AOL Call Alert lets you be online and never miss important phone calls. Choose a welcome screen tailored to your interests. There are hundreds of new features to easily connect you to the people and things you care about most. New America Online 8.0. Call 1-800-4ONLINE or get a free startup disc at these locations.
Today on People in the News, a side of Robert Redford you've never seen. Plus, he's rough, tough, and taking Hollywood by storm. Russell Crowe. Join Paula Zahn for People in the News. CNN Today, 2 p.m. Eastern.
CNN tomorrow. Go north of Baghdad, deep inside Kurdish territory. CNN's Brent Sadler takes an in-depth look at the Kurds, their future, and
fight with the U.S. against Saddam inside northern Iraq on American Mornings, CNN tomorrow.
Back to Iraq, and maybe weeks, perhaps months before we learn what, if anything, weapons inspectors are finding there. In the back of everyone's mind, of course, the possibility of war. Sounding off today from Los Angeles, Attorney Gloria Allred, and in Pittsburgh, Attorney Jack Berkman. Thanks to both of you, especially for coming in on this holiday.
Happy holiday, Marty.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Is war inevitable? We asked this question, but now I've got two attorneys in front of me. So, Gloria, is it?
Unfortunately, I think it is, because the military machine is geared up. And the diplomacy is working. And given the fact that the opponent happens to be Saddam Hussein, I don't think we can expect honesty. I don't think we can expect full disclosure. I think we can expect cat and mouse games, hide and seek. And I think we're going to be able to seek better than he's going to be able to hide. And I think that we're going to find deception and go to war.
Marty, I certainly agree that Saddam Hussein has got to go, no question about it. But I might make some news here. I have some sources, and I have had some oblique conversations with people which suggest that Mr. Bush and Mr. Putin in recent weeks have struck a deal, and the deal may be the following. Saddam Hussein may be sent basically into exile in Russia. He'll be released into Russian custody. The United States, the CIA, has identified a strong man that will come to power. The Russians will have influence in that government, and all will proceed. I don't know if this will happen. I have some sources to that effect. I think part of the political calculation in the White House is that Mr. Bush has reached the point, and I think it's a wise calculation, where he has extracted all of the political gain from the Iraq war that he can extract basically without fighting it, because the Democrats forced a dialogue on this issue that basically cost them the election. Bush essentially prevailed in that dialogue. So I don't know politically if there's a whole lot of benefit to Bush in fighting a war right now.
Jack, I had no idea you were so well connected on the international scene for an attorney. It's some interesting insight.
See, Marty, you didn't know. You can now, as a prognosticator, I'll warn your viewers, I'm about 1 in 10 this year with my prognostications, so they can take this for what it's worth. But write it down, and if it happens, play the tape back.
Yeah, we'll call you right back. Believe me, Gloria. Legally, and I know I'm asking you about international law, but legally, is the U.S. on solid footing if it says, you know what, we're going in alone no matter what happens with the weapons inspectors?
Well, it may be able to make the argument that it's necessary to have a preemptive strike in order to protect itself as a matter of self-defense. But whether or not it's on sound legal ground, I mean, the real big issue is going to be what the political ramifications are going to be. I think that's one of the reasons that it's working so hard in back-channel diplomacy right now, trying to line up the countries that are neighbors of Iraq to also take part in the action should it come
Marty,
about.
there's ample justification both legally and morally for taking out Saddam. These justifications existed 11 years ago. I mean, this is a man who brutally invaded Kuwait. He has committed every kind of war crime and atrocity. This man has committed Hitler-like atrocities against the Kurds. He's gassed them. He's used nerve gas. I mean, he's taken a page right out of the playbook of Nazi Germany in terms of the way he's treated the Kurds.
Well, that's
and
a moral.
others,
You're
and
making
others in his own
that's a
country.
moral qualification why we should do it. I'm just saying, just internationally or law-wise.
Well, legally, I don't think the United States under the UN Charter. I think the self-defense provision under the UN Charter is more than broad enough to encompass this. I also think going back to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, I think that provides a justification for the use of force. 11 years ago, President Bush, George Bush Sr., wanted to do this. The only reason he didn't is because they feared, and he was advised, and I think they were right at the time, that you could have an Islamic government because Shia forces in the south would come to power. That's the only reason they didn't take out Saddam 10 years ago, 11 years ago. Now there's less of a fear of that. Now this idea of, you know, a one united Islamic superstate from the Philippines to Morocco, we're not as afraid of that. We see Islam more realistically as a splintered force. I don't think
Jack, the problem, though, is even if there were a legal basis for it, the precedent that it sets to take unilateral action based on a theory of preemption and you've got to do this for our own self-defense can be a very dangerous precedent, because then other countries may also decide that they're going to engage in unilateral action if
Gloria.
they fear other action from other countries
that's
against
a problem,
them.
isn't it? It's dangerous, but we now live, if you haven't noticed, in a much more dangerous world. Our reaction time is more limited. If, in fact, Saddam does get a chemical weapon, if he does get a nuclear weapon, this could be sent in a suitcase bomb into New York Harbor or Washington, D.C. or Los Angeles or anywhere. We don't have a whole lot of reaction time.
All right, let's try.
But you have North Korea. We know that they have nuclear capability, and we're not going after them. So where does it end? And that's why we've got to have a world community on board for all of this. And that's why the diplomacy is so important, and that we work through the United Nations.
Let's take a look at an email. We get that coming in here. I always believe that a lot of things what the audience says is better than my own. Bush, won over a year later, is finally, there it is. Sorry, Kissinger, one of the most secretive secretaries of state, is going to conduct an open investigation. This is the news that made news yesterday here. Henry Kissinger, of all people, can he conduct this investigation when looking at what went wrong with 9/11?
Oh, I think he can, Marty. Henry Kissinger is, I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find any person in the world with a broader and deeper both academic knowledge and practical knowledge of international affairs. I think he's an excellent choice, and I think the best part about Kissinger is he's a no-nonsense guy. He's a Republican, but he won't shill for the president. I mean, he will lay it out, and he will as he's the guy to follow the facts wherever they lead.
Gloria, the White House has been fearful of this initially, saying, look, you're distracting the nation, focusing on the past. We've got to worry about the future. What do you think on that?
Well, I mean, the past is a prologue to the future, and we need to know what happened, if there was a way to prevent September 11th, if there were problems in intelligence, how we can remedy them for the future so that we can be more secure.
See, Marty,
and I don't have confidence in Henry Kissinger, and I do think that I'm glad that we're going to have George Mitchell on the commission, but we need to have more so that there really can be confidence in the result.
Marty, here's the problem with this issue. On the one hand, see, Gloria, we've had these debates before. She has her lines written either way. On the one hand, if there's another terrorist attack, the Democrats are going to come on television. They're going to say, why didn't the president do a better job watching X, Y, and Z in the country? Why didn't he crack down on this? Why did the CIA drop the ball? Why did the FBI drop the ball? Okay, that's one hand. If there's no other terrorist attack, they're going to come on television. They're going to say, well, we're oppressing Arabs in the country. We're losing our privacy. We're detaining people unfairly. They need to decide which is it. You can't blast the president for doing too tough a job on the one hand and doing too soft a job on the other.
Well, Jack, you may be nervous that the Republicans now do have the leadership responsibility. They do control the executive branch. They do control the Congress. And yes, they're going to get the praise if things go right. And yes, they have to take the scrutiny if things go wrong. And you know what? That is the responsibility that comes with
Gloria,
leadership. So get ready for it.
We'll take the responsibility. I would be nervous if Madeleine Albright were Secretary of State and Al Gore would be president. Then I wouldn't be sleeping. But right now, I'm not nervous.
All right.
Well, you shouldn't be worried. I mean, do you want a cover-up of what led to September 11th? Is that what you want?
No.
Wait, I want to get one more in before you go. As attorneys, we've just passed the new security bill in the United States. There's a lot of stuff going on with that bill. Does that worry you about the rights of individuals in this nation?
Well, Marty, I mean, I guess are you talking about the terrorism insurance, or
I'm talking about the Homeland Security
the Homeland
bill,
Security,
and now the new cabinet
No, I
position.
think it is a testament to Bush's skills as a legislative tactician. I mean, most regulatory consolidations can take 20, 25, 30 years. I mean, I know of things that have been going on at least that long. Bush has completed this in less than a year. It's clearly a necessary. It's clearly necessary. The CIA and the FBI have been at loggerheads for years. For the first time, we're seeing them work together. I think it's a great step forward.
I hope it works, but renaming an agency, bringing more people under it, may not necessarily solve the problem. It's a good political quick fix, but is it going to be effective? I am worried about the rights of individuals. We are still the United States of America. I think we can be secure and also protect civil rights at the same time. I hope we can.
Got to leave it there. Gloria Allred, thank you very much for coming in on this Thanksgiving. Jack Berkman as well. And Jack, if I see Saddam on the streets of Moscow coming up soon, I'm going to call you right back.
Remember my prediction, Marty.
Right. Thank you, sir. Well, up next, an Iraq without Saddam Hussein. How will and how well will the country's various ethnic functions get along? We'll examine that issue next.
Now, even in the middle of winter, I can grow fresh herbs indoors with my Chia Herb Garden. The Chia Herb Garden growing kit contains everything I need. And what I like best is this natural chia growing sponge. No more messy potting soil. It holds just the right amount of air and moisture to help my herbs grow nice and healthy. Chia Herb Garden, the perfect gift. I bought one for my mother, my friend, my neighbor, and myself.
Chia Herb Garden's available at Kmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Eckerd.
Double oh my, it's Berry, Halle Berry. How she beat the odds to become one of Hollywood's leading ladies.
I love the woman to bits.
Plus, Julia Roberts, Paula Zahn hosts People in the News, CNN Today, 1 p.m. Eastern.
At Fort Knox, a virtual battlefield.
What's the main premise here?
Reality. A town expressly created to train U.S. troops.
If you do it for real, any time for mistakes.
With Battle in Baghdad a distinct possibility, follow the 101st Airborne and find out how these warriors are preparing for urban combat. Aaron Brown hosts CNN Presents Urban Combat, Sunday at Eastern on CNN.
Have internet, we'll travel. With a little help from Microsoft, his former employer, Rich Barton launched Expedia, an online travel website that's impressing travelers and Wall Street. Within the past year, Expedia not only topped rival Travelocity in gross travel bookings, but also boasted a 180% rise in its stock. And while the rest of the travel industry was slipping into a recession following September 11th, Barton's Expedia was busy doubling its sales.
Global Business Influentials is sponsored by IBM, taking business to the next level. E-business on demand. Log on to cnn.com/influentials for a closer look at these world business leaders and pick up the latest edition of Time Magazine on newsstands now.
What is it? It's a UBA.
The UBA?
Universal Business Adapter.
What's it do?
It connects anything to everything.
What's this for?
Your laptop, your mainframe, call center, Unix servers, Linux servers, internet, supply chain, payroll system, HR, email.
Slick.
Is it affordable? Fast?
Easy?
Very.
Does it work in Europe?
You need an adapter.
She'll talk to you with no one else around, but only if you're able to entertain her. The moment conversation.
When you're together, even when you're apart, that's M-Life from AT&T Wireless. Your mobile life made better.
Probably already know this, but it's worth repeating. There are various ethnic groups in Iraq, and a lot of them simply don't get along. So how would that play out in a post-Saddam Hussein era? Amir Taheri is a journalist with the French newspaper Politique Internationale. He joins us live from London. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir. How many ethnic groups are there in Iraq?
Well, all in all, about 18 ethnic groups, but we can divide them into three main groups: the Shiites, the Sunnis, both of them are Muslims, and the Kurds. And there are smaller groups, of course, the Turkomans, the Assyrians, and others.
And do these groups get along, or are they held together by the domination of Saddam Hussein?
But they have been living together in some cases for many, many centuries. But the dictatorship that was imposed on Iraq after 1958 based itself on the idea of forcibly turning all Iraqis into Arabs. Saddam Hussein does not accept a hyphenated identity. For example, you can't be Kurdish and Iraqi. He's trying to force the Kurds, the Assyrians, and the others who are not Arabs to become Arabs. All the ethnic groups feel that they are Iraqis. They can live together as Iraqis, provided there is a federal government, provided there is a new constitution. They really have no quarrel with one another.
Saddam Hussein, if he were to be removed then, you don't think that this nation would splinter into ethnic violence?
I don't think so, because over the past 70 years, a sense of Iraqi identity has come into being. The various ethnic groups are in majority in their own areas, and if there is not a strong government in Baghdad with a strong army to go and bully them, there is no reason why they should splinter. And in any case, there is absolutely no demand for any separate state from anybody in Iraq. I think Iraq will remain united, but within a federal frame of constitution.
Well, say the United States ends up going to war with Iraq, ground forces go in, and once they clear an area of the Iraqi military, must there be a large police force to keep the population in general in place, eventually away from each other?
Not necessarily, because as I said, the Shiites are in a majority in the south and partly in Baghdad. They will have no reason to kill one another. The Kurds have actually been living a semi-autonomous existence for the past 11 years. They have created their own democratic system, and their economy is booming, so they will have no reason to fight one another. As for the other smaller ethnic groups, if their rights are granted, there is no need to fight. The important thing is to realize that the present Iraqi regime has tried to impose its own design on the Iraqi people. It hasn't worked. It has led Iraq into 4 wars, including one bitter civil war, and now to this current impasse.
The minority would be among them the Sunnis, and I'm wondering, since they are in power now, whether there'd be a backlash against them once Saddam was removed.
I don't think there'll be a backlash against Sunnis as such, because the Kurds are also Sunni Muslims. So there is really not a question of religion. The group around Saddam Hussein is a very small elite coming from the village of Takrit in the center of Iraq. Most of the people in key positions are relatives of Saddam Hussein. It's really a family rule. It's like the mafia, and I don't see any popular basis for this regime. So I don't think, given a new federal Iraq and an Iraq where human rights are going to be respected, there'll be any thirst for revenge.
Amir Taheri, thank you very much for your insight. We appreciate a journalist joining us today. Thank you. One ethnic group that's been very outspoken against Saddam Hussein, Iraqi Kurds in northern Iraq. We'll take you inside Iraq as Kurdish families search for their missing loved ones. It's an exclusive report you'll only see here on CNN.
I'm Mr. Unappreciated.
I wasted my day printing some guy's email.
At least nobody sits on you. If I see one more pair of cheeks this week.
Toner on the rocks, please.
Get Dank at the desktop.
What's that?
A digital tool that manages document printing. It works with your print network, including Toshiba's award-winning copiers, fax, and printers, saving companies up to 40%.
The CFO will like that. He's constantly trying to save the company big money.
Danka at the desktop. Make your print network work for you.
A 21st century man living an 18th century lifestyle, yet he has plenty to be thankful for. Connie introduces you to the ultimate survivor. CNN Tonight, 8 Eastern.
Looking for that one outfit that inspires you? One perfect home accessory? Or just looking to have one of those days? It's all in one place, Woodland Hills Mall, where you can always find more than one reason to shop. The unique collection of stores at Woodland Hills Mall. Together, they're one of a kind, just like you.
The cost of having fun just went down. Thanks to Galaxy. You'll never find a better time to save on pool tables, foosball tables, pinball machines, video games, jukeboxes, game tables, slot machines, bar stools, spas, and tanning beds. Galaxy is making deals, and that means you save on everything in the store at your game room designer. Everything it takes to turn your very own home into a party palace is on sale during Galaxy's massive clearance event. Easy financing, 90 days, same as cash. Galaxy Distributing, I-244 at Memorial and Admiral.
With rugged all-wheel drive and better handling than ever, the new Subaru Outback gets you closer to nature without getting in the way of nature. When you get it, you get it.
See your local Subaru dealer for information on financing as low as 1.9% APR.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Back now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program, and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
This is CNN. This is CNN.
Kurds have endured torment and repression for decades in the Middle East. Now Kurdish groups in Iraq are appealing for international help in finding tens of thousands of missing relatives who they say were rounded up by the Iraqi government. CNN's Brent Sadler has an exclusive report from inside northern Iraq.
This is a demonstration against Saddam Hussein in Iraq, a part of Iraq he doesn't control. A demonstration by Iraqi Kurds in the north of the country, expressing anger and sorrow for generations of lost relatives, victims they claim of mass detentions and state-ordered killings over some 30 years. Clues to the destiny of as many as 200,000 missing Kurds, according to their own estimates, are now being processed. And for the first time, field researchers are now hunting for facts to help discover the truth about a mass of people who vanished without trace. A seemingly hopeless task, as many clues are almost certainly buried under the rubble of an infamous central government campaign called Al-Anfal, meaning the spoils, in the 1980s, leaving a legacy of destruction to Kurdish communities. This hillside of broken homes bears silent testimony, say Kurds, to a ruthless policy of suppression from Saddam Hussein, aimed at crushing Kurdish rebels. Thousands of villages like this one reportedly leveled, Kurds made refugees in their own land, and countless thousands of people still missing. Dawood Mustafa used to live here, where the stones lie, in a village called Galiawa. He lost contact with his close neighbors, a family of 7, 15 years ago. Their house was over there, opposite ours, he says. I don't have any news of them. All I know is they were taken away. Dawood teaches at a ramshackle schoolhouse in the rebuilt village nearby. Like all Kurds, he wants answers to the plight of the missing. And justice, say Kurdish officials, if the Baghdad regime is overthrown.
I think on the day after, there should be a demand for declaring what happened, of chasing the truth of what happened, really, of accountability, what happened to those lives.
They may never find the answers, but Kurds want the international attention and support to help them try. Brent Sadler, CNN, Erbil, Northern Iraq.
And that is Showdown Iraq for this hour. I'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern for a special 2-hour edition of Wolf Blitzer Reports, Day of Terror. Who's behind it? We'll go around the world for the latest on the investigation. I'm Martin Savage. Next, People in the News profiles the latest Bond girl, Halle Berry, and superstars Julia Roberts. That's coming up after a short break and a news alert. Happy Thanksgiving.
Sometimes removing dishes while cooking can be too hot to handle. Ouch! Introducing the UV Glove Hot Surface Handler. The UV Glove, made with Nomex and Kevlar by DuPont, provides thermal protection up to 480 degrees. The 5-fingered FlexiGrip makes the UV Glove a chef's delight. Use it while cooking in the kitchen, the barbecue, and those hot jobs around the house. Save your fingers. Get the UV Glove. You'll love it.
The UV Glove's available at Kmart, Walgreens, and participating Ace and True Value Hardware.
America Online's the best place to celebrate the holidays. Go to AOL keyword holidays for all your holiday needs.
I do all my holiday shopping on AOL.
It's great not to have to get into the car.
On AOL, there's a gift for everybody on my list.
I get all the holiday music I want.
Recipes for pies and all kinds of stuff.
I share holiday photos with my family.
Well, with AOL, I can actually relax and enjoy the holidays.
Happy holidays from America Online. Call 1-800-4ONLINE or pick up a free AOL startup disc at these locations.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, meet a man who lives off the earth, literally, on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, profiling fascinating people on Newsnight. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
I'm Charles Molyneux at CNN Center in Atlanta. People in the News is straight ahead. First, this news alert. An Israeli-owned hotel near Mombasa, Kenya is a scene of devastation. This suicide attack killed 13 people and the 3 bombers. Dozens of people are hurt. Police are questioning 2 people in connection with the attack. The Kenyan ambassador to Israel blames Al-Qaeda. A previously unknown group called the Army of Palestine has claimed responsibility. Hezbollah Television discounts that claim. Also from Kenya, a charter jet leaving Mombasa for Israel with 271 passengers and crew on it narrowly dodged an apparent missile attack. Israeli fighter jets escorted the plane into Tel Aviv. CNN's Matthew Chance spoke to the plane's pilot.
We were just taking off and retracting the landing gear as we felt a kind of bump, not something very serious. And right after that, we saw 2 white stripes passing us by on the left side, coming up from the back of the airplane towards the front of it and disappearing just after a few seconds.
Kenyan authorities did find some missile launch tubes in a field near the airport. Israeli intelligence sources say they are almost certainly for SA-7s, known as Strela missiles. Meanwhile, Election Day violence has left at least 4 Israelis dead and dozens more wounded in the northern Israeli town of Baichang. 2 gunmen shot at a crowd of people at a bus station and at a nearby office of the Likud political party. Israeli police shot back when the shooting was over. The gunmen were also dead. The White House is condemning today's deadly attacks in Israel and Kenya. President Bush was briefed on the attacks by aides with him at his ranch in Crawford, Texas. A spokesman says his administration stands ready to help both countries in their investigations of this violence. I'm Charles Molyneux. We will have another update at the top of the hour. Halle Berry on People in the News begins right now.
Next on People in the News, she's the barrier-breaking beauty whose new movie gives her a license to thrill.
I've even felt as a woman that I had to stuff my sexuality somewhere. I'm learning, hey, that's my secret weapon.
But beneath the beauty, a background of racial turmoil and pain.
Halle Berry had it rough growing up. Her father, she says, was an abusive alcoholic.
She went from beauty pageants to the big screen, but her relationships haven't been as successful.
Halle Berry had him served with divorce papers, between the 5th and 6th innings.
She made history by scoring a monster upset at last year's Oscars.
I saw that sign. I'm thinking, wait a minute, 74 years. It doesn't matter.
Now she's the new Bond girl in Die Another Day. A look at Halle Berry. Then, she is the sort of success story they make movies about.
I am just a girl from Smyrna, Georgia.
America has been fascinated with all of her romances.
Let's not kid ourselves like I'm above gossip and fodder.
But has this runaway bride finally settled down? America's sweetheart, Julia Roberts. Their stories and more now on People in the News.
Hi, welcome to People in the News. I'm Paula Zahn. Halle Berry is having a big year, a year that has changed her life. She's made history at the Oscars and joined the most successful franchise in movie history. With the premiere of the latest James Bond thriller, Die Another Day, Berry should be on top of the world. Instead, she's had to deal with heartache and hurdles she never would have imagined. Here's Darren Kagan.
Magnificent view.
My friends call me Jinx.
My friends call me James Bond.
Bond, James, and Berry. Halle Berry, a combination to die for. In Die Another Day, the 20th James Bond film.
Action.
And Barry's first since taking home Oscar.
It's a great night. I never thought it would be possible in my lifetime.
Halle Berry is that rarest of Hollywood celebrities. A stunning mixture of glamour, beauty, and Oscar-winning ability.
What happened?
I met your daddy.
I love the woman to bits. I mean, she's the most beautiful lady, and she's a girl who's at the top of her game. Jinx, you say?
Born on Friday the 13th.
And Barry's character Jinx may be the toughest Bond babe to date.
Well, she has all the elements of a Bond girl. You know, she's beautiful, she's sexy, and she's comfortable with her sexuality. But this time, she also is Bond's equal, for real. Your mama. You know, she essentially has the same job that he has. She's a trained assassin for her country as he is. And not only does he want her physically, but he needs her because she saves his hide a couple of times.
Not yet. Halle Berry, from early on in her career, was someone that threw herself into her roles, not just emotionally, but intellectually as well.
Berry's drive, her talent, and her good fortune have made her one of the most recognizable stars in the world. But Halle Berry's story isn't just one of great fame. It's also a study in loss, in pain, in the search for love and acceptance.
Well, when you look at Halle, it's hard to believe there's that much pain in her background. I mean, she's got the beautiful smile, the beautiful skin, the beautiful attitude. She's nothing but friendly and affable to anyone that's ever met her. But she does have this core of pain that goes back to her father.
Halle Berry was born in 1966. She was named after a hometown department store in Cleveland, Ohio. At the time, John F. Kennedy had already been assassinated. Martin Luther King Jr. was about to be. And Berry's childhood was as turbulent as the times.
Halle Berry had it rough growing up. Her father, she says, was an abusive alcoholic. He left the family when she was 4.
What was the lowest point ever?
Ever. In my life or career? Or this career?
Either one. Life.
Life. Probably when I was 10 and my father, who had left us, came back to live with us for a year. That was probably one of the worst years
It was a bad year?
The worst year of my life, yeah. And probably because I loved him so much, I think, on some level, and desperately wanted a father. But having him come back into our home and being very violent and being an alcoholic and sort of abusing my mother and my sister, but never me, I think I grew up with a lot of guilt. Because
why not you?
Why not me? Yeah, and that it was the worst year.
The youngest daughter of a white mother and a black father, Berry also struggled early on with the ugliness of racism.
Another factor that made her childhood difficult was coming to terms with being a biracial child and experiencing all kinds of discrimination. And in growing up, she's always said that the person who helped her deal with that was her mother.
Her father left, and her mom sat her down and said, listen, you're black. You're being raised by a white mother, but you're black. People are going to treat you that way. You should think of yourself that way, and life will be easier for you.
But little was easy in Cleveland during the late 60s and 70s for a young person of mixed race.
She originally attended some mostly black schools in the city, and she found that black girls would make fun of her for looking partly white. And then when she moved out to the suburbs, she found that white girls would make fun of her for looking partly black. It was almost as if she couldn't win.
Berry internalized much of her struggle with discrimination, and her need for acceptance fueled an intense desire to succeed.
Halle wanted to be loved because she felt this pull from both sides. That made her a joiner, and she became a cheerleader, and she was good at that. She ran for class president, she was good at that. And then she wanted to become prom queen too, and she ran for that, and she seemingly won, but then there was some sort of difficulty. And they had a meeting, and they said, oh, actually it was a tie, and a white girl has tied with you, and they had a coin flip that Halle won, but she felt suspicious of that.
After high school, the young woman who had always sought to play down the color of her skin turned to the most image-driven of affairs, beauty pageants.
She was a beauty queen, and she's attributed that with how she managed to overcome difficult times she'd had with being treated with discrimination, and this was a way to make her stand up and say, no, I'm beautiful, whatever you say.
Berry's pageant life took her from Cleveland to Chicago, a big city with big hurdles, bad roommates, and bitter lessons.
One of her roommates kind of skipped out without paying the more than $1,000 worth of rent that was owed, and Hallie didn't know what to do. She didn't have the money to pay for it. So she called her mom, Judith, and Judith said, listen, you want to make it in the big city? You want to be a success? You've got to deal with this on your own. And Hallie didn't understand it at first, but it helped her. It helped her to be self-sufficient.
With no safety net and no one to bail her out, Halle Berry risked it all, trading her tiara for the uncertainty of acting. When People in the News continues, Halle Berry fights for her first big break in Jungle Fever and falls hard for the wrong man.
One thing people can learn from Halle Berry's relationship with David Justice is if you don't like baseball, don't marry a baseball player.
Also ahead on People in the News, Julia may reign at the box office, but not at the altar.
Julia Roberts doesn't really have a great name for sticking by relationships.
Is the runaway bride finally going to stick around? That's later on People in the News.
Just because a toothbrush is electric doesn't mean it works like a Sonicare. It has patented Sonic technology. Whiter, healthier teeth in 28 days, guaranteed. Ask your dental professional about Sonicare.
Where will you be when your diarrhea comes back? You should have taken Imodium the first time. It stops diarrhea, often in just one dose. Imodium AD. Don't wait till it's too late.
CNN Today, it's been the stuff of science fiction, but could you soon be able to get someone else's face to replace your own? The amazing technology and controversy over face transplants. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
If you suffer from allergies, it can feel like there's no relief in sight. But soon, non-drowsy prescription-strength Claritin will be available for the first time without a prescription. So relief is closer than you think. In fact, December 11th, it will be as close as your nearest Walgreens. Prescription-strength Claritin provides non-drowsy relief from many kinds of allergies, and it is the most prescribed allergy medication. Prescription-strength Claritin without a prescription. Coming to Walgreens December 11th.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Feeling stuffed like a turkey? CNN Tonight in the Crossfire. What's the best way to take off the extra holiday pounds? Low fat versus the Atkins diet? The great diet debate in the Crossfire. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
On an all-new People in the News, as TV's sweetest family starts a new season, Sharon Osbourne faces a daunting challenge.
You have good days and bad days.
Paula Zahn brings you a special look at the Osbournes. People in the News, CNN Sunday, 7 Eastern. Welcome back to People in the News.
Halle Berry began her career on stage as a beauty queen, eventually becoming first runner-up in the 1985 Miss USA competition.
Lauren Bacall once said that stardom isn't a profession, it's an accident. And the same is really true of Halle Berry's path to stardom. She really got into being a beauty queen, quite by accident. She needed money.
Although she was known as a terrific competitor, Berry wouldn't remain on the pageant circuit for long. She had bigger plans. She was going to be an actress. In 1989, Berry landed a part in the television sitcom Living Dolls. It was her first big job. She was on her way.
What are you working on? Bonding properties of hyperkinetic complex molecules.
And then the lights went out. While filming an episode of Living Dolls, Berry collapsed. No one knew what was wrong. Doctors were consulted, and Berry was eventually informed that she had diabetes. Adding to her stress, Living Dolls was canceled after only a few weeks on the air. For Berry, it seemed grim, but she actually was about to step into the right place at the right time.
When Halle Berry really was sort of coming of age as a star in Hollywood, there were people like the Hughes brothers, Spike Lee, Robert Townsend, directors who had a vision for blacks on screen.
Ironically, director Spike Lee's vision for Halle Berry almost cost the young actress her break into film. Lee didn't think Berry was right to play Samuel L. Jackson's drug-addicted girlfriend in Jungle Fever. Thought she was too beautiful.
I want y'all to meet my new woman, Viv.
But Berry was out to prove that she was more than just a pretty face. She stopped bathing for several days to prepare for the gritty role and eventually won Lee over. Critical praise for Jungle Fever led to more substantial roles for Berry, including a starring turn in 1995's Losing Isaiah.
If you think you're just gonna walk up in this court and take my baby like you take some puppy from a pound, you got another thing coming, lady.
And later opposite Hollywood legend Warren Beatty in Bulworth. Although Berry was dazzling the critics in the 1990s, she was becoming better known to the public as a cover girl.
Then there came a time where she was really just known as the face of Revlon. She was wearing beautiful gowns to all the performances and awards shows and became known more as Halle Berry Beauty Queen.
Whatever her professional image, Berry's career was definitely on the rise. Her private life, however, was another matter.
Halle Berry has not had as much luck in love as she has had in her career. She started off badly. She's talked about a former boyfriend who beat her so hard that she ended up deaf in one ear, or 80% deaf in one ear.
But it was Berry's disastrous marriage to baseball player David Justice that really ushered in a dark period in the actress's life.
One thing people can learn from Halle Berry's relationship with David Justice is if you don't like baseball, don't marry a baseball player. She never really liked baseball.
It wasn't the life for me. Do you know what I mean? To some people, it's a great life. It wasn't something that I found a lot of happiness with.
Berry's split from Justice was very tense and very messy.
Halle Berry had him served with divorce papers, between the 5th and 6th innings of a Padres game. That's not a good way to sort of make friends with someone who's going to be soon to be your ex.
All kinds of accusations have flown on both sides of her marriage with David Justice. She has accused him in print of sleeping with prostitutes, strippers. He's accused her of all kinds of things as well, and she put a restraining order against him. It was messy. It was really nasty on both sides.
The divorce took an enormous toll on Berry.
I was a woman who grew up with that fantasy that was, pushed down my throat. You have to find your prince, and he will take care of you, and that will be happiness. My sense of self and my self-worth was totally connected to him. So when he left, I felt like nothing.
Filled with a sense of failure and questioning her own worth, Halle Berry seriously considered ending her own life.
When I was in that moment and sitting in the car, I was going to fixate myself in a garage. When I was sitting there, really with all my heart wanting to end my life, I thought of my mother, and I thought, wow, how unfair. I would break her heart. My heart's broken and I'm going to kill myself. I would break her heart. I would break her heart.
Berry also began to realize that suicide would be a cowardly act. She'd be walking out on her family, her fans, herself. Berry decided to take more control over her life and her career. In 1999, Berry released her most personal film to date, HBO's Introducing Dorothy Dandridge. The film follows the life of the first black woman ever nominated for a Best Actress Academy Award, and her struggles in 1950s Hollywood.
She had a personal connection to Dorothy Dandridge. Halle Berry was born in the same hospital in Cleveland that Dorothy Dandridge was. When she was a kid, she first saw Dorothy Dandridge on screen in the movie Carmen Jones, and it shocked her. She'd never seen a black woman like that on screen.
Berry fought hard to bring her vision of Dandridge's life to television. When HBO refused to increase the film's budget, Berry dug into her own pocket.
Dorothy Dandridge.
One scene she thought was key was a scene that showed Dorothy Dandridge and her sister arriving for the Oscars. And Halle Berry felt it was necessary. It was necessary to sort of show their joy, show their moment of triumph. And so she paid for the whole day of shooting out of her own pocket.
Berry won a Golden Globe for her portrayal of Dorothy Dandridge, but her success would soon be overshadowed by controversy.
People versus Halle Marie Berry.
That story, when our look at Halle Berry continues.
In Die Another Day, Halle Berry pays homage to the Bond girl who started it all 40 years ago, which leads us to this week's Where Are They Now?
As Honey Rider in 1962's Dr. No, Ursula Andress defined a generation and set the standard for Bond girl beauty. Best known for her statuesque bikini scenes in movies like Elvis's Fun in Acapulco, this Swiss-born bombshell was once married to actor John Derek. She later had a child with much younger Harry Hamlin, who she met on the set of the 1981 film Clash of the Titans. So where is Ursula Andress now? At 66, the actress lives in Rome, enjoying the fruits of her one-time super celebrity status. Healthy and active, she continues to pop up on the international celebrity scene. She's appeared in a number of art films and continues to gain appreciation for her iconic role as what some see as the sexiest Bond girl ever. Our profile of Halle Berry continues when People in the News returns.
Problems recording your favorite TV show? Let the VCR Copilot take over. The easy, fast way to record your favorite shows. No confusing menus or complicated manuals. Just pick the channel you want to record. And with the Copilot, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, pick the day. 2, set the start time. 3, set the stop time. That's it. Records the exact time and day you choose. Anybody can do it. Never miss a show again. The VCR Copilot.
Available at Kmart, Walgreens, CVS, and participating Ace Hardware.
This is my oxygen.
Oxygen is me.
Oh, brah. Oh, brah. Oh, brah. I think she should be president.
Watch it.
Have a look. This is my oxygen.
There is a land where shadows run long and free, where solitude beckons, always leading you west. Turner Classic Movies stakes an unprecedented claim with the Every Great Western Except Shane Film Festival, a monumental roundup of 165 bold and brutal Western classics. For 24 hours, the dust never settles. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday in November. Completely commercial-free. Only on Turner Classic Movies.
Tomorrow, CNN's Brent Sadler takes an in-depth look at the Kurds, their future, and why they would fight with the U.S. against Saddam inside northern Iraq on American Morning CNN.
I hear the pie's great in America too. To the pie, everyone!
Expecting a few guests over Thanksgiving? Then you'd better sail on into Denver Mattress's Guest Room Mattress Savings Event. That's because our factory's been busy cooking up special mattresses just for the occasion. Like this super comfortable 660 coil mattress for only $199. Plus, now through Thanksgiving, get 6 months same as cash with no payments and no interest. No need to explore anywhere else. Denver Mattress's Guest Room Mattress Savings Event is the best deal around.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Back now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program, and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act. This is CNN.
Now back to People in the News.
Thank you, Bob.
Halle Berry found new life in playing Dorothy Dandridge. The accolades rolled in. Her career had reached a new level. Things were finally looking up. But the moment was short-lived. Berry would soon learn the price of her celebrity. In 2000, Berry was indicted for leaving the scene of a car accident.
Halle had been hanging out with a friend, eating chips, drinking Diet Cola, was driving home in West Hollywood in a rented car, went through an intersection, and ran into another car.
Berry suffered a head injury in the accident. To this day, she says she doesn't remember the crash and can't explain why she left.
Your Honor, she got incredibly bad publicity surrounding that event, and she actually had to perform community service, so she was kind of down and out there for a while.
In the midst of this very public turmoil, Berry would find solace in the arms of R&B singer Eric Benet. The couple quietly married early last year.
Halle has said that Eric Benet has a lot to do with how her life has turned around. She seems to find a lot of strength in him. He seems to give her a lot of support. She spends a lot of time with his daughter, India.
By 2001, Halle Berry had a new man, a new family, and she was looking for her next challenge. She found it in a project called Monsters Ball.
From the moment I read the script, I thought, I've got to play this. And never thinking it would bring awards, I really thought what it would do would bring credibility to my body of work.
You looking for Hank?
Yes.
However surprising it might seem now, Halle Berry had to put up a monster fight to win her role in Monsters Ball. The filmmakers just couldn't see Berry in this racially charged drama. She didn't fit their idea of Letitia, a poor death row widow who falls in love with her husband's executioner.
So Halle shows up to meet Lee Daniels, the producer of Monsters Ball, and they get to talking and they get to arguing. She began to deliver her argumentative lines in the same cadence the character would. And so Lee Daniels saw the character on the page come to life before his eyes, arguing with him, and it won him over.
My name is Letitia Musgrove.
For her performance in Monsters Ball, Halle Berry was nominated for an Oscar. Life was about to imitate art. Just like her scene from Introducing Dorothy Dandridge, Berry was about to walk down the red carpet, a black woman who had defied the odds to become a Best Actress nominee. And Berry thought, like Dandridge, that she wouldn't win. She didn't even write an acceptance speech.
The night before, I had an Oscar party and Oprah Winfrey came and she said to me, her last words to me, "Girl, write a speech." And I said, "Oprah, I don't need to write." She said, "Write a speech." So I went home and I thought about it and I thought, I'm not gonna write a speech. I'm really not gonna need a speech.
But Berry did need a speech. She not only walked down the red carpet at the Oscars, she walked into history, becoming the first African-American woman to win the award for Best Actress. Though Berry was nearly speechless when her name was first announced, she did eventually find her voice, and she spoke for nearly 3 minutes, a lifetime at the Oscars.
Oh, I also like the moment when they were trying to shoo you off the stage and you said, 74 years.
I saw that sign. I'm thinking, wait a minute, 74 years. It took somebody. So I didn't want to be too indulgent, but I did have to thank, some more people.
A big win in what should have been Halle Berry's best year. She had an Oscar in hand and a starring role in the latest James Bond thriller.
James.
And almost as soon as Berry started filming, reports began to surface that her marriage to Eric Benet was in trouble. For months, Berry remained quiet about her family life, about her husband.
Action.
And then, as Die Another Day was about to premiere, a bombshell confession. Berry confirmed to Essence magazine that her marriage was in jeopardy, saying, "The truth is that during the period of my most significant public success, the Academy Awards, my private life faced a staggering crisis." Without touching on specifics, Berry went on to say, "All romantic relationships suffer crises. No woman alive can claim otherwise." Berry announced that she and Benet had entered psychotherapy, that they were working to salvage their marriage, and that she wasn't giving up.
The home life is happy now?
Yeah, my home life is, it's good.
Got a good guy?
I think so.
Not sure?
I'm sure.
Halle?
No, I am sure. We are like, a lot of couples. Marriage is hard. But if you're really committed and you're in it for the long run, which we both are, we're the kind of people who will fight for it.
Berry says nothing is more important to her than her family, and that was never more evident than right after she'd won her Oscar.
Thank you. That's the only reason this happened, really. Really? Everything sort of came together for me. Finding that peace, finding a partner, I became a mother. Mm-hmm. I had so many more reasons to do what I do, and I think that's the reason this reward came my way.
Berry has been working almost non-stop since the Academy Awards. In addition to Die Another Day, she's also reprising her role as Storm in the sequel to her box office hit X-Men. a vast departure from her dramatic performance in Monsters Ball.
Halle Berry clearly has range, and she's trying to show it off. Whether it works in the future will be interesting to see.
Whatever roles Halle Berry chooses in the future, one thing is for sure. She's proven time and time again that she's much more than just a pretty face.
In addition to starring in Die Another Day and working on X-Men 2, Halle Berry is also co-producing 4 upcoming films. And there is serious talk that her character Jinx may become the first spin-off from the James Bond series.
And when we return, she's become the highest paid actress in history, and she's not afraid to flex her muscle.
I want my man to see this. Look at the muscle. Forget the award. Just look at the muscle. This weighs 14 pounds.
Working out with Julia Roberts, next on People in the News.
It's PCS Vision from Sprint. Now your employees can connect with the office network when they're away, right from a PCS phone. Exchange email, contacts, and calendars, just like on a computer, instantly. You mean I couldn't have said it better myself.
Introducing PCS Vision from Sprint. See the power behind the PCS Clear Wireless Workplace.
There are over 700,000 doctors nationwide. More than 2,000 specialize in arthritis. 20 practice in Jim Ward's community.
Introducing 1-800-MEDICARE, your source for healthcare information. We'll help narrow your search for Medicare doctors in your area so you can find one that's right for you.
Jim chose one who had him dancing in time for his granddaughter's wedding.
From locating doctors to finding help paying for prescription drugs, call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Once a thief, always a thief. Actually, I'm retired now.
Well, that's good news for both of us.
Jimmy Scalzetti has taken down Chicago Place, and I am right in the middle of it.
You want to play? Okay, let's play.
Morgan's cat. He's got me. Officer needs assistance.
You should have been simple.
Dean Cain, Erica Eleniak, and Eric Roberts pull the ultimate heist. A Superstation original movie. Christmas Rush, 8 Eastern, 7 Pacific, Sunday on TBS Superstation.
CNN Today, it's been the stuff of science fiction, but could you soon be able to get someone else's face to replace your own? The amazing technology and controversy over face transplants. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNN. CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, he's the ultimate survivor. Meet a man who lives off of the earth, literally. Hear his amazing story on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson and legendary TV newsman Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, a look back at some of the most fascinating people we've met in the last year on Newsnight with Aaron Brown. Connie Chung, Larry King, Aaron Brown. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
I'm Charles Molyneux at the CNN Center in Atlanta. More of the People in the News is coming up, but first, this news alert. We're following 2 terrorist attacks in Africa targeting Israelis. The wounded in an Israeli-owned hotel outside Mombasa, Kenya, ended up standing in disbelief. 3 suicide bombers blew up a car in front of the hotel, killing themselves and 13 others. Police have detained 2 people in connection with this attack. Another attack involved a charter flight leaving Mombasa for Tel Aviv. Israeli intelligence sources say they believe Strela missiles were fired at the Boeing 757 that missed. Many of the 261 passengers on the plane broke out in song once the plane safely hit the tarmac. Israeli fighter jets flanked the plane before it landed. At least 4 more Israelis have been killed and dozens more have been wounded in Election Day violence in the northern Israeli town of Beit-Shan. 2 gunmen opened up on a crowd of people at a bus station at a nearby Likud political party office. Israeli police shot back and killed the 2 of them. Some witnesses said there was a 3rd gunman, but he was never found. She was once a symbol of 1950s-style Hollywood glamour. Actress Zsa Zsa Gabor is reportedly now in a coma at a Los Angeles hospital. A car she was riding in hit a light pole. The 85-year-old actress suffered broken bones as well as cuts and bruises. I'm Charles Molyneux. We'll have another update in half an hour. Julia Roberts is coming up now on People in the News. That begins right now.
Welcome back to People in the News. Julia Roberts, The Gong Show, and an eccentric TV host who may or may not be a CIA assassin. Confused? Well, you won't be after a look at Roberts in her upcoming film, Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. It's just the latest role for an Oscar-winning actress whose life and loves on and off screen have captivated audiences and captured headlines. Here's Darren Kagan.
She's been dubbed America's sweetheart, and not only because of her love affair with America. America delights in watching her love affairs, on screen and off. She's courted Hollywood's leading men, Liam, Dylan, and Daniel, in full glare of the paparazzi. Which makes it all the more amazing that Julia Roberts managed to keep the lid on one of Hollywood's best-kept secrets.
Here we go. Okay.
4th of July weekend at Julia's ranch in Taos, New Mexico. Unsuspecting friends and family were invited to what they thought was an Independence Day celebration. That celebration turned into a secret midnight wedding to LA cameraman Danny Moder.
The ceremony itself came as a surprise to a lot of people. It was at a Mirada on the edge of Julia's property. Everyone drove out there, even right down to the minute where Julia and Danny were about to get married. A lot of people still didn't know what was happening. And they exchanged simple vows, handwritten vows. And, it was very loving. They kept kissing through the ceremony. They kept asking, could we kiss?
The couple met 2 years ago on the set of Roberts' movie, The Mexican. But sparks didn't fly right away. Roberts was 4 years into her relationship with Benjamin Bratt, and Moder was still married to makeup artist Vera Steinberg. The story of how the two finally got together would cause a bit of a scandal. Prior to the stealth wedding, Roberts' erratic love life had earned her the nickname Runaway Bride, even before she made the 1999 movie. She left Kiefer at the altar and divorced country crooner Lyle Lovett after less than 2 years of marriage. Last year, she ended her 4-year relationship with Benjamin Bratt.
Julia Roberts doesn't really have a great name for sticking by relationships. We've seen her go out with Kiefer Sutherland and Lyle Lovett and Benjamin Bratt, and she's a huge movie star, and that kind of helped but impact on those relationships. And a lot of the time she was a bigger movie star or a bigger celebrity than the person she was dating.
A super celebrity who reigns at the box office. 9 of her films have grossed nearly $100 million each.
How's the pay in movies?
Money provided comic relief in her hit Notting Hill.
Last film you did, what did you get paid?
$15 million.
Right.
In real life, she commands even more, $20 million per film, joining the megawattage of Tom Cruise and Bruce Willis. Roberts tops Hollywood's A-list in her latest movie with Aaron Brockovich director Steven Soderbergh.
Here you are, Chuck. Pleasantly surprised. You're not like the other murderers.
In Confessions of a Dangerous Mind, she plays the love interest of fellow CIA agent Chuck Barris. The film adaptation of the game show host's memoir releases this Christmas.
The only mark?
The actress teamed up with Soderbergh earlier this year, putting aside her mega salary to work on his low-budget Full Frontal, a comic look inside Hollywood.
It was just very much a stripped-down set, and they did have to do their own hair and makeup. They did have to share trailers and get along. It was very low-budget, bare bones, kind of like, movie camp for movie stars.
But the Hollywood star won't need to share her trailer anytime soon.
Julia Roberts, of course, is this powerful businesswoman. She's a person with an awful lot of clout in Hollywood.
Clout that Roberts isn't afraid to use, even on Oscar night.
She got up there, and no sooner had she started talking that she let everybody know she was now directing this presentation of the Oscars. She was in control. At one time, she literally says, "Stop the clock. It's making me nervous." How many people on planet Earth can say, let time stop? And with Julia, they stopped it.
Roberts spent 2001 on red carpets, taking home a Golden Globe Award and the Golden Man himself, the Oscar, all for her performance in Soderbergh's Erin Brockovich.
There's two things that aggravate me, Mr. Masry: being ignored and being lied to.
To go to work every day on Erin Brockovich and see someone with so much talent comport themselves with such grace and such wit and such generosity of spirit was not only instructive, but inspiring.
There is no movie star who shines more brightly.
It's been an up year for the Golden Girl, but fame has a downside. When the story of Julia Roberts continues, love, intimacy, and the pursuit of privacy.
People are welcome to know whatever they wish to know as long as they want to be honest about it. And also respect the fact that we don't sit and ask them, you know, what's your life like? Are you getting married? You know, where do you live? What do you do? What makes you guys happy? You know, I don't do that to other people unless they're friends of mine.
It's not just a new way of listening to radio. It's a new way of looking at it. Introducing the Delphi XM satellite radio. Its advanced display can browse 100 XM channels by category, song, or artist. Its compact design connects easily to existing home or car stereos. And at under $200, it's a perfect gift. The Delphi XM Sky-Fi radio. The newest way to get XM satellite radio. For the road, for the home, for the holidays.
Today on People in the News, a side of Robert Redford you've never seen. Plus, he's rough, tough, and taking Hollywood by storm. Russell Crowe. Join Paula Zahn for People in the News. CNN Today, 2 p.m. Eastern.
CNN Monday. Don Hewitt of 60 Minutes kicks off a king-size week. Then Brenda Van Dam, Paula Poundstone, Princess Diana's butler Paul Burrell, and Naomi Campbell in a worldwide exclusive on Larry King Live, beginning CNN Monday, 9 Eastern.
When it comes to safety, no one's standards are higher than those of doctors and hospitals. That's why they rely on the medicine and Tylenol more than any other pain reliever. When used as directed, Tylenol is the safest type of pain reliever you can buy. The most recommended brand for more kinds of pain than any other. In fact, Tylenol is taken over 1 million times each and every day. Small wonder it's still the #1 choice of doctors, even after 25 years.
My new baby's name is Max. He's waking up about now. My business partner's name is Joe.
This has everything you're looking for. It has.
I see him more than I see Max. It's also my birthday. And I wouldn't mind working from home today.
I'ma be alright. I'ma keep on dancing. I'ma keep the champagne all to myself. I'ma be alright. I'ma keep it moving.
Gateway, a better way.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back to People in the News.
Today's Queen of Hollywood began life in modest surroundings nearly a continent away in Atlanta, Georgia. Julia Fiona Roberts debuted at Crawford Long Hospital on October 28, 1967. Julia went home to a 2-story house in Midtown, one of Atlanta's middle-class neighborhoods. Her parents, Walter and Betty Roberts, ran a writing and actors workshop. The children of civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. were enrolled there. It was the only integrated children's theater group in Atlanta. Dexter King is now a writer. Yolanda King, an actress and producer.
Mr. Roberts was so imposing.
I loved him, but I was also a little intimidated by him too. And but he was. I mean, he taught me so much, and he and Mrs. Roberts about the work and just about living and being really open, grabbing life and making the best of it.
The only thing my father ever directly said to me about acting was, don't ever say anything unless it means something, unless you're telling people something they don't already know. There's no reason to speak unless you're doing that.
Biographer Joyce Wagner says despite years of trying, the acting studio failed.
It was the great dream, but I think it turned into a financial nightmare. They were always hard-pressed for money, and it collapsed at one point, and that was it.
In 1967, Julia's parents' marriage was also over. Betty Roberts remarried and moved with her daughters to Smyrna, a small town just north of Atlanta. Her brother Eric remained in Atlanta with their father, who took a job at a local department store.
After the divorce, Julia didn't see much of her father.
There were weekly phone calls and vacation visits, but while Julia was still in grade school, that limited contact came to a tragic end.
Walter died in 1977. Julia was either 10 or very close to 10 years of age at that point. Ironically, he was very young when he died. He was in his mid-40s.
I remember being so saddened and distressed because he really died very unfulfilled, and he had lost the workshop, and I know he was very disillusioned.
Julia says it was her sister Lisa, just 2 years older, who provided love, support, and good counsel. Julia joined Lisa at Smyrna's Campbell High School. She played on the high school tennis team. And while there were no drama classes offered in high school, she couldn't resist the lure of the family business. At age 17, the recent high school graduate moved from small-town Georgia to the big city, New York. And like her older brother and sister, she went to pursue a career in acting. Within 2 short years, Roberts landed a role in the low-budget film Satisfaction. The movie closed soon after it opened in 1988, but for Roberts, there was one upside. The film's producer was then married to Sally Field. The veteran actor would become a mentor to Roberts.
I must have missed the passage in
Just 1 year after the making of Satisfaction,
the mother of the bride.
Field would push, yank, and push some more to get Roberts into the ensemble cast of Steel Magnolias.
He's really cute. And I thought he was a pest at first, but then he kind of grew on me, and now I love him.
Julia's like a sponge. She wants to know. And she's smart enough to know who best to learn from than older actresses who have trod the same path.
Daisy! Yeah!
After Roberts wrapped Steel Magnolias,
Well, it's still hot? I think maybe.
Mystic Pizza opened. Now it's a video favorite, but in 1988, it was not a box office hit. So Field would again have to step in on Roberts' behalf to convince Disney to give her a chance at comedy in the form of a charming prostitute. The picture? Pretty Woman.
Cut!
Director Gary Marshall described 21-year-old Roberts as a blend of Audrey Hepburn, Lucille Ball, and Bambi.
I said, Richard, when she goes to look at the box, just kind of click the box on her fingers. Her reaction to that was so honest, and it was so spontaneous and so natural that when I saw it on film later, I just left it in.
And that spontaneous, earthy, great laugh set it all in motion, as far as I'm concerned. That was the turning point.
People poured into the theaters to see Pretty Woman.
If you're talking 24 hours a day, it's gonna cost you.
In its first 4 weeks, it grossed more than $150 million and became the highest-grossing film of 1990. And it earned Roberts her first Oscar nomination for Best Actress. After some fizzles at the box office, Roberts hit the big time again in 1997 with yet another romantic comedy, My Best Friend's Wedding.
I'm a busy girl. I've got 4 days to break up a wedding and steal the bride's fella.
The film grossed $127 million, and other hits followed. Notting Hill, Runaway Bride.
A lot of people are under the impression that you get to choose who you love.
Her box office hits like The Mexican, Pretty Woman, and America's Sweethearts are often all about love.
No, that woman that you just have to spend the rest of your life with. That was me.
But it's the star's turbulent love life that fuels the press.
I participate in this stuff. Let's not kid ourselves like I'm some kind of, you know, stoic person above gossip and fodder and all those things. I find that on the days that I really participate in that kind of water cooler conversation is, if I were to be honest with myself, a day that I'm just really looking to not look at myself.
When People in the News continues, Julia's new love and marriage, and a mysterious photograph.
Whether she knew photographers were watching her that day, you know, no one really got to the bottom of it. Maybe she was just being cheeky.
Get ready for the perfect gift.
Chia.
Go loony with Looney Tunes Chia Pets. Chia Elmer Fudd, Chia Tweety, and Chia Taz. It's easy. Just soak the Chia Pet, spread the seeds, water, and watch it grow.
Chia.
Don't forget original Chia Pets and Chia Heads. Collect them all. Chia Pets and Chia Looney Tunes, the gift that grows.
Chia Pets and Chia Heads available at Kmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
CNN Tonight, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson. Intimate secrets of the President and former First Lady. Only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 90...
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
It's 25 days of animated classics, holiday movies, and much more. The 25 Days of Christmas, December 1st through the 25th on ABC Family Channel.
One-horse open
If you need to get your home ready for the holidays, you need to get down to Sofa Mart. That's because we're not only offering incredible values like this entire 4-piece Italian leather group for just $12.97, but now through Tuesday only, we're also offering no interest for 18 months. That's no interest till May 2004. You know you can always count on Sofa Mart for guaranteed lowest prices and extra room group savings. But this special no interest for 18-month offer ends Tuesday, December 3rd.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Act now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program, and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
Hi, I'm Michelle Easter.
And I'm David Bajwani of the Pinpoint Resource Men's Finest Quality Clothing.
Kick off this season for a reason with our entire selection of men's fine quality clothing marked down 20 to 70% off.
Men's wool gabardine pants lined to the knee, $49.99. Worsted wool blazers, $139.99. Men's Pinpoint Oxford button downs, $29.99.
Come and see us today. The Pinpoint Resource Men's Finest Quality Clothing, 51st and Sheridan in the Farm Shopping Center.
This is CNN.
This is CNN.
Now back to People in the News.
Dexter and Yolanda King, children of Martin Luther King Jr., first met Julia Roberts in the late 60s while attending her parents' acting workshop in Atlanta.
It was an extended family, it really was. All of these black kids and white kids getting along, no problems. We had no problems whatsoever, racial problems.
Racial equality was preached within the Roberts home.
She said in Rolling Stone that she was brought up in a liberal family, and she was. And she was taught that it's what inside you that counts, not the color of your skin.
Color became an issue for Roberts during the filming of the thriller Sleeping with the Enemy. It was the spring of 1990, and Roberts was on location in a small town in South Carolina.
A casual night out turned ugly when a member of the film crew was denied entrance to a local bar because he was black. Roberts had a fiery argument with the bar owner.
I was enraged. I was out of my mind.
And she just went off. And I can see her doing that. I mean, in just that outrageous, just outrage, the righteous indignation. I can see it pouring forth from her. And rightly so.
And it's that characteristic, just behaving like a person with far less money and far less fame, that might explain why fans adore her.
Okay, I'm so on the verge of afternoon giggles anyway.
Julia Roberts comes across as genuine. She gets mad, she has fun.
I want my man to see this. Look at the muscle. Forget the award, just look at the muscle. This weighs 14 pounds. It does.
The American public seems fascinated with her love life.
That is not a light little piece of machinery.
When Julia Roberts ended her relationship with Benjamin Bratt last year, the split put her back in the news and back in touch with the man who would become her husband. Danny Moder reportedly helped the star get through her breakup. The couple were seen together often and in April made the romance public. But there was a hitch. Moder was still married. In May, Roberts was photographed wearing a t-shirt that read, "Alo Vera," a play on words perhaps in protest of Moder's estranged wife Vera, who was rumored to be stalling their divorce.
Why she was wearing the shirt, the Alo Vera shirt, a total mystery, whether that was a message, whether she knew photographers were watching her that day. You know, no one really got to the bottom of it. Maybe she was just being cheeky.
By June, Danny Moder's divorce was final. The 33-year-old Los Angeles native grew up in the film business.
He comes from a Hollywood family. His father was a producer. And, you know, he's very much a non-celebrity. There is not an ounce of fame about him, and I think maybe that's what attracted Julia Roberts to him.
Friends of Roberts have said that Moder is the perfect match for her, both down-to-earth, caring, and compassionate.
The eternal question, is this it? Will it last? From all accounts, her friends say that this is it. Her friends say that she's extremely happy, and we'll wait and see.
I've come to Haiti to visit with the children.
Roberts' other passion in life is her commitment to helping children around the world. She traveled to a turbulent Haiti in 1995 as a Goodwill ambassador. She spent 6 days visiting children.
These children cannot be left to deal with the consequences of a political situation that has nothing to do with them. You know, they need food, they need health care, they need education.
Friend and co-star Rupert Everett predicts Roberts' philanthropy will continue.
She's even more beautiful off screen than she is on.
He sees her at age 50, shirt sleeves rolled up, washing babies.
I am proof positive that anything is possible in your life. I am just a girl from Smyrna, Georgia, who wanted to be in movies.
Julia Roberts is currently filming Mona Lisa Smile. She plays a free-spirited Berkeley graduate in 1953 who takes on a teaching position at an all-women's college. The movie is scheduled for release next year. And that is it for this edition of People in the News. I'm Paula Zahn. Thanks so much for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Our air is trying to tell us something. ADM believes that for every problem, nature has an answer. Ethanol, a cleaner burning fuel made from corn. It helps the air. It helps the farmers. And if we need more, we grow it. ADM, the nature of what's to come.
I've been driving all night, my hands wet on the wheel. There's a voice in my head. Here comes my favorite part! What? My favorite part!
What's more fun than a turbo? A turbo with all-wheel drive. When you get it, you get it. Radar love. The rally-inspired 227 horsepower Subaru WRX.
Introducing all new America Online 8.0. We listened to you and designed AOL 8.0 with hundreds of exciting new features.
Welcome.
New AOL email sort gets you to important mail faster. New AOL Call Alert lets you be online and never miss important phone calls. Choose a welcome screen tailored to your interests. There are hundreds of new features to easily connect you to the people and things you care about most. New America Online 8.0. Call 1-800-4ONLINE or get a free startup disc at these locations.
Enter the Contemporary Traveler Sweepstakes at cnn.com/travel for a chance to win a trip to Mexico from Westin Hotels and Resorts. Welcome to the age of modern luxury.
At Fort Knox, a virtual battlefield.
What's the main premise here? Reality.
A town expressly created to train U.S. troops.
If you do it for real, any time for mistakes.
With Battle in Baghdad a distinct possibility, follow the 101st Airborne and find out how these warriors are preparing for urban combat. Aaron Brown hosts CNN Presents Urban Combat, Sunday 8 Eastern on CNN.
CNN Today, it's been the stuff of science fiction, but could you soon be able to get someone else's face to replace your own? The amazing technology and controversy over face transplants. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
I'm Charles Molyneux at CNN Center in Atlanta. We got another hour of People in the News coming up straight ahead, but first, a check of our top stories. We're looking at a pair of terror attacks by ground and air in Kenya today, both targeting Israelis. 3 suicide bombers blew themselves up in front of an Israeli-owned hotel outside Mombasa. At least 13 people were killed and dozens were hurt. 2 suspects are in police custody. At the same time, in the sky over Kenya, 2 missiles narrowly missed a charter flight full of Israelis. Some 261 passengers were leaving Mombasa on a Boeing 757. The plane landed safely in Tel Aviv under escort by Israeli fighter jets. Meanwhile, Kenyan authorities have found missile launch tubes in a field near the airport. The White House is condemning today's deadly attacks on Israelis, the 2 in Africa, and a shooting in Israel that left 5 dead. A spokesman for the president says it's too early to tell if al-Qaeda might be responsible. President Bush is at his Texas ranch for Thanksgiving. UN weapons inspectors are reporting cooperation from Iraqi officials at 2 inspection sites near Baghdad today. The inspectors checked a vaccine plant and a factory that produces light ammunition. The U.S. says the sites were suspected of producing banned weapons of mass destruction. One American soldier has been shot and wounded while riding in a convoy in eastern Afghanistan. The Army says he is now in stable condition. He was hit in the leg. Soldiers have scoured the area where the convoy was ambushed looking for a gunman. They haven't found anybody. I'm Charles Molyneux at CNN Center. We got another update on the way at the bottom of the hour. People in the News featuring Robert Redford begins right now.
Next on People in the News, he's the Hollywood icon who's never been comfortable with his golden boy image. He's not the Sundance Kid. Before the bright lights of Hollywood, a restless teen searching for direction.
He thought he was going to die young.
And now a film legend, giving independent filmmakers their big break.
It was meant to give a voice to people who weren't able to have one.
From the Sundance Kid to the Sundance Institute.
He's garnered a tremendous amount of respect for the independent producer.
A look at veteran actor and director Robert Redford. And then, he's the rough and tumble Aussie who became one of Hollywood's leading men.
He's a rock and roller. He's a motorcycler. He's also an artist.
A high school athlete who had early dreams of being a rock star.
He named himself Russ LaRock, and he was this Elvis lookalike with his hair.
With 1 Oscar and 3 straight nominations, what's next for the man from down under?
We have another Tom Hanks on our hands, but with an Aussie accent.
Inside the complex mind of Russell Crowe. Their stories and more now on People in the News.
Hi, welcome to People in the News. I'm Paula Zahn. Robert Redford seems to have been born to play the leading man. His looks, his presence. But Redford is what you might call a reluctant movie star. True, he's world famous. His Sundance Film Festival rivals Cannes in popularity and prestige, but Redford is also intensely private. It lends an intriguing bit of mystery to this very powerful force in Hollywood and independent films. Here's Bill Hemmer.
I'll jump first. No. Then you jump first. No, I said. What's the matter with you? I can't swim!
Robert Redford, to his legions of fans, he'll forever be known as the Sundance Kid. The 1968 classic made him a movie star, but it's what he's done with his fame that has made him a legend.
I don't think it's unfair to argue that Robert Redford could be seen as the single most important person in independent film.
He's garnered a tremendous amount of respect for the independent producer.
Redford founded the Sundance Institute in 1981, a tranquil haven for filmmaking nestled in the mountains of Utah. 21 years later, it boasts a who's who of famous alumni and one of the most respected film festivals in the world.
There was no Hollywood in the beginning, no celebrities, certainly no fashion, and no press. So there's like a big nothing out there, but it was sure fun.
Two things come to mind when you think of Robert Redford. You think blonde, but you also think this is a guy more than almost anyone else in the industry has given back to the industry. This is a guy who doesn't just take from Hollywood.
Charles Robert Redford Jr. was born on August 18, 1937 in Santa Monica, California. The only child to Martha, a homemaker, and Charles Sr., a milkman.
He was closer to his mother than he was to his father. His father was a very hard-working man, rarely around. His mother, he said, was a very loving woman, a woman who had a great capacity to enjoy life.
As a young boy, Redford loved the great outdoors. He also loved making up his own rules and developed a habit for being late.
He said he remembers exactly when it happened to him. He would go off riding his little tricycle, and his mother would say, "You be sure you be home before dark. You hurry home." And something in him just reared and said, "No, I won't hurry. I will not go home."
Following World War II, Charles Redford Sr. began work as an accountant and moved his family to the middle-class suburb of Van Nuys, California. The move, however, did not solve growing family problems. Martha Redford was diagnosed with cancer, and a rebellious teenager soon emerged.
He and his friends used to break into Hollywood studios, just broke a lot of stuff, just, petty vandalism.
He would always tell me he was going to die young. And when he was upset, it always drives so fast. It's amazing we never got killed, because we'd go over those Hollywood hills as fast as can be, and he'd always be in convertibles with the top down.
But the rebellious teen had an artistic side, too. He loved to write poetry and draw.
He was a doodler, and he would sketch a lot. And there are sketches in the yearbook that he did, which aren't really very good, but I'm sure he got better.
He would often sketch during lectures and on weekends draw portraits of friends.
He had his pad and a pencil, and one day he said, "I'll sketch you." I don't know what I was doing with my hair. I just like it. I think it's a good picture.
Redford was also passionate about sports. In 1955, he headed to the University of Colorado on a baseball scholarship.
Sports was a kind of salvation for me during a troubled period when it was difficult to express my ambivalences and darker feelings.
But those dark feelings would only deepen. That same year, his mother Martha died of cancer. She was 41.
He told me then, that summer, that his mother had died, and he was very sad. I felt badly because I know how much he loved her. I think Bob is a very private person, and I think he keeps a lot of his emotions to himself.
Following his mother's death, Redford turned to alcohol. Skipping classes and baseball practice, he eventually lost his scholarship and dropped out. Working in the oil fields back in California, Redford saved money and headed to Europe to study painting.
He talks about living in a garret in Paris and being so poor that he had to steal vegetables to eat. He would spend so much time alone in this tiny apartment that he would start to hallucinate. He literally felt he was losing his mind.
The 20-year-old returned home 1 year later, broke and disillusioned with the life of an artist.
Bob was directionless. He just didn't know what he was doing, where he was going.
Until 1957, when he met Lola Van Wagenen, a college student from Utah who lived in his Los Angeles apartment building. Persuading her new beau to stop drinking and continue as an artist, Redford moved to New York City and enrolled in the Pratt Institute to study scenic design. But his good looks would soon get in the way of an art career.
A friend of his suggested, well, if you're going to design sets for the theater, why don't you take some acting classes?
Encouraged and content, Redford married his 18-year-old sweetheart on September 12, 1958. 1 year later, the couple welcomed a baby boy, Scott. But this joyous occasion was soon met with sorrow when the infant died suddenly of crib death. In 1959, people started talking about Redford, the actor, when he debuted on Broadway in the comedy Tall Story. More offers followed, including David Merrick's Sunday in New York. The television industry had also taken notice. A televised play of the week, The Iceman Cometh, brought Redford front and center.
Oh, I get you. But Helen, I'm just about broke.
Followed by a memorable episode of The Twilight Zone.
I've been shot.
You realize that this woman is about to die and that this policeman is really death in disguise, and she's let death into her.
Mother, give me your hand.
I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it because it was a very effective half hour, and he was terrific in it.
Coming up, Hollywood anoints Redford their golden boy, an image that angers and frustrates the reluctant superstar.
A fan passed him on the street once and said, "Are you Robert Redford?" And he said, without any hesitation, "Only when I'm alone."
And still ahead, Russell Crowe, talented and temperamental.
Mate, I don't do my job to garner praise or garner awards.
A gladiator on and off the screen. Later on People in the News.
Someone asked me once if I had my shirt special made. I told them I got mine like everybody else at Tractor Supply. The Wrangler jeans, Carhartt coats and workwear, Walls coveralls, plus clothes for the whole family. There's just no place that fits my life better than Tractor Supply. Heck, it's even where I go to get socks.
Tractor Supply. For 1 acre or 1,000, we'll help you get the job done.
Here's an idea. How about integrity?
Tell the truth. That's easy. Just give it to me straight.
All we're asking for is a little honesty. You know what we deserve? Accountability.
These days, I need integrity.
I'm an investor.
I'm an investor.
So as an investor,
I have to be able to trust you.
At the New York Stock Exchange, we agree. So do 2,800 of the world's best companies that meet the highest standards. So every shareholder can invest with trust and confidence.
I think I deserve that.
Our new MP3 player last night with all of her favorite songs.
Gateway PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
A 21st century man living an 18th century lifestyle. No electricity, no running water, no modern conveniences. Yet he feels he has plenty to be thankful for. Connie introduces you to the ultimate survivor. CNN Tonight, 8 Eastern.
On an all-new People in the News, as TV's sweetest family starts a new season, Sharon Osbourne faces a daunting challenge.
You have good days and bad days.
Paula Zahn brings you a special look at the Osbournes. People in the News, CNN Sunday, 7 Eastern.
Welcome back to People in the News.
In 1961, 24-year-old Robert Redford made his big screen debut in the low-budget film War Hunt.
How do you kill a man with a knife?
takes knowledge and practice.
It was on this set that Redford met a young actor by the name of Sidney Pollack. Their friendship would span 40 years.
I didn't know who to talk to. I was slightly uncomfortable. And the only other guy on the set that was as quiet as I was Redford.
A quiet man looking to put down roots, that same year Redford spent $500 on 2 acres in Utah. There, he built his family a house. Following War Hunt, Redford headed back to Broadway, appearing for 11 months in the hit Neil Simon comedy Barefoot in the Park. His role as an uptight honeymooner gave him enough exposure to land bigger roles in Hollywood, including a controversial one, Inside Daisy Clover, opposite Natalie Wood.
All right, I'll play along. I'm cynical. I'm irresponsible, dear heart. I stop at nothing.
No, you're just insecure like most actors.
It's really quite an interesting role. He plays her closeted bisexual husband, and you know, it was kind of a questionable role to take at that time. You're looking at the mid-60s when not every actor was running around begging to play gay roles.
Controversial or not, in 1967, Robert Redford became a household name.
These footprints lead to the happiest motion picture in many, many, many a year.
Barefoot in the Park went to the big screen, and it was a hit. Reprising his Broadway role, this time opposite Jane Fonda, Redford became a movie star and sex symbol.
Wait a minute, Paul!
And at this point in Redford's career, it's all uphill. It's all a graph that goes up, because it seems like every movie he made after that just established him as a bigger and bigger star.
He had passed on a couple of other roles. He passed on The Graduate. He passed on Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, because he felt those were sort of more in the conventional pretty boy mold, and that was not what he was looking for.
Redford was looking for Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, but with his buttoned-up image, producers hesitated.
He had to audition, I believe, repeatedly for Butch Cassidy.
They wanted Marlon Brando to play the Sundance Kid. They would go down the line, well, who do you want? Brando, Brando, Brando. And George Roy Hill would say, Redford.
Director George Roy Hill eventually got his wish, and the Newman-Redford chemistry was explosive.
Think you used enough dynamite there, Butch?
Newman was just so comfortable on screen, and suddenly here was this guy who was even better looking than Paul Newman, something you had never thought possible.
Following the success of Butch Cassidy, a reluctant superstar emerged. His image was everywhere.
Redford was walking down the street in New York, and he came upon a newsstand, and there was his picture on the cover of Life. And he said, I wanted to run away and hide. He found that whole experience of being famous enough to be on the cover of Life really disconcerting.
At odds with his public image, Redford retreated with wife Lola and now 3 children back to Utah. There he purchased 3,000 acres of land and named the property Sundance. He also formed his own production company, Wildwood Enterprises, which produced a series of films starting in 1969 with Downhill Racer. And in 1972, The Candidate.
This country cannot house its houseless. Feed its foodless.
Downhill Racer, The Candidate. These are movies he wanted to make. In some cases, he made on his own as independent pictures.
I say there's got to be a better way.
An indie filmmaker ahead of his time and on a date with destiny. But what Redford did not reckon upon was 1973, the year he would make 2 mainstream films catapulting him from mere superstar to icon.
When I first read The Way We Were, I just couldn't see anybody else. I knew I was going to have trouble, and I did. When I sent it to Bob, he kept saying, "There's nothing to play here. There's just this guy is just an object. He's just a pretty boy."
Hubble Gardner. Pollack knows who he is. I think he feels comfortable with him. You know, they don't live in the star world. They live in the world that they knew together. They can relate to each other when they were poor and when he was not Robert Redford movie star.
I kept promising him that we would try to fix it, and I kept holding out, and finally, out of exhaustion, really, he looked like a guy who'd been running a marathon. He didn't want to do it, but he said, okay, I'll do it. You know?
The on-screen pairing of Redford and Barbra Streisand was electric. their star-crossed characters going down in history as one of the greatest love stories of all time.
One of the great stories to come out of The Way We Were was that in the lovemaking scene, Redford was concerned. He was supposed to be naked under the sheets, and he was a little bit afraid that he might become aroused during this filming, so he said that he had to wear a jockstrap. And he put it on, and he went back under the sheets, and Pollock told him, Redford, we can't do this because it shows, and you're supposed to be naked. So, unfortunately, we don't know whether his worst fear was realized in that scene. But I said in my book on Barbra Streisand that her look of ecstasy on her face may have been more reacting than acting in that scene.
Following The Way We Were, an even bigger success. Reteaming with Paul Newman, 1973's The Sting garnered 7 Academy Awards and an Oscar nomination as well for the 36-year-old. The Newman-Redford duo was back, which begs the question, will they ever reunite again?
We'd do a film together, somebody come up with an idea that wasn't a remake or a repeat or a sequel. That's the part that neither one of us wanted to do, a sequel to either Butch Cassidy or The Sting, so come up with something else before it's too late.
Coming up, the Sundance Institute is born, and Hollywood scratches its head as Redford emerges as a director.
I would just rear back and say to myself, this is Robert Redford, and he's listening to you.
Robert Redford's debut as a director turned an extraordinary ensemble cast into a family of ordinary people, which leads us to this week's Where Are They Now?
Well, actor Judd Hirsch garnered an Oscar nomination for his role as Berger in Ordinary People.
Don't expect it always to tickle.
He will always be known as clever cabbie Alex Rieger on the hit TV show Taxi.
It's a stick pencil.
Where is Judd Hirsch now? Hirsch has remained busy acting. He's had a few television series like the successful Dear John and the not-so-successful George and Leo. Hirsch recently revived his Tony Award-winning role in I'm Not Rappaport on Broadway.
You're dangerous.
He also made a cameo in the movie Man on the Moon, playing a role he knows very well, himself. Our look at Robert Redford will continue after this.
As winds of change blow across today's economic landscape, innovative thinkers are capturing these forces to build a stronger tomorrow. From CNN and Time, and sponsored by IBM, who are the rising stars on the global business scene? How is their vision helping to keep our future bright? Visit CNN.com influencers and watch CNN at 7 a.m., noon, and 10 p.m. all this week for this special series sponsored by IBM.
Stuffed like a turkey? CNN Tonight in the Crossfire. What's the best way to take off the extra holiday pounds? Low fat versus the Atkins diet? The great diet debate in the Crossfire. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern. CNN Tonight, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson. Intimate secrets of the President and former First Lady. Only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
It's all over for Halsey's Furniture. Our time is running out. Everything must go. Every piece of furniture, every accessory, all store fixtures, desks, calculators, staplers, and more. Nothing left that the broom won't sweep. No reasonable offer will be refused. Halsey's Furniture will close forever by December 1st. Don't delay. The best goes first. Get your share of the bargains at Halsey's Furniture, 5000 South Sheridan in Tulsa.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Act now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program, and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
This is CNN.
Now back to People in the News.
By the mid-1970s, Robert Redford was the biggest movie star in Hollywood, but following The Sting, a flop.
Great Gatsby is one of the great movie failures.
Shall we have some tea?
There was enormous publicity before they made it. Then the movie comes out, and it is like this. It just lies on the screen like a big lox.
While Gatsby was not so great, its failure could not diminish his star power. And in 1976, yet another box office classic.
Hi, I'm Bob Woodward of the Washington Post.
In All the President's Men, Redford and Dustin Hoffman took on the Watergate scandal, portraying real-life reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. The film was a labor of love for Redford, who had bought rights to the story and pushed Hollywood for years to make the film.
He got that project before it was written. He heard about it. He sought it out. No one studio wanted to make that movie because they said it's a political movie. The public's not interested in it. We know how it's going to end.
Background, action.
Redford's hard work paid off. The film took home 4 Academy Awards in 1977.
He is as bright as they come, and he's as passionate about work as they come. And he's an extremely good-looking man, and I hate his guts.
What are you doing with that?
After re-teaming with Jane Fonda in 1979's Electric Horseman, the actor was tired. After 21 films in 2 decades, it was time for a change.
A lot of people scoffed when it was announced that he was going to direct because, you know, who is this? He was thought of as a pretty boy, and he announces he wants to make this intimate little family drama.
The film was ordinary people, and if Redford's decision to direct had shocked some, the woman he cast as the film's repressed mother, Beth Jarrett, stunned the rest.
It's French toast. It's your favorite. We both lived on Malibu Beach for a time, and he said after watching the show, the Mary Tyler Moore Show, and seeing me on the beach, he was curious about the dark side of Mary Tyler Moore, for which I will be forever grateful because it was one of the best roles I've ever done.
It was a role Redford knew well.
Beth was his father, and Beth was my father, so I had no trouble understanding her.
In 1980, Ordinary People opened to glowing reviews, garnering 4 Academy Awards, including 1 for the first-time director.
I felt pretty great when we finished the movie, and nobody talked or thought about Oscars or the Academy Award either before, during, or after. So this is an added pleasure.
Respected by peers and no longer just a pretty face, the Oscar nod gave the 44-year-old an opportunity to get away from the spotlight.
It's not a surprise that Redford would start a film institute and a film festival because he had always felt that Hollywood didn't live up to its responsibilities.
In 1981, the Sundance Institute was born.
It was meant to give a voice to people who weren't able to have one, because the mainstream, which I'm certainly a part of, was too focused on what was commercial.
It was rough the first year because there wasn't any money, but he was really determined and he was committed to it in a way that was very impressive.
With his attention focused on the Institute's labs and the birth of the Sundance Film Festival in 1985, Redford appeared in just 4 films in the 1980s, 2 of which hit home runs: The Natural
Well, you head back.
and Out of Africa, directed by Sidney Pollack.
He prayeth well, who loveth well.
That same year, however, a surprising announcement. Redford's 27-year marriage was ending.
He's never, ever said a bad thing about her, nor she about him. He's not the kind of guy who there have been stories about when he was married. So it seems like a marriage that painfully had run its course and was ending.
But a new relationship was beginning between indie filmmakers and Robert Redford.
It's quite meaningful for him to be there for the filmmakers, not only because he has so much to give them and so much to share in terms of the craft of filmmaking, but because this was his passion, is that his heart and soul and his vision.
I also believe that we're never too old to learn something. We can never get too fat and successful not to appreciate that we don't know everything. And sometimes you can learn from babes, you know, and so the young people come and challenge us and push us. That's terrific. Kind of keeps me alive.
The film festival, which had started so small in 1985, grew quickly with some 20,000 making the present-day trek to Park City every January. It would be the launching pad for such directors as Steven Soderbergh, Quentin Tarantino, and Kimberly Pierce, whose script Boys Don't Cry had been selected as a 1997 lab project.
I thought, like most independent films, it might show in one theater. And I thought if it worked, that would be great. The idea that it would be showing all over the country, all over the world, I mean, certainly was a kind of latent dream.
There is no end game to Sundance. There's purposely no end game. It's meant to be open-ended because it's meant to be an organization that rides with change.
In 2001, at the age of 64, Redford the movie star emerged yet again, opposite Brad Pitt in the box office thriller Spy Game.
It was good, but you really had the sense that he was deferring in some of his scenes to Redford. He was kind of learning from the master.
A 40-year Hollywood vet who is indeed by now a master. And although it's hard to predict Redford's legacy, be it film star or Sundance founder, one suspects either way he will have no regrets.
But I think the wonderful thing, and I don't think it takes anything away from Sundance, is that people love him.
He's probably the closest we have in this country to royalty.
This was a guy who really was an outsider. No matter how successful he was, he saw himself and acted as an outsider.
Oh, I think his legacy is going to be myriad. He's a good human being, you know?
Robert Redford is currently working on a small independent film called The Clearing. It's a thriller in which Redford stars as a kidnapped tycoon.
Coming up, from fruit picker and insurance salesman to Oscar winner and international ladies man.
He certainly likes to party, he likes to drink, women find him very attractive.
Down and Dirty with the wonder from Down Under, Russell Crowe. And People in the News continues.
There is a chieftain who shares information with his tribe through a series of simple clicking sounds. Everyone knows the proper way to hunt, to build, even the appropriate time to start a family. Looks like the chief's getting through loud and clear. Rico.
I don't think there was a question of whether we were getting good advice or not from our old broker. We weren't getting advice.
Our old broker would call us up whispering about some new hot stock tip.
I don't think I ever made a dime on any stock tip that any broker ever gave me.
My old broker, unless I called him, he would never call me.
For a lot of years, I just tolerated that type of treatment, and then I decided I would move my money to Schwab.
This year, investors moved more than $30 billion to Charles Schwab.
I think Charles Schwab's actually almost the opposite of a Wall Street firm.
I call up and the man is there, and it makes me feel so great.
When I ask a question, they don't give me jargon, they just give me an answer that I can understand.
There's absolutely no pressure to trade, to sell.
I have no regrets whatsoever about moving my money from my old broker over to Schwab.
I think they just get it.
Come see why there's never been a better time for Charles Schwab. Call 1-800-4-SCHWAB or log on to schwab.com.
Sometimes removing dishes while cooking can be too hot to handle. Ouch! Introducing the UV-Glove Hot Surface Handler. The UV-Glove, made with Nomex and Kevlar by DuPont, provides thermal protection up to 480 degrees. The 5-fingered FlexiGrip makes the UV-Glove a chef's delight. Use it while cooking in the kitchen, the barbecue, and those hot jobs around the house. Save your fingers. Get the UV-Glove. You'll love it.
The UV-Glove's available at Kmart, Walgreens, Eckerd, and Rite Aid. Makes a great gift.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, he's the ultimate survivor. Meet a man who lives off of the earth, literally. Hear his amazing story on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson and legendary TV newsman Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, a look back at some of the most fascinating people we've met in the last year on Newsnight with Aaron Brown. Connie Chung, Larry King, Aaron Brown. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
There's an easy way, and there's a hard way. Do the right thing.
Dean Cain, Erica Eleniak, and Eric Roberts pull the ultimate heist. A Superstation original movie. Christmas Rush, 8 Eastern, 7 Pacific, Sunday on TBS Superstation.
I'm Charles Molyneux at the CNN Center. People in the News will continue after a check at the headlines. A suicide bombing has ripped apart an Israeli-owned hotel in the heart of Africa. At least 16 people, including 3 bombers, were killed in the attack outside Mombasa, Kenya. Investigators say the terrorists were targeting Israelis. They're now questioning 2 people who may have information about the attacks. Another terror attack targeting Israelis in Kenya ended quite differently. A charter flight leaving Mombasa managed to land safely in Tel Aviv after 2 missiles narrowly missed the plane. The jet was a Boeing 757 full of Israeli tourists. Shoulder-launching missile tubes were found in a field near the airport. An investigation is underway.
We have information that Israelis are already in the country to help with the investigations, and we have been working closely with the U.S. government over the last few months, to step up security in the region. So yes, indeed, we welcome all assistance, and the times we live in now, I think it's important that the international community collaborates and act together to try and stem this tide.
The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says 85-year-old actress Zsa Zsa Gabor is in a coma at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. She was hurt when the car she was riding in hit a light pole yesterday in West Hollywood. Zsa Zsa was on a shopping trip with her hairdresser at the time of the crash. I'm Charles Molyneux at CNN Center, and other updates coming up at the top of the hour. Now let's get back to People in the News for a look at Russell Crowe. That begins right now.
Welcome back to People in the News. Russell Crowe is compelling. He's captivating, and sometimes he's combustible. Whether it's acting, women, or rock and roll, Crowe has made a reputation for himself. A reputation for being not only rugged, but also relentless. Here again is Bill Hemmer.
Russell Crowe cannot miss. Since his 1995 Hollywood debut in The Quick and the Dead, he's garnered not 1, not 2, but 3 consecutive Academy Award nominations.
Congratulations, Russell!
In 2001, he took home the Oscar for Gladiator. And though he came up empty-handed at this year's awards, everyone was buzzing about his performance as a schizophrenic mathematician in A Beautiful Mind. He's at the top of Hollywood's A-list, commanding $15 million per picture.
Hey, Russell!
But this Australian import seems anything but interested in the attention.
That's all very interesting and flattering and all that sort of stuff, but, quite frankly, I've got one, and, spread it around a little bit, I don't need I don't need another one.
He doesn't conform to the Hollywood stereotype of how a movie star should be.
You must feel you're on a bit of a roll.
Slightly.
He certainly comes across as surly when he's at award shows.
Award shows, press conferences, you name it.
I don't do my job to garner praise or garner awards. So you can take your cynicism and you can put it where the sun don't shine.
The stories about Crowe's temper keep coming. In June, an Australian judge cleared 2 men who had allegedly tried to blackmail Crowe over this video of a 1999 bar brawl. And Crowe recently made the tabloids after reports that he got into another bar fight, this time in Mexico, where he's currently at work on his new film, The Far Side of the World. It seems Russell Crowe is as complex as the characters he plays on the screen.
He's a really interesting paradox because he is a rough and tumble Aussie. He's a rock and roller. He's a motorcycler. He has a farm. He loves his farm. He's also an artist. It's an interesting combination, and I think that's probably what makes him so sort of fascinating to watch.
With comparisons to Brando and De Niro, is this 38-year-old destined to be one of the Hollywood greats?
We have another Tom Hanks on our hands, but with an Aussie accent.
Russell Ira Crowe debuted back on April 7, 1964 in Strathmore Park, New Zealand. You could say he was born in the show business. His parents were film caterers, and his grandfather was a decorated World War II cinematographer. The family moved to Sydney, Australia when Russell was 4, and within 2 years, he made his first TV appearance on the series Spy Force.
Wandering around those TV and film sets at an early age, he lost all fear. And he also saw how it worked. He'd go behind a door and see that there was nothing there.
At Sydney Boys High School, Russell's no-fear attitude helped him on the cricket and rugby field, but it was his talent for mimicking others that got him noticed.
I think I watched too much TV when I was a kid. We get a lot of American television and stuff, so I always used to just impersonate, you know, or not impersonate, but, you know, copy people's accents.
He's got a great ear, and even now can mimic most people.
How wonderful. I'm talking to the BBC.
Now move your hand over here. Now move your hand over there.
Hello, how are you?
The family headed back to New Zealand in 1978. Russell was 14 then. Putting his acting career aside, he picked up a guitar, and he picked up a new name.
In his mid-teens, Russell started a band. He named himself Russ LaRock, and he was this Elvis lookalike with this hair, this big Elvis hair, really bad clothes. And he wrote his own songs, and one of them was called I Want to Be Like Marlon Brando.
Russ LaRock would soon drop out of high school to pursue his pop star dreams. But when his singles went rocketing to the bottom of the charts, he took up with the Rocky Horror Picture Show, playing Dr. Frankenfurter and Eddie for more than 400 performances.
I think he suddenly realized when he got up on stage and he wasn't just the singer in a band, that acting was really what he really wanted to do. And from that, the seed was sown to really try and make it.
In 1987, Russell headed for Sydney. Opting not to study at the famed National Institute of Dramatic Arts, he would audition and then hone his craft performing in the streets of King's Cross. Surviving would mean picking up odd jobs: bingo caller, fruit picker, insurance salesman, and waiter. He worked at this famous Sydney restaurant, Doyle's, for a short time, but finally in 1990 he got his big break. He was 25, cast in a small film called The Crossing, and during the filming he would meet and fall in love with his co-star actress, Danielle Spencer.
The film opens with quite a raunchy scene of them together, making love in some shed, I think it was. He kissed her very, very passionately. And I think she sat up and really felt that, you know, there might be something more to this.
And there was. The two would date on and off for the next 12 years. Crow's star would rise quite quickly in the land down under. He would win 2 Australian Film Institute Awards, the first for his role in the 1992 film Proof.
Describe them to me.
What, each one?
Each one.
But it was the controversial film Romper Stomper that would garner Russell Crowe his second AFI award and make him a star.
I want people to know that I'm proud of my white history and my white blood.
He was the leader of a group of skinheads who were beating up anyone who didn't look like them.
Hando is a white supremacist. He's a racist, a fascist, extremely disturbed man.
And you just came out of the movie going, who is that guy? What else can he do?
Come on.
Not gonna fight.
When our story continues, Hollywood's sexiest leading lady brings Russell Crowe to the wild, wild west. But to many involved in The Quick and the Dead, his arrival is anything but welcome.
Do you have rollover minutes? Well, if you don't have Singular Wireless, you don't have rollover. Only Singular lets you roll over your unused anytime minutes from month to month. So get rollover, Singular rollover, and start rolling over minutes over and over and over from month to month to month. Do your minutes, keep them. Right now, get 1,000 anytime minutes that can roll over. And this cool Motorola phone, only from Singular. Hurry in, offer ends December 31st.
America Online's the best place to celebrate the holidays. Go to AOL keyword holidays for all your holiday needs.
I do all my holiday shopping on AOL.
It's great not to have to get in the car.
On AOL, there's a gift for everybody on my list.
I get all the holiday music I want.
Recipes for pies and all kinds of stuff.
I share holiday photos with my family.
Well, with AOL, I can actually relax and enjoy the holidays.
Happy holidays from America Online. Call 1-800-4ONLINE or pick up a free AOL startup disc at these locations. battlefield.
What's the main premise here?
Reality.
A town expressly created to train U.S. troops.
If you do it for real, no time for mistakes.
With Battle in Baghdad a distinct possibility, follow the 101st Airborne and find out how these warriors are preparing for urban combat. Aaron Brown hosts CNN Presents Urban Combat, Sunday 8 Eastern on CNN.
CNN Today, it's been the stuff of science fiction, but could you soon be able to get someone else's face to replace your own? The amazing technology and controversy over face transplants. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
CNN Tomorrow. Go north of Baghdad, deep inside Kurdish territory. CNN's Brent Satter takes an in-depth look at the Kurds, their future, and why they would fight with the U.S. against Saddam. Inside northern Iraq on American Morning. CNN Tomorrow.
Now back to People in the News.
What are you doing here?
By 1994, just about everyone in Australia knew the name Russell Crowe. Following his star-making turn in Romper Stomper, his next film, The Sum of Us, stunned everyone.
I like doing it with blokes, Dad. I don't think that's ever going to change because I don't want it to.
To jump from playing Hando, this vile, vicious character, to playing a gay, rugby-playing plumber in The Sum of Us was an extraordinary leap.
He said part of the reason he wanted to do it was because there were all these people who actually liked the skinhead, you know, and admired him, and he wanted to confuse them.
Crowe's gift for transformation and confusion would ultimately catch the eye of one of Hollywood's biggest stars.
Sharon Stone is kind of attributed with discovering Russell, at least in the US.
But his big screen Hollywood debut would be anything but quick.
It's time.
A lot of the studio heads didn't want him to be there. They felt that he wasn't up to it. Who was this guy? Nobody knew him.
I saved your life last night. All kinds of people were saying to her, "Are you kidding? No way, no way." She said, "No, no, no. He's the guy."
She stuck to her guns,
Walk away, retreat.
and she was proved right. She said, you know, Russell Crowe is the sexiest guy working in movies today, and she was ahead of her time.
2 years ahead of her time, in fact. In 1997, Russell Crowe would come on strong.
We're in 6. Where's the girl?
I think LA Confidential is probably the first time that I was really sort of aware of the name Russell Crowe and a performance.
Cut. Director Curtis Hanson would cast Crowe immediately after this screen test.
What it is justice. That's what the fact are. Justice.
LA Confidential would garner critical acclaim, and America would notice Russell, the movie star, for the first time.
You're gonna be a big star. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, when? Yeah, right.
Now.
Concerned he was being typecast as the tough guy, Crowe took a 14-month break. He would retreat back to his farm in Australia to read and write, play the guitar, and search for the perfect script. It came in the form of The Insider, playing a middle-aged corporate whistleblower. But when director Michael Mann approached him, he hesitated.
I said, look, all right, it's very flattering and all that, and it's a great script, but you're being a little silly here, Mr. Mann. You're going to get yourself one of them 50-year-old actors to do this job.
And he came down, and we read, and there's just the two of us. I was reading one part, he'd read the other one, working right across my desk.
He put his hand on my chest, and he said, I'm not talking to you because of your age. I'm talking to you because of what you've got in here.
I knew right then and there, this is the guy. This is Jeffrey Wigand.
And I thought, whew, best work with this fella.
You manipulated me into this.
Gaining nearly 50 pounds, audiences were stunned by his appearance as the former tobacco executive. That 1999 performance would garner his first Academy Award nomination.
48 pounds I put on to play that role. Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Cheeseburgers and bourbon, mate. Oh, it was heaven.
Kevin Spacey took home the Oscar that year, but Crowe, once again, would make a remarkable transformation.
At my signal, unleash hell.
Emerging 6 months later, 40 pounds lighter with muscles to spare, he would unleash hell at the box office. When the Russell Crowe story continues, Hollywood's sexiest gladiator falls in love and nearly falls into the hands of kidnappers.
Even if you brush your dentures every day, you're missing something. Brushing can miss odor-causing food particles trapped in crevices. Polydent with more polyvescent power scrubs out what brushing misses. Polydent every day for better odor control.
On an all-new People in the News, as TV's sweetest family starts a new season, Sharon Osbourne faces a daunting challenge.
You have good days and bad days.
Paula Zahn brings you a special look at the Osbournes. People in the News, CNN Sunday, 7 Eastern.
CNN Tonight, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson, intimate secrets of the President and former First Lady. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
It's 25 days of animated classics, holiday movies, and much more. The 25 Days of Christmas, December 1st through the 25th on ABC Family Channel.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Back now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
Hey Tulsa, at Don Carlton Mitsubishi, the screaming and hype really isn't our style. Just great cars with the absolute best deals in town. How about 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments till 2004? Or 0% interest on Eclipse, Diamantes, Gallants, and Montero Sports. There's no better time and definitely no better place. The only Mitsubishi dealer in town, Don Carlton Mitsubishi, 49th and Memorial.
You've waited all your life, and it's time to pop the big question. So just ask, is your store part of the Oklahoma Jewelers Association? Masood's wants you to know the truth behind buying a diamond ring. If the opportunity sounds too good to be true, well, it probably is. Make sure whomever you buy your diamond from is qualified. Visit Masood's in the Farm Shopping Center at 51st and Sheridan. Masood's, a fine jewelry design studio, Old World Service.
This is CNN.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to People in the News.
When Gladiator debuted in May of 2000, Russell Crowe's star power would shift into overdrive.
You walk out into the Coliseum, there's 5,000 extras going Maximus, Maximus. You know, it's theater on an absolutely grand scale.
Ridley Scott's epic would gross nearly $500 million, catapulting Crowe to Hollywood megastar. A megastar with reports of a mega ego.
Russell Crowe's reputation is as someone who's tough and arrogant, somewhat surly.
Mate, I'm not thinking about that, you know. I'm thinking about going down to Trader Vic's and having a drink.
You know, he certainly likes to party, he likes to drink, women find him very attractive.
And so would the tabloids, linking him to everyone from Jodie Foster to Nicole Kidman. Crowe denied every romance except one.
With Meg, we were doing the job, and the personal thing was separate altogether.
In June of 2000, news of an affair with Proof of Life co-star Meg Ryan would explode in the headlines. Cast as a hostage negotiator who falls in love with a married woman, clearly life had imitated art.
And then when Meg Ryan told the world that she was going to divorce Dennis Quaid, then it became apparent that Meg Ryan and Russell Crowe were more than just a passing fling.
In the fall of 2000, photographers tracked the couple around the globe.
Both of them seemed to be totally in love with each other. He took her to Australia, she met his family, he showed her around his beloved farm.
Crowe also introduced Meg Ryan to the band he had been playing with since the early 1990s, 30 Odd Foot of Grunts.
There's a couple different reasons for the name 30-odd foot of grunts that Russell likes to tell. The most popular one, though, is that it's actually taken from a movie, a film set he was on, where the sound engineer needed 30-odd feet of grunt noises for a fight scene. And I think he just fell in love with the term.
After a successful tour, Crowe headed home to Australia. And in December, when a white tent on his property fueled rumors of marriage to Meg Ryan, he responded with anger.
Just take, for example, the fact that, somebody announces in the press that I'm getting married. If I ever am lucky enough to find the woman that makes that absolute commitment and decision that I'm going to be with for the rest of my life, I don't get to experience that joy or share that joy because this parasite prick has actually published it in the newspaper before, and people say, what, again?
The rumors were way off. Their 6-month relationship was actually coming to an end. Reports would vary as to who broke it off.
She's a magnificent woman, a marvelous person and a great actress. So it's, I don't...
Sounds like you're friends.
Absolutely. We just had an hour-long conversation maybe 2 nights ago.
Just when you thought Crowe couldn't grab one more headline, a plot to kidnap the film star surfaced.
I had to meet with these FBI guys and stuff, so I met with them, and they laid out a situation that they were very concerned about. And that was at the Golden Globes this time last year.
The FBI confirmed the threat, although details of the bizarre plot were never truly revealed. Some labeled it a publicity stunt. Crowe just seemed amused.
They obviously don't know me very well. After a couple of days, mate, they'll be on the phone and go, look, we've got 50 grand. Please take him back.
And I think at first he probably thought it was a bit of a joke, but when suddenly the security men had to surround him at every turn, it wasn't, it wasn't so funny.
In March of 2001, still surrounded by security, Crowe took home his first Oscar. The Gladiator was stunned.
If you'd asked me, right up until the minute, I would have put a lot of money on Tom Hanks.
Flash forward 1 year later, Crowe is doing it again.
Find a truly original idea. That's the only way I'll ever distinguish myself.
His role in A Beautiful Mind garnered his 3rd Academy Award nomination and made him the odds-on favorite to take home the gold. In the end, however, it was Denzel Washington's night.
I think there were 2 factors at work here in his not getting the Oscar. One, I'm not sure the Hollywood community was ready to canonize him yet, to go, yes, you are the new king. So that was a factor. 2, Denzel Washington was really, really good.
Oscar buzz aside, it's what's going on behind the scenes that has fans talking.
Are you now in love?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
You want to tell us who?
No, I don't.
Sailors coming home again.
He's written some very nice songs, and several of them are very much about his long-standing girlfriend, Danielle.
He says he's in love now. He won't say who he's in love with, but he keeps turning up with Danielle at all of these awards shows.
She's seen the lows, she's seen the highs. She's seen him when he was absolutely nothing. She was at his side when he won an Oscar.
Is this something that could be the big one?
Well, we'll just see. I'm not one for making predictions or, that sort of thing. It's somebody I've known for a very long time. And we're just together. It's as simple as that.
And you can stay awake tonight.
Simply put, by a man who is anything but simple. Lover, fighter, rocker, biker, farmer, movie star of global magnitude. The young Aussie who penned the song, I Want to Be Like Marlon Brando, seems to have gotten his wish.
This is a great job, and I want to encourage every one of you in this room to give everything you can to the story. God bless narrative. God bless originality. Good night.
That's it for this edition of People in the News. I'm Paula Zahn. Thanks for joining us.
Now, even in the middle of winter, I can grow fresh herbs indoors with my Chia Herb Garden. The Chia Herb Garden Growing Kit contains everything I need. And what I like best is this natural chia growing sponge. No more messy potting soil. It holds just the right amount of air and moisture to help my herbs grow nice and healthy. Chia Herb Garden, the perfect gift. I bought one for my mother, my friend, my neighbor, and myself.
Chia Herb Garden's available at Kmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Eckerd.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. 36 of the most memorable songs of all time from 3 decades of their brilliant career. When you receive this enhanced CD, put it into your computer and watch exclusive documentary footage of Fleetwood Mac recording their brand new 2003 studio album.
And I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills.
To order the very best of Fleetwood Mac, call the number on your screen or send check or money order for $24.98 CD plus shipping and handling to the address shown. Call now and receive your free lithograph with your order. Rush delivery available.
Introducing all new America Online 8.0. We listened to you and designed AOL 8.0 with hundreds of exciting new features.
Welcome.
New AOL email sort gets you to important mail faster. New AOL Call Alert lets you be online and never miss important phone calls. Choose a welcome screen tailored to your interests. There are hundreds of new features to easily connect you to the people and things you care about most. New America Online 8.0. Call 1-800-4ONLINE or get a free startup disc at these locations.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, he's the ultimate survivor. Meet a man who lives off of the earth, literally. Hear his amazing story on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson and legendary TV newsman Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, a look back at some of the most fascinating people we've met in the last year on Newsnight with Aaron Brown. Connie Chung, Larry King, Aaron Brown. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
Talk Back Live is up next after a check of the headlines. An Israeli-owned hotel near Mombasa, Kenya is the scene of devastation. A suicide attack killed 13 people and the 3 bombers. Dozens of people are hurt. Police are questioning 2 people in connection with this attack. Also from Kenya, a charter jet leaving Mombasa for Israel with 271 passengers and crew on it narrowly dodged an apparent missile attack. Israeli fighter jets escorted the plane into Tel Aviv. Kenyan authorities did find some missile launch tubes in a field near the airport. Israeli intelligence sources say they are almost certainly for SA-7s, also known as Strela missiles. Israeli officials say the nation's secret service will hunt down the Palestinians responsible for killing 5 Israelis in northern Israel today. Officials say gunmen shot up a bus station and a nearby Likud party polling place. The gunmen were killed themselves in a shootout with police at the bus terminal. At least 36 Israelis were wounded. A U.S. soldier serving in Afghanistan has been shot in the leg. He was riding in a convoy of 4 trucks near Gardez yesterday afternoon. The convoy was ambushed by as many as 6 gunmen. The soldier is listed in stable condition. From CNN's global headquarters, I'm Charles Mullen. Our Talk Back Live with Arthel Neville begins right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this very special holiday edition of Talk Back Live. I'm Arthel Neville. Hope you're enjoying your Thanksgiving with family and friends, and we're really glad you invited us over. And, you know, like the turkey and stuffing that's on your table, we want to bring you some of our old favorites. We're going to start with Bernard Kerik. He is the former New York City police chief, and he was here on our set here in Atlanta just days before the anniversary of September 11th. Take a look.
I want to start, though, about I want to get your thoughts on September 11th, and I want to know how you plan to reflect on that day and honor the victims and heroes.
I'll be attending a number of different ceremonies in the city, outside the city.
meeting possibly with some of the families. That morning, I will be at Ground Zero to be involved in the actual memorial ceremony, and just be able to sort of reflect on my own about that day and about the men and women that I lost and that was lost in the attack.
What are some of the pictures and memories that will never leave your mind?
I think first and foremost was when I arrived at the towers. I was there probably within about 8 or 9 minutes after the first plane hit, and I was there before the second plane hit. The visuals and the images of the people jumping from the buildings. I had gone there to meet the mayor and to get him into the emergency command center, but that was virtually impossible because the command center was across the street from Tower 1. And then I think when Flight 175 hit Tower 2, the tower erupted and exploded over top of me and my staff. And those images, walking into the auditorium of police headquarters and having to meet with the families of the 23 cops that were missing, those are the things that I remember most.
And I know that you're a strong person, but I have to ask you, when you saw the towers collapsing on top of the station, coming down where you were, did you ever think, wow, am I going to make it out of here?
Well, the mayor and I were inside 75 Barclay Street when Tower 2 collapsed. We didn't know what it was. We felt the vibration. It felt like a freight train was coming through the building, and then somebody told us to get down. The windows started to shatter, and there was this burst of energy and dust and debris and smoke. And at that point, I didn't know the towers had collapsed. I thought it was a third incoming aircraft. And then we eventually escaped from the building and learned once we got outside that the buildings had come down.
And at that moment, what was your world like?
Your mind is sort of in a sense of denial. I've lived in New York since 1986, and I lived in New Jersey before that. I've seen those towers as long as I can remember, and to think that they could possibly come down, I think my mind was in sort of a sense of denial.
If you could take us back a minute too, because you told us that you were there, 8 or 9 minutes after the first plane hit. When you got word, though, where were you and what were you thinking? I mean, this is something that no one could comprehend.
When the first plane hit at 8:45, I was in my office. I had just finished exercising. I was going to take a shower. My staff came in and began to bang on the door and said that a plane had hit Tower 1. And quite honestly, I thought it was a twin-engine plane. I thought it was one of the planes that fly up and down the Hudson. I told my guys to calm down, and they said, no, you better look at it. You better see this. And I went into my conference room, and I guess police headquarters is about 9 blocks away from the towers. And then I saw what you saw, what the entire world saw. And I really questioned at that point whether it was a plane. I turned around to my staff and I said, who said it was a plane? They said the helicopter pilots at Aviation.
But again, here you are, the leader, the fearless leader. But you are a person too. You had to pull it together and be the leader, but give me some of those inner thoughts that you had.
I think the most pressing or the most confusion came within the first 3 to 5 seconds after the second plane hit. When I looked up and saw the explosion at Tower 2, and then we had to run from that because it was coming down on top of us. For a quick second, I didn't know what was going on. And then I heard that it was another aircraft. And at that point, while the entire world watched, I really didn't have time to take a moment and get my grip and all that stuff. And people ask if, were you afraid? Was the mayor afraid? We had to worry about the possibility of secondary attacks on the ground. We had to worry about incoming aircraft. We didn't know how many more aircraft there were. We had to worry about the evacuation, the response to the city, the mass transit system. There was just too much to do to sit back and think about, fear and, what we were doing.
I want to the beauty of the show is that the regular people get to talk to people like you. And right now we have a call coming in from Kentucky. And Tom, you are live. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'd just like to say that it says a lot about the backbone of this country for someone to have to go through that. And I know it had to be devastating. And I can't say enough. And I respect the man so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thanks for calling in. Commissioner, there, of course, has been criticism to the response, the lack of communication that day. What do you say to that?
Well, I think people have to take a step back and look at it. Number one, it's always easier to analyze and judge something after the fact. Number two, this was a police department. This wasn't a military. This wasn't an army. This wasn't a navy. This was a police department, a paramilitary organization responding to a wartime event. There were 16 to 18 acres of destruction and devastation. There were 3,000 people killed at this event. Was there communications issues? Absolutely. The cell phones went out. There were some radio problems. But this was an event that was sort of the unimaginable. You know, if you look at the damage and the devastation and the death, this was bigger than the attack on Pearl Harbor. And I think people have to take that into perspective when they think about that day.
There was actually chaos in every sense of the word.
It was, it was chaotic in its own sense, but people also have to realize for many years since 1994 when the mayor took over, we had practiced and prepared and planned for the possibility of an attack like this. And had this attack, as ironic as this sounds, had it happened in any other city in this country, I think the damages and the casualties would have been far more.
I want to take a question from an audience member there. Ralph, I think, is your name.
Hi. When did it first dawn on you or the mayor or anyone on your staff that this was a terrorist attack or could be a terrorist attack and not just a plane accident?
2 or 3 seconds after the second tower was hit, the mayor arrived at the scene with me within 3 minutes after the second plane hit Tower 2. But when the second plane hit Tower 2, it flew in from the south, blew out the north end of the building over top of us. I didn't know it was a plane until the aviation pilots started yelling that it was a commercial airliner, and it was that second that I knew it was an attack.
This gentleman here from New York, Ira, in our audience, wearing a Yankees shirt, a true New Yorker, wants to get in on this conversation.
Do you believe the terrorists will attack subway systems in New York?
I can't say whether they'll attack the subway systems, but they will be back. I don't know if it's going to be New York. We can't say where it's going to be. I think it's extremely important that we commit to the war on terrorism that the president has committed. I think it's extremely important that we create the intelligence databases and the clearinghouse for intelligence that the president wants to do to make sure that the next time this happens, where they attempt to do this, we know what happens before. We know what's going to happen beforehand, and that's going to be the key to fighting terrorism. Where it's going to happen, when, and how, we don't know yet. But I can promise you, there will be another attack on this country.
And do you feel comfortable knowing that we can be or will be as prepared as we possibly can be?
Well, I think we are in much better shape today than we were a year ago. I think that will continue. I think we have to stay committed to the war on terrorism, both on the homeland front and abroad. I think the war in Afghanistan and on other countries that support terrorism has got to continue. I think on the homeland, we have to make sure that we create these intelligence networks. We have to make sure that the federal agencies are talking to our local police officers. We have 660,000 cops and police officers that patrol our streets. They've got to know what the feds are looking for, and they've got to communicate. If they don't, we're going to miss the next attack.
Well, of course, Bernard Kerik and Rudy Giuliani, you know that team. Well, guess what? They're up to something again. We're going to find out exactly what these two men have planned for us next. Don't go anywhere. Talkback Live continues after this break.
Greg. New Exelum Digital from Casio takes quick and easy shots with one-touch PC upload, and it's so super thin it leaves no visible camera lines.
This holiday season from TNT.
This is your niece.
How come she doesn't like me?
That child is not my responsibility.
But you're a family.
See Mary Tyler Moore in a movie that proves life's greatest gifts can come in surprising packages.
This is the merriest Christmas ever, Aunt Letty.
Oh.
See Mary Tyler Moore and Burt Reynolds in a TNT original presentation, Miss Letty and Me. See the world premiere Sunday, December 8th at 8 p.m. on TNT. We know drama.
CNN Monday. Don Hewitt of 60 Minutes kicks off a king-size week. Then Brenda Van Dam, Paula Poundstone, Princess Diana's butler Paul Burrell, and Naomi Campbell in a worldwide exclusive on Larry King Live, beginning CNN Monday, 9 Eastern.
16, a brilliant young artist took to the stage in New York and went on to inspire the world. The Paul Simon Collection. For the first time ever, 19 of his greatest songs on one unforgettable album.
I'm going to Graceland, Graceland, to Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to Graceland.
Paul Simon has won more Album of the Year and Record of the Year Grammy Awards than any other artist in history.
Slip sliding away.
The Paul Simon Collection, the essential songs from one of our greatest American poets. The Paul Simon Collection also includes a bonus limited edition live disc featuring 5 previously unreleased tracks.
Bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson.
To order the Paul Simon Collection, call the number on your screen or send $18.98 for 2 CDs plus $4.95 shipping and handling to the address shown. Call now, rush delivery available. Order now and receive a limited edition print with your paid order.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, meet a man who lives off the earth, literally, on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, profiling fascinating people on Newsnight. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
And welcome back to this special edition of Talkback Live. I'm Marthel Neville. We continue our conversation now with former New York Police Chief Bernard Kerik.
You're working a firm called Giuliani Partners.
We're still working with the mayor. Giuliani Partners is a business management consulting firm that was created by the mayor once he left office. And primarily there are other members of the firm, his former chief of staff, the former fire commissioner, the commissioner of emergency management for the city of New York. We basically took the executive staff of New York City and transposed them into another building. And now we consult on different issues around the country, around the world, and my expertise in the field of security, naturally.
And regarding that, we have some questions from the audience. I want to start with Steve. What's your question, Steve?
Yes, sir. Just wanted to get your opinion on the Bush's plan for Homeland Security and consolidation of all the agencies that have been identified in that plan.
I think I have to give the president an enormous amount of credit. I think he's done more in the last 10 months to combat terrorism than we had done in the prior administration. I think the merging of these agencies is absolutely necessary. We've got to create a mechanism where the agencies talk to each other and report to one command. We've got to make sure that those agencies then have a communication effort with the CIA and the FBI. If we do that, we'll be able to create the intelligence databases, to put them together, the clearinghouse, the dissemination of that information, and that's what's going to prevent things like this from happening in the future. If we don't do that, they'll be back, and we'll miss it before they get here.
What do you make of stories that we see when various airports across the country are shut down, evacuated for hours because of suspicious packages?
Well, I think it's the new world we live in, and I think we have to get accustomed to it. I think we have to understand it. We have to realize it's going to happen. We have to police our streets differently. We have to be aware of our surroundings. You know, these people are going to come back, and when they do, they may not attack the country like the World Trade Center, like the Pentagon. But if you took 5 areas in this country, and at 5 o'clock this afternoon, you sent in 5 suicide bombers to 5 airline counters or to 5 tourist sites, and you killed 50 people, much less than what was killed on September 11th, but you would devastate this country. You'd cripple the economy because you would frighten the entire country. That's what terrorism is. It's sheer fear. That's what they are attempting to do because they despise this nation.
Let me get another question in from another audience member, Elaine.
Hi. I want to know, do you think they're going to rebuild the tower back? And if they do, would it be as high as it was?
Well, I think they're looking to rebuild the towers and create another, economic development center like the towers. But I have to say, from a personal perspective, and maybe it's, I have a different insight, I am adamantly opposed to building on the footprints where the towers were. At 2:30 in the morning on the 12th, I went back to the site that night, and I met the mayor there. And I can recall looking out over the site and seeing the metal and the debris and the dust. And I realized that there was nothing there. There was just metal and dust and dirt. Two buildings, 110 stories, had been disintegrated. They've vaporized. They just disappeared. And the people that were in those buildings did the same. We never recovered all of the people in those buildings. They're still there. They're in the dust. They're in the ground. They're in the air. And I, for one, I believe that is now a cemetery. I believe it's hallowed ground. And I don't think we would build on the battlefield of Gettysburg, and I don't think we should build there either.
Wow, that's definitely a very sensitive perspective, and I do appreciate that perspective. What I'm going to do now, actually, just for the sake of time, I'm going to have to take a turn here and talk about a totally different subject, which is going to be Taekwondo. You have a black belt in Taekwondo.
Right.
Correct. And yes, there is the Atlanta tournament here happening this weekend.
Right. Joe Corley's Battle of Atlanta is probably the largest martial arts tournament in the world, and most of the people you see in this room in the front rows here are some of the masters over the last 20 or 35 years. I don't want to give anybody's age away, but they are the pioneers, so to speak, that brought martial arts into this country.
But how important is Taekwondo in your life?
I grew up in Paterson, New Jersey. I was born in Newark, and I know a lot of people may have seen the movie Lean on Me and Joe Clark, East Side High. Well, I went to East Side before Joe Clark ever cleaned it up. And it was a pretty bad neighborhood, and I needed some help. And my help really came from the martial arts. I started when I was about 13. I got my black belt when I was 16. And that was sort of the foot in the behind that got me started to put me where I am today.
Well, listen, you are at a great place today, and I really appreciate your stopping by here at Talkback Live to share your stories with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Up next on this special edition of Talkback Live, we are going to mix it up with the unpredictable Charles Barkley. We're back in a moment.
Here's an idea. How about integrity?
Tell the truth. That's easy. Just give it to me straight.
All we're asking for is a little honesty.
You know what we deserve? Accountability.
These days, I need integrity.
I'm an investor.
I'm an investor.
So as an investor,
I have to be able to trust you.
At the New York Stock Exchange, we agree. So do 2,800 of the world's best companies that meet the highest standards. So every shareholder can invest with trust and confidence.
I think I deserve that.
Problems recording your favorite TV show? Let the VCR Copilot take over. The easy, fast way to record your favorite shows. No confusing menus or complicated manuals. Just pick the channel you want to record. And with the Copilot, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, pick the day. 2, set the start time. 3, set the stop time. That's it. Records the exact time and day you choose. Anybody can do it. Never miss a show again. The VCR Copilot.
Available at Kmart, Walgreens, CVS, and participating True Value.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
A 21st century man living an 18th century lifestyle, yet he has plenty to be thankful for. Connie introduces you to the ultimate survivor. CNN Tonight, 8 East.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Back now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
Masood's, a fine jewelry design studio at the farm, showcasing handcrafted original jewelry from national and international artists. Masood's, a full-service jeweler with old world values. Masood's, 51st and Sheridan at the Farm Shopping Center underneath the windmill.
This is CNN.
And welcome back to this special holiday edition of Talkback Live. I'm Marthel Neville. Many of you know Charles Barkley from his playing days in the NBA, and now he has a new show where he's talking basketball on TNT. And Charles, in case he didn't have enough to do, he has now joined the Talkback Live family. That's right, he's a weekly contributor here. And Sir Charles recently sat down with me. We talked about his new book and a few other things that were on Charles's mind. Let's take a look. Charles, welcome. Nice to see you again.
What's up, girl? How you doing?
I am great. We're going to get right to it. I know you just heard us talking about the background checks for the Little League volunteers, right? Just wanted to know what you think about that idea.
Well, I think that's just a no-brainer. I think anybody who's working with kids, you got to check everything out about them. And with all the technology we have available today, I mean, we should be able to find out everything about anybody.
And you also know what's on everybody's minds, particularly the folks living in the Maryland area, these sniper shootings. Wondering if you had any thoughts you'd want to share with us on that story.
Well, I think the number one thing, it just makes you sad because it's to know that there's a person capable of doing that. As a human being, you just feel like, I can't believe somebody living in my country and my world is that evil. So I just feel great sadness.
Yeah. Hey, listen, okay, so the name of your book, I may be wrong, but I doubt it. It's a little cocky title, by the way, Charles.
Well, I'm a little cocky.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. A little bit? Okay, so what do you talk about in this book? I mean, you talk about everything. Give us an idea of what you talk about. And who do you think will read this book?
Well, I think the book is really good. And I'm saying that I had a great guy writing it for me, Mike Wilbon. We just talk about life. I talked about not graduating from high school and how bitter I was for a long time because they did not let me graduate. I was bitter at my father. And I just talked about I wasted all that time and energy being mad at my high school and being mad at my father. And I didn't enjoy the first few years of my career.
Hey, Charles.
Yes.
Why do you say they didn't let you graduate from high school?
Oh, because I flunked Spanish. And
¿Por qué?
I don't know why the hell I was taking. Hey, I don't know why the hell I was taking Spanish in the first place.
Hey, you know, it's very good to have a foreign language as something that I actually wish that here in America, that unlike over in Europe, that it would become mandatory a second language, say when you're 8 years old. That's how you really learn a second language.
Well, I think it's good to learn a second language. But I just was mad because I had accomplished a lot of great things in high school. But not to graduate, I was so bitter and angry, and I actually went and watched the whole ceremony from next door. And I was just mad. I just wanted to be successful to prove all those people and stick it to them.
Right. But at the same time, Charles, those were the rules. The rule was you have to take Spanish, you have to pass it in order to graduate.
Well, I didn't have to take it. I was just stupid enough to take it. But the thing I want to talk about in the book was I spent all that time being angry at my father and being angry at my high school, and it was unnecessary because that's the point I want to make. It was my fault.
Yeah, anger is not a good thing. It's bad for the soul, right? We're going to move on now. Harry Belafonte let everyone know what he thinks of Secretary of State Colin Powell during an interview on KFMB radio in San Diego. Let's listen to what he said.
There's an old saying in the days of slavery. There were those slaves who lived on the plantation, and there were those slaves who lived in the house. You got the privilege of living in the house if you served the master. Colin Powell is permitted to come into the house of the master.
Okay. That is the quote from Mr. Belafonte, and wanted to know, Charles, if you had any response to that at all.
Well, it's unfortunate because I love Colin Powell. He's one of my heroes. He's somebody I really admire. I also have great respect for Mr. Belafonte also. I think one of the things I talk about in the book is black people, we should not, just because we disagree with each other, we shouldn't make one right or one wrong. It's all right to be different, to have our own opinion. Just because Mr. Powell is a Republican, that does not make him bad. We as black people, one of the things I say is we are never going to be successful because of stuff like this. We treat each other so bad. It's not always, I guess he's referring to the white man. Everything bad that happens to black people is not the white man. We treat each other like crap until we address our own problems, which is black on black crime, teenage pregnancies, and single parent homes. We're never going to be successful. And it's not fair for whites and people or black people to get mad at each other because we disagree. Mr. Powell happens to be a Republican. I could care less who's a Republican, who's a Democrat. And until we as black people especially, one of the things I talk about, I feel like I have to speak for poor black people, poor white people, and Hispanics. Because those are three groups I feel like get treated like crap in this country. But what happens is they make us pick and choose. Like now this is going to be a big deal, them criticizing each other. And it doesn't solve anything. But I admire Colin Powell. And just because, you know, one thing in the black community, when black people start trying to be successful, a lot of black people resent them. They treat them bad. And that's wrong.
Okay, listen, Charles, I have to take a break right now. And by the way, everyone else, you will get a chance to spar with Charles after this. I have some people in the audience with questions or comments for you, Charles. Talkback Live continues in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Season's greetings from a place called Perfect. Here, snowflakes are caught more often than colds. Tape never runs out. And when Santa delivers the presents, he includes breakfast. Of course, we don't live anywhere near perfect, so there's Walgreens, with everything needed for the holidays. That's life. This is Walgreens.
This is my oxygen.
Uh-oh. Oxygen is me.
The Oxygen movie, free on cable TV.
Yeah, have a look.
Oxygen is me. Rosie Perez is stacked, and it's all natural, honey. Watch it.
USA Today proclaims Barkley is truly must-see TV.
You know, I'll fight anybody for the right amount of money.
Supremely gifted at doling out Saz, Rave's TV guide.
There's never going to be another guy like me.
And the Chicago Tribune agrees the round mound of sound astounds.
Fast food is the greatest invention that's a part of the automobile.
Don't miss Listen Up, Charles Barkley with Ernie Johnson, Thursday nights at 7.
I break it right here on TNT.
Stuffed like a turkey? CNN Tonight in the Crossfire. What's the best way to take off the extra holiday pounds? Low fat versus the Atkins diet? The great diet debate in the Crossfire. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
Enter the Contemporary Traveler Sweepstakes at cnn.com/travel for a chance to win a trip to Mexico from Westin Hotels and Resorts. Welcome to the age of modern luxury.
A 21st century man living an 18th century lifestyle. No electricity, no running water, no modern conveniences. Yet he feels he has plenty to be thankful for. Connie introduces you to the ultimate survivor. CNN Tonight, 8 Eastern.
On an all-new People in the News, as TV's sweetest family starts a new season, Sharon Osbourne faces a daunting challenge.
You have good days and bad days.
Paula Zahn brings you a special look at the Osbournes. People in the News, CNN Sunday, 7 Eastern.
We'll get back to Talk Back Live momentarily, but first, this news alert. We're following 2 terror attacks by ground and air in Kenya today. Both were aimed at Israelis. 3 suicide bombers blew themselves up in front of an Israeli-owned hotel outside Mombasa. At least 13 people were killed. Dozens more were hurt. Also today, over Kenya, 2 missiles narrowly missed a charter flight full of Israelis. 261 passengers were leaving Mombasa Airport on a Boeing 757. The plane landed safely in Tel Aviv. Kenyan authorities have found missile launch tubes in a field near the airport. As today's attacks were happening, Israelis were going to the polls to vote in the Likud party primary. Early projections by Israeli TV show Israeli Prime Minister Sharon defeating Foreign Minister and former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for control of the party. If the results stand, Sharon will run against a Labor Party opponent in January's general elections. Police in Los Angeles say 85-year-old actress Zsa Zsa Gabor is in a coma after a serious car crash yesterday. A car driven by her hairdresser hit a light pole. Zsa Zsa was riding in the front seat and reportedly suffered several broken bones. That is your CNN News Alert. Now back to Talk Back Live with Arthel Neville.
And welcome back to this special holiday edition of Talk Back Live. I'm Arthel Neville. We'll continue our conversation now with Sir Charles Barkley.
Hey, Charles, I have several audience members who want to ask you a couple of questions, starting here with James.
Yes, Charles, the movie Barbershop is out, and a number of black leaders have been saying that Rosa Parks and, of course, Martin Luther King have been stepped on. I would like to know, have you seen the movie? And I would like to know that when do we separate reality from comedy?
That is an unbelievable point. I did go see the movie. I saw it the first day it was out because a couple of my friends there in the movie. I wish they hadn't said anything about Rosa Parks because she's somebody I really admire. But I think you have to really, your point is well taken. See, that's what we all talk about, political correctness. I think we have to be smart enough to decipher between what's comedy and what's serious. And so I had no problem with the movie. I wish they hadn't said the thing about Dr. King or Rosa Parks, but I'm smart enough to know that, you know, it's just comedy.
Okay, and we have Susan from Alabama.
Yes, this is really exciting that I get to speak with you. I wish it could be in person. I would like to know what ties you still have with your hometown, especially since I just learned that you were really upset about not getting your high school diploma at that time.
Well, I got over that. It took me a long time to get over that, but as far as my ties to my hometown, this is one of the things
Leeds, Alabama.
That's it, baby. One of the things I talk about, and I gave my high school $1 million. I'm giving them $1 million. I'm giving my college $1 million. And I'm giving another inner city school in Birmingham, Cornerstone Schools, I'm giving them $1 million over the next few years. As far as my hometown, right now I'm in the process of buying 10 houses and renovating them. Because I think that if kids live in a good neighborhood and don't have to run down all abandoned and beaten down houses, I think it will improve their pride and self-esteem. So hopefully in the next 2 months, we'll have all 10 houses remodeled, paid for, and remodeled by next summer or by next Christmas, hopefully, and just improve my neighborhood, because I think that that's a really big deal to me, to improve my own neighborhood first.
Okay. Hey, Charles, we have an email coming across now. I want to share with everybody from Larry in Oregon. He says, Charles Barkley as a commentator on current news issues. You have to be kidding. What is CNN thinking?
Well, see, Larry is interesting because Larry's one of them guys who think his opinion is more important than mine. Everybody in this world has an opinion. And when somebody like myself who's got no BS on the table, people get offended. But Larry, we played your stupid opinion, and if my opinion is stupid, it's gonna get played too.
All right, listen, I have Kevin here from Alabama.
Like 1 year ago when Michael Jordan came back to the NBA, like all my friends and people I know, they were like, I can't believe it, he's playing for another team, and because of his age. And I was wondering if you had any chance of playing professional basketball again.
No. You know, last year I wish Michael hadn't came back because I said I thought he was going to get hurt. And that was unfortunate because I love Michael like a brother. And he's been my friend through this entire, obviously, professional life. And he's been there for me in a lot of crucial situations. But I didn't want to come back because, number one, I knew he couldn't be as good as he was. And I knew he was going to get hurt. And I'm really worried about him this year because I think, as well as I know Michael, it's going to be tough on him coming off the bench. Because he is the most competitive person I've ever met in my life. And he's not going to be happy coming off the bench. I know they can say all the good things they want to, and they can make it like everything's going to be fine. But Michael is not going to be happy coming off the bench. I know him better than that.
Okay. Hey, listen, Charles, we have to take a break, but we're not finished with Mr. Barkley just yet. But after the break, we will continue. So get the questions ready, and we'll continue in a moment.
Get ready for the perfect gift.
Chia.
Go loony with Looney Tunes Chia Pets. Chia Elmer Fudd. Chia Tweety. And Chia Taz. It's easy. Just soak the Chia Pet, spread the seeds, water, and watch it grow.
Chia.
Don't forget original Chia Pets and Chia Heads. Collect them all. Chia Pets and Chia Looney Tunes. The gift that grows.
Chia Pets and Chia Heads available at Kmart, Walgreens, Eckerd, and participating True Value.
My brother Danny and me. He got a new truck. I got a bigger one. I've got a family. He's got a bigger one. Then my doctor tells me to start taking an aspirin every day for my heart. Just one tiny little St. Joseph aspirin. Though maybe bigger isn't always better. Try telling him that.
CNN Today, it's been the stuff of science fiction, but could you soon be able to get someone else's face to replace your own? The amazing technology and controversy over face transplants. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. More than MSNBC or Fox News. More than any network, newspaper, or magazine. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, he's the ultimate survivor. Meet a man who lives off of the earth, literally. Hear his amazing story on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson and legendary TV newsman Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, a look back at some of the most fascinating people we've met in the last year on Newsnight with Aaron Brown. Connie Chung, Larry King, Aaron Brown. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
And welcome back to this special holiday edition of Talkback Live. I'm Marthel Neville. We'll continue our conversation now with Sir Charles Barkley.
Johnny Cochran is going to sue the NFL because there are not enough black coaches. And he spoke with CNN's Connie Chung, and I want to play a little bit of that. Let's take a listen.
I know one of the issues that you're very passionate about and have stepped forward regarding is the lack of African-American NFL coaches.
Yes, I am, and I'm a sports fan, and this is not anything where I'm trying to get a lot of money or get any publicity out of this. Especially after Dennis Green was fired by the Minnesota Vikings, here's a guy who had a remarkable career. He won games. He had one bad season. He was out. We commissioned a study by an economist, labor economist, who came back with a report that showed that the black coaches did generally better than the white coaches. They got to the playoffs more often in terms of comparing their records. They had more winning records, more times in the playoffs and that sort of thing. But they were still the last hire and the first fired. 400 NFL coaches in history, only 6 are black. 70% of the players are black. So these guys will have no place to go to be coaches. And so I'm saying, but these owners, they have a lot of, they have a lot of money and they do what they want to do. So we've asked to meet with the commissioner. I think he's been very progressive about this. They need to improve this. Everybody.
Okay. Charles, would you like to expound on what Mr. Cochran just said?
Well, I totally agree. We need more black coaches in the NFL. I mean, obviously we have a great deal in the NBA. We have a lot of guys in great positions. So they need more NFL coaches. But the bottom line is, man, a lot of those guys are rednecks and they don't want brothers coaching. And I like Johnny Cochran. I know if I ever kill anybody, I can call him and he'll get me off. But, he's got a point. They need more black head coaches in the NFL. But and the main thing, we need some black owners in sports, period. That's one of the things I talk about in the book. It's a disgrace that there are no black owners in sports. I mean, there should be, because that's really where the money is made. People talk about how much money the players make, but if you want to make a ton of money, it's best to own the team.
Okay, listen, another question regarding sports. The Augusta National Golf Course, women's groups are trying to, they're fighting to get women admitted as members. Do you think women deserve to be members there?
No, because it's a private club. It's not a public place. And that goes back to what I just said about those guys are rednecks. They don't want brothers there. They don't want women there. And they probably don't want Jewish people. Most of the golf courses I play don't have no black members. A lot of them don't have Jewish members, and some of them don't have women. They don't want them. I mean, that is the ultimate, probably good old boy network.
Right. But, now, Augusta does have one black member.
That's a funny thing. I have to laugh when people say that. They got I think they might have 2 black members.
Okay.
And even if they admit one woman, that still doesn't make them non-discriminatory. That's the whole thing that makes me laugh about this. Well, she wants them to have a woman. First of all, if they do get a woman there, that doesn't do anything.
And you can talk to Charles Barkley every Wednesday here on Talkback Live. Up next, smallpox. Author Richard Preston paints a very terrifying picture of bioterrorism and how we are all vulnerable to this deadly disease. You don't want to miss that. We're back in a moment.
Does a pair beat a straight?
Yes. 1. Gina. 3.
Tina.
Oh, she's been sending me pictures. On the phone? Pictures of what? Things she can do. Oh. I'm out.
When you can take and send pictures in a wireless phone,
that ought to do it.
That's M-Life from AT&T Wireless. Now save $50 on the Sony Ericsson T68i wireless phone.
CNN Monday. Don Hewitt of 60 Minutes kicks off a king-size week on Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, CNN Monday.
AuctionClearanceTeam.com is back. Back now to get bank repossessions, lease returns, program, and used vehicles for a $27 transfer fee and many payments at $89 a month. AuctionClearanceTeam.com bought them for pennies on the dollar. And they brought them to Riverside Chevrolet to save you thousands. Get online for vehicles starting at $27 down, $89 a month. Get online and get to Riverside Chevrolet, because to save thousands, you're going to have to act.
If you're shopping for new bedroom furniture for the holidays, you got to get to 4-Day Furniture at Pine and Sheridan and 31st and Sheridan for the Red Tag Blowout Sale. Lots of bedroom furniture, beautiful bedroom furniture at a fraction of what you'd expect to pay. Here's an example right here. This beautiful set, you get the dresser, you get the mirror, the headboard, the footboard, the rails, the chest of drawers, and a queen-size mattress set. You get it all for $788. $788, you can't beat that. If you don't come see me, I can't save you any money.
Time to have fun. Come to Galaxy Distributing today. Relax in your home with a Caldera Spa from Galaxy. The calming comfort of a Caldera Spa, the world's largest manufacturer of spas, is easily within reach with spas starting at just $1,595. Galaxy is your one stop for your home game room needs with personal home tables starting at $249. Why not tan at home with your own personal tanning bed for as little as $35 a month? Serving Oklahoma for 27 years. Galaxy Distributing, 7813 East Admiral Place, located on Admiral, 1 block west of Memorial.
Rock-a-bye, sweet baby Jane.
The man and his music.
Oh, I've seen fire and I've seen rain.
James Taylor is coming.
Yeah, all right.
Get ready for an evening with James Taylor.
Sweet it is to be loved by.
The October Road Tour comes to Tulsa Convention Center, Saturday, December 7th. Get your tickets right now. Discount available with student ID. James Taylor and his traveling band of musicians. Beaver Production for Cox Communications.
This is CNN. This is CNN.
And welcome back, everyone, to Talkback Live. I'm Marthel Neville. This is our special holiday edition. With the threat of war with Iraq, there has been a lot of fear lately about the threat of bioterrorism, in particular, a smallpox attack. Well, recently I spoke with author Richard Preston, who has a very scary book out now called The Demon in the Freezer.
Okay, your bio says that whatever you write about eerily becomes the news. Most recently, you wrote about weapons-grade anthrax. If, in fact, you have a knack for fatal foreshadowing or forecasting, where do you think this ability comes from?
Well, it may very well be that I love to talk to sources inside the government who tell me what's really going on. And my feeling for quite some time now is that biological weapons, especially smallpox, are a very big issue on the world stage right now. You know, the United States is very likely to go to war with Iraq. And of the weapons that Saddam Hussein has, probably the most scary and most powerful one may very well be smallpox, the virus. So would Iraq be crazy enough to release smallpox in a terror attack on the U.S. in the context of a war? I don't think anybody can plumb the mind of somebody like Saddam, but it's certainly something that this country has to be ready for.
And having said that, do you think that everyone should be vaccinated against smallpox?
Well, this is a great question. The vaccine carries a relatively high risk of side effects, and the experts are telling me that maybe 20 to 25% of the American population ought not to have the vaccine, that it doesn't come up to modern safety standards. My own feeling about this is that we probably ought to start limited vaccinations of some people, emergency workers, and as I've said, I would probably give it to my own family.
You would. Now let's go back to that 20% of the population that cannot accept this vaccine. Do you know why?
Well, it's got a very bad rate of reactions. You know, most people over the age of 30 have a little scar in their upper arm about the size of a nickel. That's the smallpox vaccination scar that you got in childhood. However, the vaccine wears off starting about 5 years later. So today, virtually nobody is fully protected against smallpox. It could travel very fast in our society. The concern, let me just try to explain this. I'm going to be pretty graphic here, but this is something that people need to know about. Smallpox, some people think that it's maybe like a bad version of chickenpox. Not. There are two major types of the disease that are fatal. One is the classical smallpox, in which the skin blisters up all over the body, particularly on the face. If these blisters or pustules join together in sheets, the virus has essentially stripped the skin off the body, and you will probably die. There is another form, extreme smallpox, which is also known as bloody smallpox or hemorrhagic. And in this type, the skin remains relatively smooth. It doesn't blister up, but you get a corrugated effect in the skin that is known by doctors as the crepe rubber skin. The whites of the eyes develop blood blisters all over them, and then the skin can slip off the body in sheets while you get hemorrhages from all the natural openings of the body. Now, if a virus like this was going around, it's highly contagious. It travels in the air from person to person. It comes out of victims' mouths as they speak or as they cough. It can fill a hospital. It can spread very rapidly like wildfire in medical settings. You've got a real problem on your hands if smallpox starts to go around. I am not thoroughly convinced that our government takes this seriously or has adequate plans now in place.
I have to take a break right now, but I have many, many more questions for you. So if you would stick around for us, I want to ask you questions, and I want to take your questions as well. So go ahead and give me a call at 1-800-310-4CNN or email me at talkback@cnn.com, and we're back in a moment continuing this conversation.
Closed captioning provided by Prudential Financial, growing and protecting your wealth.
Finding the path to financial security means building wealth and sustaining it. We can help you do both. Prudential Financial, growing and protecting your wealth.
It's surprising to most Americans that our air is actually getting cleaner, thanks in part to investments in clean coal technologies. Electricity from coal is an increasingly clean source of energy, and by relying on technology, we're on the right track. In fact, according to the U.S. Department of Energy, new coal-based power plants built beginning in about 2020 may well use technology that is so advanced they'll be virtually pollution-free. To learn more, visit balancedergy.org.
Clap on, clap off.
Presenting the Clapper. Just plug it in. Turns things on, turns things off, just by clapping. Perfect for hard-to-reach places. Switch to the away function for convenience and security. Your lights will turn on as you enter the room. Or if someone else tries to.
Clap on, clap off.
The Clapper.
The Clapper is available at Kmart, Rite Aid, Eckerd, and participating True Value.
As winds of change blow across today's economic landscape, innovative thinkers are capturing these forces to build a stronger tomorrow. From CNN and Time, and sponsored by IBM, who are the rising stars on the global business scene? How is their vision helping to keep our future bright? Visit CNN.com influentials and watch CNN at 7 a.m., noon, and 10 p.m. all this week for this special series sponsored by IBM.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, he's the ultimate survivor. Meet a man who lives off of the earth, literally. Hear his amazing story on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson and legendary TV newsman Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, a look back at some of the most fascinating people we've met in the last year on Newsnight with Aaron Brown. Connie Chung, Larry King, Aaron Brown. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
At Fort Knox, a virtual battlefield.
What's the main premise here?
Reality. A town expressly created to train U.S. troops.
If you do it for real, any time for mistakes.
With battle in Baghdad a distinct possibility, follow the 101st Airborne and find out how these warriors are preparing for urban combat. Aaron Brown hosts CNN Presents Urban Combat, Sunday 8 Eastern on CNN.
And welcome back to this holiday edition of Talkback Live. I'm Arthel Neville. We continue our conversation now with author Richard Preston.
What exactly are the side effects of the vaccination?
Okay, Kathy, that's a good question. The vaccine is an old vaccine. It was actually invented in 1796, and Thomas Jefferson, as a matter of fact, highly recommended it to the American people. But it's biotechnology that's 200 years old. And it is a live virus called vaccinia. It's a very mild virus. When you become infected with it, your immune system goes into a state of screaming alarm and can then fight off an attack by smallpox. But the problem is that because the vaccine is a live virus, it can make some people sick who have depressed immune systems. And in our modern world, many people have depressed immune systems for any number of reasons. They may be having cancer chemotherapy, they may be elderly, they may be very young kids, people who are HIV positive, whether they know it or not, people who have had organ transplants, and people who have eczema, a history of eczema, even in their families. So there's just a laundry list of people who may have a bad reaction to the vaccine. It's not to say that they will, but the bad reaction to the vaccine can be pretty awful. And in some instances, it can actually kill you with a disease that looks a good deal like smallpox.
I have an email coming in right now. Let's share that with everybody. From Tom in California. He says, what impact could a terror attack of the smallpox virus have on the U.S. and world economy?
I think that the experts who think about these things and do computer models of the spread of the virus disagree about how fast it would spread. Some feel it could spread very rapidly, others maybe not so fast. But the one certain effect it would have is great economic disruption. People would not want to travel. Public transportation systems would be shut down. International borders could end up being closed very quickly. In the past, when there were smallpox outbreaks, what typically happened was the country that was experiencing the outbreak absolutely had to shut itself off from the rest of the world. Now, in the modern world, that could be a bad thing for developed economies, which is one reason, I think, why some countries, perhaps Iraq, would even consider the use of smallpox as a weapon, or why it might be attractive to terrorists.
But now, Richard, quickly, if Iraq has smallpox, would the UN weapons inspectors be able to find it?
Well, they ransacked the country before. There's considerable circumstantial evidence that Iraq has smallpox, but they didn't find any. It's easy to, you can hide a little vial of it in a freezer and you'd never find it.
Well, that's going to do it for this special Thanksgiving Day edition of Talkback Live. Thanks so much for inviting us over. We will be here again tomorrow with more Talkback Live. I'm Marthel Neville. In the meantime, everyone, please enjoy your holiday with your family and your friends. We all have so much to be thankful for. We'll see you later.
I'm Charles Molyneux at CNN Center in Atlanta. Inside Politics with Judy Woodruff is coming up, but first, this news alert. 3 men set off a car bomb in front of an Israeli-owned hotel in Kenya today, killing more than a dozen people. About 26 others were wounded. Police say the bomb appeared to have been made of plastic explosives and detonated by a timer. Kenyan and Israeli officials say they suspect al-Qaeda, but a White House spokesman says it's too soon to make that connection. Just a few minutes before the hotel attack, 2 missiles were fired at an Israeli airliner as it took off from the nearby Mombasa airport. The plane was not hit, and none of the 271 people on it got hurt. The plane continued to Tel Aviv, and it landed without incident. In northern Israel, meanwhile, voting in today's Likud party election was hit by violence. 2 Palestinian gunmen shot up a polling place. 5 Israelis were killed, and dozens more were wounded. The gunman died in a firefight with police. Within the past hour or so, exit polls indicated Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, that's him on the right, has defeated party rival Benjamin Netanyahu in the race for Likud party leader. United Airlines mechanics have rejected a series of pay cuts in a union vote that could make it harder for United to stay out of bankruptcy. United's baggage handlers and machinists have accepted the cuts. The airline is asking all of its employee unions to accept reductions to help it qualify for a new federal loan. There's word from Los Angeles that actress Zsa Zsa Gabor is in the hospital in a coma. A spokesman for the LA Sheriff's Department says Gabor was injured last night in West Hollywood when the car she was riding in hit a light pole. That is a quick news alert. An in-depth look at the terror attacks and a special holiday edition of Inside Politics begins right now.
Targeted for terror. Suicide bombers attack an Israeli-owned hotel in Kenya. Just miles away, an Israeli airliner is nearly destroyed by missiles. And in Israel, a deadly shootout.
It's Thanksgiving in the United States. It's Bloody Thursday in Israel.
Who's behind the attacks in Africa?
There are a number of Qaeda cells in Kenya. They've been very active in East Africa.
American troops, far from home, celebrating Thanksgiving. Got turkey? There are plenty in politics. Bill Schneider will serve up the top 10 of the year. In the kitchen with Donna and Bay. Whether it's Cajun food or the Louisiana Senate race, they like to stir things up.
I have more faith in this gumbo or jambalaya that you're making than this political talk, I'll be quite honest.
Live from Washington, this is Inside Politics with Judy Woodruff.
Charles Molyneux again live from the CNN Center in Atlanta. We'll go inside politics with Judy Woodruff in a few minutes. But first, let's go in depth on a day of terror in East Africa and Israel. More than a dozen people were killed today in Israel and Kenya in terror attacks targeting Israeli civilians. The most devastating strike was a car bombing at an Israeli-owned hotel in Kenya. For the latest on the attacks, let's go live now to the Kenyan city of Mombasa and join CNN's Catherine Bond. Catherine.
Well, we're building up a picture of what happened here, Charles. About 150 Israeli tourists arriving for their holiday in Kenya here at this hotel behind me. And as they did so, they went through the gate in buses. There was a car parked outside watching them go in, a car containing 3 occupants, all young men, according to eyewitnesses, who then crashed through this barrier, having been refused entry by the hotel security, and swept their car down in front of the hotel lobby and detonated a bomb that killed them and 13 other people, at least 3 Israeli civilians, and the rest of the victims, Kenyan. We're told that 2 Israeli boys from the same family were killed in that attack. The Kenyan police are looking at the debris of the bomb, which is strewn right across the hotel compound, for forensic evidence of what happened. Charles?
Thank you, Catherine Bond, live in Mombasa. Now, minutes before that hotel attack, someone shot 2 missiles at an Israeli chartered jet as it was taking off from the Mombasa airport. The missiles did not hit the plane, and the flight continued as scheduled to Tel Aviv. Israeli sources later reported the discovery of 2 missile launch tubes in a field next to the Mombasa airport. The missiles are believed to have been SA-7s, also known as Strelas, which are considered widely available on the black market. Most of the 271 people on the plane did not know they'd been shot at until shortly before landing. CNN's Matthew Chance was at the Tel Aviv airport when the plane got there.
Well, a lot of anxiety, but also a lot of relief among the passengers that we've been speaking to here in Tel Aviv. They disembarked from the aircraft, having only just been told within the last half an hour before they landed here in Tel Aviv that the plane had come under missile attack. Many of them had been very disturbed by hearing unusual noises as the plane took off. What we now know, of course, is that that plane came under missile attack just 2 kilometers or so after it left the runway in Mombasa. Some of the passengers we spoke to said how relieved they were to have escaped with their lives.
We didn't know anything. Just when the airplane started to leave, we heard a boom. We didn't know anything. The staff didn't tell us anything till about 10 or 15 minutes before we came to Israel. Then he told us what happened. And about a few minutes after that, we saw the airplane, military airplane, going with us, checking that everything is okay with the plane. And they told us we were safe.
Well, the pilot of the aircraft said that he saw 2 flashes just in the seconds after lifting off from the airport in Mombasa. He said he checked the aircraft systems but found that there was nothing wrong with the plane, and so at that point made the decision to continue his journey onto the destination of Tel Aviv. Captain Rafi Marek piloted that aircraft as it came under missile attack.
We were just taking off and retracting the landing gear as we felt a kind of bump, not something very serious. And right after that, we saw 2 white stripes passing us by on the left side, coming up from the back of the airplane towards the front of it and disappearing just after a few seconds. Just after takeoff, after everything settled, we talked to the passengers, which also some of them saw what we saw.
What did you tell them?
And we just told them that according to all our indication, everything is normal, and we continued the flight to Tel Aviv. There was no panic whatsoever. Everything was calm and normal.
Well, Israel, of course, in some shock and feeling some anxiety as a result of these joint attacks. Already we've heard from Israeli officials that they have ordered or advised Israeli citizens in Kenya to leave the country. We're also hearing that they've shut down the Israeli embassy in Pretoria, South Africa, because of what they say are threats to the safety of its staff there. Matthew Chance, CNN, in Tel Aviv.
Also today in northern Israel, 2 Palestinian gunmen sprayed bullets at a bus stop and a nearby polling place. 5 Israelis were killed. At least 36 more were wounded. The 2 gunmen were killed by police. Many of those wounded were waiting in line to vote in today's Likud party elections between Prime Minister Ariel Sharon and Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. After the attack, Sharon urged Israelis to defy the terrorists and exercise their democratic rights.
I call to hundreds of thousands as follows. It doesn't matter who you support. Don't allow terror to frighten you. Don't allow terror to impact. Go and vote. Go and vote.
As for the election itself, late exit polls indicate Sharon has defeated Benjamin Netanyahu in the race for Likud party leader. With me now to talk more about today's suicide attack in Kenya and the attempted missile strike against an Israeli airliner is CNN's national correspondent Mike Betcher. Mike, we got some Kenyan officials saying definitely al-Qaeda. The White House says not so fast. Does this have any al-Qaeda fingerprints on it?
Well, definitely the hallmark of an al-Qaeda attack is a complex attack with simultaneous aspects to the attack. That, of course, happened in Mombasa with the missile attack on the aircraft and the suicide bombing attack against the hotel. But if you want to link it to al-Qaeda, one piece of evidence to look at are those SA-7 or a variant of the SA-7 found 300 meters from the runway in Mombasa. In August of this year, CNN recovered from al-Qaeda archives videotapes showing training on an SA-7. Now, this video you're looking at right now is an SA-7, and it's an instructional how-to manual that went on for almost an hour. It was believed at the time that this could have been sent around the world showing exactly how to use that type of missile. Now, we're also going to show you more about al-Qaeda's interest in SA-7s. This next piece of video the world has never seen before. It was part of the al-Qaeda video, and it's them firing an HN-5, a Chinese-made missile, which is called a Red Cherry. They actually fired it, which is an indication that they had other types of missiles like this. This, of course, is a variant of a Soviet-made, old Soviet-made SA-7 missile, again called the Red Cherry. Now, Kenyan authorities tell us that they believe that this is al-Qaeda. But today in Beirut, Lebanon, there was another announcement from a group called the Army of Palestine saying they claim credit for this attack, saying it coincided with the November 29th, 1947 UN decision that eventually led to the creation of the State of Israel. Now, we have learned from coalition intelligence sources that they are looking at the fact that this may have been a combined attack from several different groups working together, specifically al-Qaeda and Lebanese Hezbollah. Now, let's take a look at this man coming up who's on the FBI most wanted list. His name is Saif al-Adel. He is wanted in connection with the 1998 bombings of the American embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. There is a $25 million price tag on his head, and we have learned that authorities around the world, part of the coalition, are looking at this man as a possible planner of the attacks in Kenya. He is said to have had good contacts with both Hezbollah. He's a top al-Qaeda operative, so this would make him a top suspect. Charles?
Okay, thank you, Mike Betcher. Now, for his part, President Bush has been monitoring all of the day's events in Africa and Israel from his Texas ranch. He got there late yesterday to celebrate Thanksgiving with his family. With me now from Crawford, Texas, is senior White House correspondent John King. John, how much is the White House saying at this point?
Well, Charles, the White House publicly condemning these attacks and saying, as you noted, not sure yet whether there's any al-Qaeda role. Some White House officials also privately voicing concerns this could be the beginning of a wave of attacks designed to stoke up anti-Israeli and anti-American sentiment across the Arab world and the Muslim world in the middle, obviously, of the critical confrontation with Saddam Hussein and Iraq. Mr. Bush, as you noted, at the ranch in Crawford, Texas, with family, the former president among the Thanksgiving guests at the Bush ranch. In a statement, the White House said this, quote, "The United States government deplores this violence. We stand ready to assist the governments of Kenya and Israel as they investigate these attacks." A tough statement as well from the Secretary of State, Colin Powell. He called these, quote, despicable attacks, and as he condemned today's violence, he also revived constant administration criticism that Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian Authority are not doing enough to crack down on violence. Secretary Powell saying, we also call on the Palestinians to take immediate and sustained steps to eradicate the infrastructure of terrorism and violence that has wrought such tragic bloodshed. U.S. officials somewhat concerned. They say the president will keep track of this throughout the day and throughout the holiday weekend here in Crawford, Texas, but they say it is too soon to point any fingers at al-Qaeda. They are especially interested in the investigation, of course, in Kenya, where those surface-to-air missiles were used. Charles?
John, the White House has been talking about this increased volume of communiques among what they believe the al-Qaeda network, the chatter as it's called. Has anyone drawn even a dotted line connecting this with that?
No, but certainly, as Mike Betcher just reported, the use of the surface-to-air missiles raised suspicions, and again, it was in 1998 in Kenya. You had the attacks on the U.S. embassies, so there has been al-Qaeda activity in Kenya before, and there have been in these recent conversations, the Osama bin Laden audio tape and other conversations, indications that there could be more attacks against the United States and U.S. interests. So there are some suspicions here, but U.S. officials say it is simply too soon to draw any conclusions. They will work closely with the Israeli Mossad, the intelligence agency, and with the Kenyan authorities on these investigations.
Okay, thank you, John King in Crawford, Texas. For more on the terror attacks in Kenya and Israel, please watch a special 2-hour edition of Wolf Blitzer Reports, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific. And for details anytime, you can go online at CNN.com. For AOL users, the keyword is CNN. Judy Woodruff will be along next with a Thanksgiving edition of Inside Politics. Among the stories ahead.
If turkeys get what they deserve on Thanksgiving, shouldn't politicians too?
Political analyst Bill Schneider on the political turkeys of 2002. Also ahead, the nation's capital falls silent. Bruce Morton on Washington during the holidays. And later, Senator Jean Carnahan heads home to Missouri. She'll talk to Judy about her 2 years in Washington and the tragic events that led her into public office. Inside Politics is just minutes away.
This is my oxygen. Oxygen is me. The Oxygen Movie, free on cable TV.
Watch it! Oxygen is me. She's the queen of Bowie Land, of David Bowie Land. Watch it.
Wow. I have to call Mother. You should see this place, Mom. So luxurious. Doug must have paid $500 a night.
My wife thinks I spent a fortune on this honeymoon, but I got the room for $99 on Hotels.com. Great deal. 2 clicks, and I had a room.
Save on thousands of hotels worldwide. Hotels.com. The best prices at the best places, guaranteed.
UN inspectors hunt for weapons in Iraq, and CNN is there. Join Wolf Blitzer on Showdown Iraq for an in-depth look at the weapons hunt. CNN tomorrow, noon East.
Entertaining over the holidays? There's no better time to head to Oak Express for their no interest for 18 months event. You'll find incredible savings on our entire stock of real wood furniture, and through Tuesday only, you'll also get no interest for 18 months. Oak Express's final day to get no interest for 18 months is Tuesday, December 3rd.
Looking for a great value on a bedroom suite? Then you need to hurry over to Bedroom Expressions. You can get great values like these, plus get no interest for 18 months. Get the bedroom suite of your dreams before Tuesday and take advantage of our 18 months no interest finance offer.
Celebrate the magic of the holiday season. Live at the Brady Theater with Wayne Newton's spectacular Christmas extravaganza.
The tree is trimmed and the fire is aglow.
The incomparable Wayne Newton with all your holiday favorites, plus surprise guests. December 5th at the Brady Theater. Reserve seats on sale now. The Wayne Newton Christmas extravaganza. Don't miss it. This is CNN.
Happy Thanksgiving from the 1st to 504th, Bagram, Afghanistan. All the way. Yeah!
Hi, this is Sergeant Ritchie from the 339th Cash in Bagram Air Base. I'd like to wish my family a happy Thanksgiving, and we hope to be home soon.
This is Specialist Hunker in Bagram, Afghanistan. I'd like to say hi to everyone back home in Chicago, and special hi to Melanie. I love you. Happy Thanksgiving to all.
Hi, I'm Staff Sergeant Samuel. Happy Thanksgiving to my family in Pittsburgh, Sam, Robert, Myra, and my family in New York. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hi, I'm Master Sergeant Jack Lee at Bagram, Afghanistan. I'd like to say hi to all my family and friends back home in Wichita, Kansas. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you for joining us. We would like to think that many of you are sitting around this holiday watching this program and talking about politics. But our new poll proves what we suspected. Most Americans have other plans. The top activities? Cooking, driving, visiting relatives, and watching sports. Well, some women might assume that they're getting the short end of the holiday stick. They will do most of the cooking and cleaning, while men will spend more time watching sports. Things never change, do they? And after all that cooking, it's probably a good thing that most Americans say they will spend at least an hour eating Thanksgiving dinner. Almost a third say that they will spend more than 2 hours at the table. That's what I plan to do. Turkeys, as all of us know, can be tasty, especially on these holidays, but they also are known for other attributes, which remind our Bill Schneider of people we cover throughout the year.
Turkeys are foolish creatures, overstuffed, noisy, and self-important, sort of like politicians. If turkeys get what they deserve on Thanksgiving, shouldn't politicians too, especially those who have behaved like turkeys? So bring on the political turkeys of the year, and let's carve them up. Turkey number 10, New Jersey Senator Bob Torricelli. He did something that just isn't done in American politics. He quit because he was losing.
I will not be responsible for the loss of the Democratic majority in the United States Senate. I will not allow it to happen.
So what happened? His arch enemy, Frank Lautenberg, took his place on the ticket, held the seat, and the Democrats lost their Senate majority anyway. Turkey number 9, another quitter. Andrew Cuomo left the Democratic primary race for governor of New York on a rather self-congratulatory note.
If we were to now spend $2 million this week on an acrimonious campaign, we would only guarantee a bloody and broke Democratic nominee, whoever won.
Then he compounded the problem by telling New York Times columnist Bob Herbert he couldn't go negative against an African-American opponent. How could I go against Carl McCall? How could you do that? Don't you like black people? Aren't you a progressive? Aren't you a liberal, you young, arrogant SOB? Cuomo got out because it was politically correct. That's a first. Turkey number 8, Governor Paul Patton of Kentucky. A woman sued him, claiming he gave her official favors when they were in a sexual relationship and harassed her after she broke it off. First, the governor denied the relationship. Then he came clean, or not so clean.
My mistakes are mine alone. I take full responsibility for them.
The governor is currently under investigation for ethics violations. Turkey number 7, Gary Condit, defeated for renomination by his own party.
I want to thank everybody in the 18th Congressional District for giving me this opportunity. It's been a great opportunity to be in public service and represent them in Washington, D.C., and I'll never forget it.
No, he probably won't. Turkey number 6, Bill Simon Jr., Republican candidate for governor of California. During a campaign debate, Simon claimed to have the goods on his opponent, Gray Davis, a photo showing Davis accepting a campaign contribution illegally.
Have you ever accepted a campaign contribution in the state capitol or in any of your government offices?
Pictures don't lie, do they? In this case, yes. The photo was taken in a private home, 400 miles from the state capitol.
I think we should have verified a few things before I asked Mr. Davis that question in the debate. I really do. And, you know, I think that would have merited, that would have been a good idea.
Yes, it would have, you turkey. More turkey? We'll be right back.
We can't wait. Well, Thanksgiving is one of those times of year when it seems as if everyone in Washington has flown the coop. As our Bruce Morton explains, it is especially lonely right now under the Capitol Dome.
The Senate's in recess, and so is the House. Not a creature is stirring, not even a, well, they do have a few mice here, but members of Congress are scarce this week. They've gone home, and lobbyists, nobody to lobby. Occasional staffers, there's one, look quickly. And tours, though we didn't see any, they only allow groups now after 9/11. Before, you could take your kids and just wander. Capitol Police are working, of course, but it's empty. In the Senate Radio TV gallery, nobody's telling reporters anything. Well, there aren't any reporters, of course. And the TV monitors will remind you why, in case you've lost your calendar. Outside, traffic is light. Across the street, the Supreme Court is quiet, too. The big plaza where lawyers repeat for reporters and cameras what they argued before the justices inside. It's quiet. No cases, of course. And back inside the Capitol, echoes and statues. What stories some of these folks could tell if they could speak. All sorts of statues, cowboys and Indians and politicians, all mixed up. Good thing the Congress is gone. Some argue they can't spend your money while they're not here. And this is the first time they've adjourned before December in 5 years. Echoes and statues. And one other thought. Wouldn't this be a swell place for a party now that the grown-ups have left? Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
Party in Washington? Never. Still ahead, more of Bill Snyder's countdown of the top 10 political turkeys, but up next, a turning point in American politics. We'll go back a number of years for a timely reminder that just a few words can cost a politician the White House.
We moved into a new house where Mom got this great new job. I heard her talking to Dad about doing the right thing with her retirement money. Something about rollover, which gave me this great idea. Come on, BB. Come on. Roll over. Roll over. You're just gonna turn your body this way. I hope her rollover was easier. It must be.
No-load mutual funds from T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
At BASF, we don't make the boat, we make it faster. We don't make the safety seat, we make it more comfortable. We don't make the studio, we make it quieter. We don't make the golf clubs, we make them more powerful. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
We're talking about how the net is changing your life. Hello, you're on Web Talk.
To find out how drinking affects your blood alcohol level, there's the hard way and the easy way. Once more, that's hard, easy, expensive, free, really dumb, smart. The Century Council is funded by America's leading distillers.
Authenticity personified. Authenticity crushed, aged, and bottled. Fetzer, an American original.
CNN Today, it's been the stuff of science fiction, but could you soon be able to get someone else's face to replace your own? The amazing technology and controversy over face transplants. Today, 5 p.m. Eastern on CNN.
Tonight on Newsnight, a Thanksgiving special. Some of the fascinating people we've met during the past year, a photographer for the Civil Rights Movement, a Hall of Fame baseball announcer, a class of creative school kids, and many more. That's Newsnight, CNN tonight, 10 Eastern.
I'm Master Sergeant Kevin Geiser from Trussville, Alabama. Go Huskies. With 20 Special Forces Group here in Bagram Air Base. I've been here since September 13th. I'd like to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone at home, especially my lovely wife Susie, and my daughter Bradley, my son Blake, and my baby girl Abby, who turned 2 in September. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hello, I'm Specialist Anne Marie Schultz of Bagram, Afghanistan. I've been here for 6 months. Happy Thanksgiving.
Lieutenant Ingram from the 82nd Airborne Division. Been deployed here since June of this year. I'd like to wish a happy Thanksgiving to family and friends back in the Virginia, Maryland, D.C. area. And I'd like to say hello to my daughter Lauren. I love you, and Dad'll be home soon.
Happy Thanksgiving from the hospital in Bagram.
Many political figures have learned important lessons from the past. As the saying goes, those who ignore history are bound to repeat it. And that brings us to our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield, with a turning point in American politics.
An old piece of folk wisdom says, I can protect myself from my enemies, but God save me from my friends. Here is a perfect example from 1884, when a single sentence from a friend may have cost a candidate the White House. The Republican candidate that year was Maine's James G. Blaine, ex-Speaker of the House, ex-U.S. Senator, ex-Secretary of State, a man it seemed destined for the White House, but also a man dogged by persistent tales of political corruption. The plumed knight, his supporters called him. Blaine, James G. Blaine, the continental liar from the state of Maine, his opponents sneered. The Democratic candidate, Grover Cleveland, who in 3 short years went from mayor of Buffalo to governor of New York to presidential nominee. A reformer who clashed with New York's Tammany Hall Democrats, Cleveland was dogged by stories, apparently true, that he'd fathered an illegitimate child. Ma, where's my pa? His opponents jeered. As the election neared, Blaine was favored, in part because it seemed implausible that Cleveland could win New York's critical 36 electoral votes. That Tammany machine was determined to defeat him. Then, shortly before Election Day, Blaine went to New York's Fifth Avenue Hotel for a meeting of supporters, including one Reverend Samuel Burchard. In his remarks, Reverend Burchard referred to Democrats as, quote, the party whose antecedents have been rum, Romanism, and rebellion, unquote. A blatant insult both to Roman Catholics and the thousands of New York immigrants for whom wine and spirits were customs, not a sin. Well, maybe he didn't hear the words, maybe his political antenna failed him, but Blaine said nothing. Whatever the explanation, the comments triggered a firestorm, and on Election Day, Tammany Hall was helpless. Enough Democrats did turn out to give Cleveland, New York State, by the improbably thin margin of 1,047 votes. And New York's electoral votes were enough, just enough, to put Cleveland into the White House. 2 footnotes. On election night, Cleveland supporters put a punchline on that chant his opponents love to use. Ma, where's my pa? Gone to the White House, ha ha ha. 4 years later, Cleveland lost his re-election bid even though he won the popular vote. That would be the last time that would happen until 2000. But 4 years after that, Cleveland won back the presidency. And that's why he is counted in the history books as both the 22nd and the 24th president. That's today's Turning Point. I'm Jeff Greenfield, CNN, New York.
Few public officials have been through the emotional ringer like Missouri's Jean Carnahan. Up next, the widow turned senator tells me how she's coping after personal tragedy and political defeat.
It's not just a new way of listening to radio. It's a new way of looking at it. Introducing the Delphi XM satellite radio. Its advanced display can browse 100 XM channels by category, song, or artist. Its compact design connects easily to existing home or car stereos. And at under $200, it's a perfect gift. The Delphi XM Sky-Fi radio. The newest way to get XM satellite radio. For the road, for the home, for the holidays.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2-CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. "36 of the most memorable songs of all time. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. When you receive this enhanced CD, you can put it into your computer and watch exclusive documentary footage of Fleetwood Mac, recording their brand new 2003 studio album. The very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection. Covered hills till the landslide brought me down. To order the very best of Fleetwood Mac, call the number on your screen or send check or money order for $24.98 CD plus shipping and handling to the address shown. Call now and receive your free lithograph with your order. Rush delivery available.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, meet a man who lives off the earth, literally, on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, Mike Wallace on Larry King Live. At 10, profiling fascinating people on Newsnight. It's all part of CNN Primetime tonight.
I'm Charles Molyneux at CNN Center in Atlanta. We'll get back to Inside Politics with Judy Woodruff in 60 seconds. First, this news alert. From East Africa to Israel, it's been a deadly day of terrorist attacks. Suicide bombers blew up a car in front of an Israeli-owned hotel near Mombasa, Kenya early today. At least 16 people were killed, including the 3 bombers, and 26 people were wounded. Shortly before the hotel attack, just a few miles away, 2 missiles were shot at an Israeli airliner as it took off with 271 people on it. The plane wasn't damaged. It continued on its flight to Tel Aviv, and well, the passengers applauded when it touched down safely. Back in Israel, 2 Palestinian gunmen shot up the center of a northern town. 5 Israelis were killed. The 2 Palestinian gunmen were killed, too, in a shootout with Israeli forces. For much more on the terror attacks in Kenya and Israel, please watch a special 2-hour edition of Wolf Blitzer Reports. That'll be starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific. And that is a quick news alert. Now back to Judy Woodruff and Inside Politics.
This holiday season, outgoing Senator Jean Carnahan still is counting her blessings, despite more heartache than most people can endure in a lifetime. Her husband and son died in a plane crash. While still grieving, she became a senator, and 2 years later, voters sent her packing back to Missouri. I spoke recently with Carnahan, and I asked her how she's doing.
I'm doing just fine. I remember someone said once that life isn't the way it's supposed to be, it's the way it is. It's the way you cope with it that makes a difference. So I feel like I've had family and friends and certainly my faith to cling to, and those things have made the difference for me.
Has it made it, people wonder, has it been that much harder because it's all been out in the open, in the public eye?
Certainly it has. When I first came to Washington, I realized I wasn't there like the others. I didn't have 6 years to come up to speed. I had to start right away. People were watching me all the time. Not only that, I had to run on 2 tracks. I had to start a campaign, a multi-million-dollar campaign that I had to start up right away. So I felt like I was running on 2 tracks the whole time I was here, and that was difficult, but I was willing to do it. And I wish it had a different outcome, but it didn't, and so we go on and to the next phase of our lives.
This campaign that you ran, again, very close. You ended up losing by something like 22,000 votes out of 1.9 million cast. As you look back on it, are there things you could have done differently? It was so close.
Well, you know, I just don't think you should look back and try to second guess. I guess there are lots of things you could do, but I don't do that. I just think looking back, saying what if, or wanting to take some sort of revenge or something, I think these are things that just corrode your soul. And you've got to get beyond that, and you move on, and you take the next step in your life, whatever that is. I'm one of these who feels like when one door closes, another one opens. And so at this point in my life, I'm looking for the next open door.
Paul Wellstone, yes. Tragic death in a plane crash. At first it was thought, if anything, that this would produce a wave of sympathy, that if anything would help you. Then along came this memorial service that turned into a partisan event. And there are many who looked at this situation, they've said not only did it hurt the Democrats in Minnesota, but it hurt Democrats across the country, and specifically you. What do you think about it?
I don't think it translated that far. I think there in Minnesota, people saw it as going perhaps too far. I was there at the service, so I saw what was occurring at the time. But I don't think it translated into our state. The president came into our state quite a bit, so I felt like I was running against the president, and of course, as you know, that's very difficult to do.
Any thoughts about that service? Did you feel it was a mistake for it to get?
His supporters were so enthusiastic and so wanting the campaign to go on that I think perhaps at one point in particular I thought it went overboard, it went too far, and I think that certainly hurt. But again, it was something that was done out of just a passion for Paul Wellstone. And sometimes you have to forgive those sort of things when people are so passionate for people they believe in.
What about Jean Carnahan going forward? A political future somehow, some way?
Well, you know, we never say never in politics. You never know what's going to be down the road. My husband was out of politics for 14 years after he lost one time. I always thought that was a good thing because it gave him a chance to do some normal things in the community and not to be a professional politician. So I think things may come open in the years down on the way. But right now I want to go home and settle down in my new apartment and start looking for some work.
So maybe something in public service?
Oh, definitely. I mean, public service is such a big part of our family life. It has been for my children and as well as for all of us, and for 3 generations actually have served in public office. So I'm sure it'll be something that has to do with public service in some form.
Do the Democrats have a chance in 2 years to take
Sure they do.
The Senate?
You bet they do. They do, and in fact, I predict they will.
If anybody looks at you and says, gee, I feel sorry for Jean Carnahan for what she's been through, what do you say to them?
Oh, don't feel sorry for me. I have found that you get up every day, you look what the new challenge of the day is, and you look around to find somebody that you can help. There's always someone out there who needs your help, and if you look for it, you can find it, and it helps you in return.
Senator Jean Carnahan, we wish you the very best. And
Thank you, Judy.
for talking with us.
Glad to do it.
Appreciate it. Up next, what's cooking in the last Senate showdown this year? I'll join Donna Brazil and Babe Buchanan in the kitchen to cook Cajun and talk about the heated runoff in Louisiana.
Hi, I'm PFC Duncan, 82nd Airborne. Been in country now for about 4 months, and just like to say happy Thanksgiving to my mom, dad, grandma, sister, and brother-in-law, all my friends and family back home. Happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays.
My name is CW3 Tartaglia. Been at Bagram Air Base since May. Happy Thanksgiving to my wife and kids. Hope to see everybody on Christmas.
We're from CTF 180, TF 82, and the Siege of Sodif A here at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. We're on our way to take some turkey Thanksgiving dinners to some fire bases out on the border. We'd like to say, Happy Thanksgiving!
On the Record is brought to you by H&R Block Financial Advisors. Just plain smart.
Why do 63% of Americans think financial institutions aren't interested in helping them? Maybe because they aren't. With H&R Block Financial Advisors, now everyone can have access to smart financial advice. You get investments, financial services, and retirement planning all on your terms.
2 thumbs up for the Emperor's Club. Much more than just another Dead Poets Society, the Emperor's Club has surprises up its sleeve.
Why, Cedric? Why not? Let it go.
It's sure to be one of the year's best, inspiring, life-affirming, and unforgettable. And People magazine calls it the kind of movie Hollywood doesn't make enough of. The Emperor's Club, rated PG-13, now playing at theaters everywhere.
Authenticity personified. Authenticity crushed, aged, and bottled. Fetzer, an American original.
I loaded our new MP3 player last night with all of our favorite songs.
Gateway PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Enter the Contemporary Traveler Sweepstakes at cnn.com/travel for a chance to win a trip to Mexico from Westin Hotels and Resorts. Welcome to the age of modern luxury.
CNN Primetime tonight. At 8, he's the ultimate survivor. Meet a man who lives off of the earth, literally. Hear his amazing story on Connie Chung tonight. At 9, President and Eleanor Roosevelt's grandson and legendary TV news